Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
What's going on, Knives?
Something nice, strike.
I was gonna go to bed, but I can't sleep. I've been sleeping all day.
Where's everybody at?
Don't know. I think most people are watching Yankee right now.
What's the Yankee podcast today?
Yeah, that means Heavy B's tomorrow, right?
I think so. I always missed though.
Oh,
Is it left the center?
yeah, that's the Yankees shooting left to center tonight, so he's on right now.
Oh, that's where everybody's at.
But yeah, I'll just get the recap. I'm not gonna watch it live.
Nah, I'll watch it later. If it starts getting political, I just nope. I skip it.
I'm not gonna comment. I'm gonna be nice tonight because I'm sick as a dog.
What you got?
It's some sort of virus, stomach virus or something. Guys, I've been puking and shitting my guts out, quite literally. Medicine, and that's kind of helped today. But yesterday, the day before, since like Monday, I've just literally bedridden.
Don't eat nothing greasy.
Bed. I'm in the bathroom. Anything greasy since like last week.
Don't eat anything greasy. I'll make it worse. Try eating a little bit of bread.
Oh, I've eaten bread. I had soup today, so I should be all right.
Yeah, like apples and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I moved up a level on the division already.
What level are you on the division?
13 now.
13. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know it takes me a long time because I can't really see what the hell's going on sometimes.
Can the PlayStation people play with the PC people online, or is it divided?
Nah, I got an Xbox.
Okay, it was the Xbox people and the PC people.
I think so.
I'm asking because, I play it a lot. I think I'm level 214. That's my gear rating.
Don't they got a new update coming up?
Yeah, I hear they're supposed to be releasing another DLC or something soon. I don't know if they have yet. So I'm seriously considering getting Battlefield 1 or Titanfall 2 right now.
I got Battlefield 1, but I know Battlefield 1 is better on PC.
Oh, yeah. Remember, I'm a PC gamer because, I could spend the same amount of money on that you do on consoles every time you buy a new console on a computer and upgrade it to be just as good. So what's the point?
Yeah, I wish I'm just saving up little by little. Me and my brother are.
See, I build my computer and I sometimes cheat and use some of my older parts to, in my newer builds just so, I can save money. Granted, you don't always want to do that, but, if the part still works and there's nothing wrong with it, keep using it until it breaks,
Yep.
So if you already have a working computer, You want to build a new gaming computer? Build a new gaming computer. If you can, transfer the hard drives over, you don't have to buy hard drives.
Yeah, I
There
got
you
a
go.
question on what's that brick you put install for so you can install to your socket 1,000 watts or 700 watts for your hold on.
Okay. Hold on. You mean the power supply?
Yeah, your power supply.
Well, depending on how beefy, and I mean how not really big, but how powerful your graphics card is, will depend on how big a power supply you'll need. Like, say if you've got like one of those 8 GB or even say a 3 or 4 GB graphics card, you're gonna want at least a 750. Okay, but if you've got like a 1 or 2 GB graphics card, you really only need like probably a 650 or a
Should I
7.
should I just go big at just in case I want to build another computer later on? And I just want to use that power supply. Just go.
Yeah,
big
you can
boy.
use that power supply as either a backup or as a for a different computer. Yeah.
Okay.
But what I would do is just if you aren't, sign up for the Newegg.com newsletter just so you can get the updates on their deals, and eventually they'll have a deal on a really good power supply for like not much, and that's the time when you want to buy the power supply. You don't want to just buy it right away.
I think by next year I'll probably have some built already.
Yeah. So. But I've seen stuff. They've already got stuff on sale right now, so you might even want to check then. So,
Any good deals on Steam right now?
I just bought a game that a couple of my other friends bought. So I got what's it? A No 2070. It's a strategy game. I may play it. I may not.
The only free game I like playing right there is the Lions Invited Arms.
Yeah, I don't play free games anymore because all the free games they let you play it for free, but all of the really good stuff, where you get the full functionality of the game, you have to pay for.
Yeah, I know, but I just play for free because I'm broke. I used to. It's like a fucking DLC. You gotta pay for that motherfucker.
Yep. So
I hate doing that shit.
uh,
I thought
actually,
when you buy a whole game, you have to get it all at once, but they want you to keep buying shit on the side of it.
yeah, that's the problem with free to play games. Regular games where you pay for with where they keep adding DLC on, that's questionable at best. But the free to play games where if you have a subscription, you can get all the access and everything, or if you just buy this and that, you can play the game. It's worse than DLC at some point.
It's like trying to buy a game for Forza Motorsport and you end up having to pay more money just to get more cards.
A good example, Battlefield 3.
Yes.
That's a good example of DLC nickel and diming.
Yep. I played the shit out of that game.
I got it, but I got Battlefield 3 right when they had the whole Humble Bundle sale where you only had to pay like $5 or $6 to get the game.
I already played the shit out of the game for like 6 months, and the new Xbox came out with the new fucking Battlefield.
Hardline was awful. I beta tested that shit. That shit was awful.
I was watching people play it and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I like looking at other people play the game. If the game looks good, I'll go and buy that motherfucker.
I mean, I liked All Points Bulletin Reloaded more than I liked Hardline. I'll tell you that right now.
How hard is it to fly in helicopter on Battlefield?
Which one? Which version? Which game? Which version of Battlefield?
The last one.
4? I don't know. I don't have 4. I've pretty much not played Battlefield since, while I have 3, I didn't like 3 too much, especially with the whole nickel and diming. So I only played it a little bit. The last Battlefield game I played a lot was Bad Company 2. And I was always flying either the Russian version or the American Apache all the time.
Never got to play that one.
Bad Company 2 was good, especially the Vietnam expansion. That was fun. So, yeah. I don't know. The only game I think I'm going to buy this next year is Mass Effect.
They got a new one coming out?
Yeah, Andromeda. Of course, it's not, it's not Shepard, but it's an entirely different universe. So it should be interesting.
I remember the first one.
Yeah, I've got all 3.
I was watching my nephew play it.
I enjoyed it. So, if you're gonna play a game, play something you enjoy. Don't play something you don't enjoy, because then that defeats the whole purpose.
How is that Battlefront shit going on?
EA ruined Battlefront. That's how it goes. Because they're doing the same thing they did with Battlefield 3, and it's tanking. They're nickeling and diming the shit out of that. The whole DLC thing. They're doing that with Battlefront, and people are getting pissed. So... Anyways.
Hey, what days are hit or miss?
It's always on Tuesdays. Tuesdays at 9. This week I couldn't do it because I'm still feeling under the weather. Though today I'm feeling a bit better than I was the past couple of days.
What's the episode for next week?
I have no idea what we're doing next week. We usually here's the thing. We usually get a schedule around maybe like 15 minutes before the show. We are not prepared at all. But we've been doing it for an entire year, a little over a year now. And you know what? It works. That's why it's called hit or miss. Hey man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna tell you and try and sell you on something that you don't need, because honestly, I'm surprised it lasted this long.
With Smeggy, we started to do the little music intro.
We had to start doing that, and then we're like, you know what? Let's keep doing it, because a couple of people commented on YouTube saying, you know what? I like Smeggy singing, because he stopped doing it for a few, and they're like, bring back Smeggy singing. So we kept him he kept doing it, even though he's not great at it at all. But
and it works.
His words, not mine, and I don't know whether they're right or not about it. But the thing is, he kept doing it, so it's kind of a recurring theme.
Yeah, every time I hear you guys start it up and Smeggy's doing that shit, it makes you laugh.
Well, that's the point. We're not doing it to be serious. We're just trying to have a little fun. I mean,
and it fucking works. Don't hate it.
What's the point of doing something if you're not going to have a little fun, right?
True that.
So.
Oh yeah, a few weeks ago I had that shit on loudspeaker. My dad came in the room. What is that? He's laughing.
Did he say
good about
that
that.
in English or did he say that in Espanol?
He said in the Spanish.
In Espanol.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
My dad's all like, what kind of music is that? Yeah, I tell them they can't
You should
afford
have told
music intros, so they use somebody's mouth.
you should have told him it's this new mixtape I just got. It's great.
But just Maggie's music.
Out an actual album, he would do it a lot better because he's got a set of drums. You just wouldn't have him. You'd have actual drumming in the background while he was doing that.
Yeah, that should be funny though.
All right, I found a pistol grip I didn't know I had.
How's that gunsmithing doing?
It's coming along.
Still going to school?
No, I'm done. I'm done.
How's the payments for this gunsmith school?
It was like $600
$600?
because I paid it all at once instead of it was like $900 if I did it month to month.
Yeah, roboting. Robo.
I mean,
That's better.
yeah, $600 for the course. Would I recommend anybody else do it? Probably not. I probably should have gone to AGI instead, but oh well. But I did it. Though $600 is better than $9. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I still gotta pay 14.
What'd you say?
I still gotta pay 14 on my loan.
Yeah. What? Did you go to a different school?
No, I just went to Wild Tech. Yeah, then they closed them down.
It's like you didn't go to IT.
Nope.
It's like I would hate to be anyone that went to ITT Tech because they just got shut down.
Oh, they did?
It's a while ago. ITT Tech got shut down.
Is it with the same program that was in with some of these other schools?
ITT Tech got shut down because
Yeah, they shut down my school too. I hope I get some money back.
won't get any money back.
I was all happy once I got my eyes fixed. I'm gonna go back and take the course again for free while I'm going to work.
What do you go for?
I went for technician.
For what?
Automotive technician. Yeah, I still suck at it.
That's very descriptive, man. It's very descriptive. Good job.
But automotive technician.
Didn't say the automotive part, so it's just like all I heard was just technician. So
Oh
Very
my god.
descriptive. So if I wanted to, put, like a Monte Carlo hydraulics, you would be the guy to help me, right?
Why you assume that on hydraulics? Assumed. So racist. I feel offended. I'm gonna sit next to my
Oh.
fucking cup of noodles.
And then the subtext is, do they even sell, right?
What?
All right. I was watching an episode of what do they call it? Roadkill. Have you seen that on you?
Yeah, I love that show.
Uh, you know, a sort of trip or cross country trip, and the guys all he knows that the other guy likes doing four wheeling and all that, so planned a four wheeling. Figured he was going to do that, so he went off the wall and got one of those Monte Carlos with the hydraulics and everything.
Yeah, they did that. They picked it up at the Long Beach High Performance swap meet.
Swap meet. Yeah.
Yeah, I do it
The
here
other
by the
guys-
airport.
Yeah, well, one of the guys, like, when he saw that, he's like, "How did you even get this? They sell this to white people." Greatest response ever.
Fucking three-wheel motion for like half a mile.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did that shit.
Oh, I can believe it all day long, especially if you watched all of their road. You can believe it.
What I really
And,
liked was that one fucking Chevy Suburban. They had the Macho Grande. I love that truck.
Yeah, that was good. How about
That
Stub?
454. What's the other one with the one when they went to a Dirtfish rally in that fucking Charger?
The general maintenance or the general mayhem?
Mayhem. That was nice.
Yeah, I do like the general maintenance too. More than him does sometimes.
Too bad now you gotta pay extra for the other shows.
Yeah, that's the only thing about it that's kind of going downhill. It's they want you to pay for the shows now instead of keeping them on YouTube. So I don't watch them as much anymore.
I just watch them when they get on YouTube. And 4 million all day. That's all I watch.
Okay. I'm the guy who likes doing G trucks and all that.
Yeah, I like that shit too.
Yeah. The one where he got a decommissioned military vehicle and just decided to take it off road.
That's the one I wanted. It's an M1008. It's a
Those
Shimano.
all the time down here in Carolina, and they'll sell them down in Georgia.
Yeah, they want you to give them $5,000 for them.
I know 5,000 seems a bit those, especially since they're 30, 40 years old.
Yeah, but they run hard.
But guess what? They also brake hard.
Oh yeah, they got those big ass fucking what you call the drum brakes and shit.
Oh, I mean that. I mean when something breaks on that vehicle, it fucking breaks.
Oh yeah. The only reason I'm on with because I don't have to do a fucking California smog check.
You're not gonna get through a smog check with one of those.
No, you don't have to do smog check with them. It's a military vehicle. And plus,
Yeah, it was a military vehicle. It's now a civilian-owned vehicle, so you have to get a smog check.
no, you don't. Smog is exempt here in California. I read. And plus, my insurance will be down though. Get the old ass truck. Whoa, Night Strike, you still there? Don't leave. No, I'm playing.
All right, I'm out.
Bye.
Kidding.
Don't go.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of wasted from being sick. It sucks.
Eat some orange. Get some orange juice, man.
Keep it down. I know for a fact that I don't have scurvy, so I don't think orange juice will help.
It will. Vitamin C.
But the problem is I'm allergic to penicillin.
Ah. You ever had those corn? You know those hairs from the corn? My mom
No.
cleaned them up. You ever opened up a corn, a husk?
Yeah. You mean shuck corn? Yes, all the time.
Yeah, you know those hairs. My mom washes them, and then she uses them for tea for stomach aches. And then my grandma's been doing it for my grandma's been doing it for a long time, and it works. No
Huh.
sugar though. You guys didn't know that?
Heard of that?
Stomach remedy. You didn't know?
Might have to look into that.
I don't know what they call the hairs. I'm watching corn now. Shit.
I think they call it corn silk, right?
I don't know what they call it in English. They just get not the ones that have been outside, just inside the husk.
No, I know how to shuck corn, boil it, and eat it. I also know that you shuck it and just put it on the grill instead, and it's delicious.
I like it on the grill.
On the grill, but I do like it boiled because, sometimes you keep some of the sugar in the corn. It's delicious.
Yeah. My dad was a
Salt and
farmer.
butter.
My dad was a
salted
farmer.
butter on it.
He used to do that shit. The butter.
Yeah.
Some people put mayo. I don't know why. And they put cheese.
Yeah. I don't do the whole cheese, but salt and butter, or salted butter even, is like kind of my thing.
I like my
My
girl
mother,
with salt.
I'm a farm. Or she grew up on a farm. My father, he's not with us anymore. He was a farmer, and then he went and did his own thing. You know, his grandfather was a farmer. Country to come to the United States to do something else.
So all you guys do was corn?
Nah, I don't grow corn. I don't grow anything other than blueberries because blueberries are resilient. Like, I would say about 30 blueberry bushes outside.
Oh, okay.
Literally, all you have to do is make sure they're watered, make sure there's no bugs on them, and they'll produce and come. They'll die and come back every year. So
Huh.
easy maintenance.
See, my dad used to do watermelon. He was more known for doing watermelons and other types of melon.
It works.
Yeah, because it sells. Berries. I want some berries now.
I want to do strawberries, but the problem is, I don't. The land I have does not have the consistency. It's too wet for strawberries. It'll do blueberries just fine, but it doesn't do strawberries.
You ever tried doing a cherry tree?
No, my also I had another great grandfather. He went and did. He was a strawberry farmer in California.
Yep.
Back when California actually did produce food, instead of importing it from elsewhere.
Party the fucking what you call? From lemons from Mexico, avocados from Mexico. What else they get from Mexico?
Well, where great grandfather's farm was in California, there's now a fucking subdivision over it.
Damn. You could own it.
I wouldn't go back to California ever.
You'd be struggling like me.
There's a reason that some of my family left California.
Dude, why you left Arizona?
I was living with my family. I was only, I was a minor at that point, so I had to go with my family.
Yeah, I wish I didn't leave Arizona, dude. I should have stayed in Yuma for it till I got a job somewhere else.
I love Arizona, but I'm kind of glad I'm not living there now because that new Maricopa County sheriff does not look very inviting.
You think Arizona's fucked?
There is no doubt in my mind that guy's anti-gun. So Maricopa's fucked.
And I'm going to Reno. Oh, what happened to the other guy, that Arpaio motherfucker?
Hmm?
What happened to Arpaio?
Arpaio, he didn't get voted in this year because of bullshit lawsuit.
Yeah, I heard he's under investigation by the FBI and everybody else.
which he is a constituent of Trump's.
Yep.
So he was a supporter. So I don't know. Maybe come January, Trump will say, "Yeah, drop all this."
He's my bitch.
He's mine. I got a job for him.
Put him in
Takes the wrong way, but yeah, Trump may say, you've been doing a good job in Arizona, but we need you to do it for the entire country. You might
Border Patrol.
have your next director of, the Border Patrol.
We need this. We need this. We need to make a big ass wall.
See, he's already on top of things.
They got a digging tunnel machine ready. Even though I don't like the guy, man.
So did your family come in through tunnel, or did you guys just, walk across the border?
No, my mom was here first. They came in here because of my grandpa. I never got to meet him, but he had a neck cancer. And my mom came here, United States, with my grandpa and their other brothers and sisters, trying to find a cure for my grandpa. They did it, so my grandpa was not feeling good, so they took him back to Mexico. And my mom stayed right there till my grandpa passed away. Then my mom got her papers fixed for visiting. So she came here in like 79 or 78. And she went back and forth. Then she got her papers. Then my dad came, and then he got married here. I'm not illegal.
You're not illegal. We just make fun of you that you are.
I just don't care. If everybody likes that, it's cool.
You don't have to care. Who cares what anybody else thinks, right?
As long as there's somebody smiling or laughing, I'm good.
As long as it's not Flippy, right?
That's cool.
Where is the little shit? We haven't seen him in a while.
I know, man. I'm worried.
Like, did his in-laws finally, you axe him during Christmas?
I do not know, man. I hope he's doing okay, though. He makes lobbies good.
Or did the ATF finally get, either him his papers and his tax stamp, or did they, decide to raid his ass instead?
And probably they gave us tax stamp and shit. Probably he's just sitting there looking at his fucking suppressor.
Well, shit, what do I do with this now?
Been waiting so long, I forgot what to do. So it's like everybody here when they get a new gun, they just figure fuck it.
I miss him. I miss him, but only just so, tell him to fuck off.
Yeah, I know, man. It's kind of weird. Hey, did Raphael get an AK?
Yeah, he got an AMD-63.
Holy shit! What else? He's been on a gun buying spree, no?
Yeah, no, not a spree. He just got some stuff, because he decided to get stuff for Christmas. So he was showing me his AMD-63 earlier, and then he goes, "You know what? Since I'm not in California," and he just slaps in, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I cannot believe you went there. Take that heavy."
Oh shit!
I'm like, wow. And he's like, "Oh, by the way, I got a nice new pistol too." and he got a Beretta 92S.
Yeah, that's the one he's been wanting.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, you can't tell me he likes a Beretta.
For the price, the 92S is a nice Beretta, a nice price. Granted, yeah, it's got the heel Mac release, but the same point, do you want to pay $600 for a new Beretta, or can you deal with like a slightly used Beretta for like $300?
Is that a cop traded?
Italian police.
Nice. I can't believe you got it invited.
I mean, I enjoy mine, so I'm sure he's going to enjoy his. But here's the funniest thing. He went and threw a 30-round mag for his 92S after he showed it. Also because I'm not in California.
Motherfucker.
I know. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm just saying, it was hilarious the way he did it. You would not expect Raph to do that.
Yeah, I think that that shoot that he went to with Fusilin really put a fucking match up in his ass so he could buy guns and shit.
I think it just, incited that small bit of freedom that was sparking inside him.
Yeah, I think that kind of released it.
Embraced his freedom, his being an American. If you wait, there are a lot of good deals, which anyone can afford if they just look and wait.
Think that American flag went off when he first got his first gun?
Shot the AK yet or the 92, so he said that might be happening this weekend if he gets about 1,000 rounds of AK ammo.
Oh, doesn't he still have to do with CCW?
Oh no, he took the class already.
You already got it?
He hasn't filed for it yet, but he took the class.
I'm happy for that dude.
Raph is well on his way. He got one up on you.
He got, what, 3 up on me now?
Yeah,
But he got that, the AK and that, fucking Beretta. What else he has?
That's what he's got. He's got the AMD 63 and the 92S.
Shit. And a CCW.
I mean, you met CCW, I think. But once he does, he's going to let us know.
Shit.
But you know what you might have to do? You might have to move to Arizona, man.
Oh, fuck no. I gotta go do something up north real quick. Probably by this year. Shit, I'll probably be up in Reno.
Why are you moving to Reno?
Right next to my family. In Sacramento. It's like, what, 4 hours away? 2 hours, I think.
Well, on the upside, that whole Nevada background check law kind of tanked this week.
Yeah, I don't really understand it that well.
Because the FBI literally said that it's unenforceable.
Nice. So Bloomberg failed.
Yeah, check this out. I'll link you.
So Bloomberg failed his shit. So he doesn't have a Nevada.
Check this out.
I wish that shit happened here in California.
Did you see that? It's because California is California. I mean, liberals take over and you elect Democrats. Good luck. A Republic any day over democracy.
Shit. That's something good. Well, Nevada's free for a while. Till these fucktards start trying to
For a
get
little
something
bit.
else. Yep. Nevada needs to wake up.
Yeah, I doubt that's going.
That's cool. Oh shit. 1 point for the gang group.
Yep, hopefully that'll help, but who knows? Doo, doo, doo.
Hey, Night Strike, what headphones you got?
Huh?
What headphones do you have?
It's not the headphones, it's the adapter, because my laptop has a combo port, and I don't have a combo port headset, so I'm using a USB adapter, and it's shit.
I got a USB attached. That's probably mine. Sounds kind of weird. I got the DX12s, the Turtle Beaches, the X12s.
Yeah, I've got a Zalman headset. It's like the HS2000 or something. It was on sale on Newegg, so why not?
How you spell it? Zow with the Z?
Hold on. That's what it says on the headset. Internal chat. I got on Newegg Flash. They had them on sale for like $9 a piece. There we go. Wrong button.
Are they comfortable?
Yeah, they're fine. I don't have any problems with them.
I don't like when they're fucking hella tight and shit.
No, they're not. They're not tight.
I don't know
But
if
I got
you,
them for like $9 on Newegg because they're having the flash sale on them. So, hey,
I don't know if
$9
you
is
remember
$9.
the ones that these have in school Like up in that little briefcase, the hard briefcase, and they're like with kind of blue and white. Back in the days in elementary school.
Dude, the last time I was in school was like, I was in college 10 years ago.
Shit. The last time I was in high school was 2006. I graduated.
High school is even worse, class 2001.
Shit.
I'm fucking old.
You're old fart.
No, I'm not old at all. It just happens. The years are creeping up on me, though.
Yeah, time goes faster like a motherfucker, though.
Only if you let it. So what else is going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to read this shit from Firearms Policy Group, but my eyes are starting to fucking hurt.
Well, maybe you need better Coke bottles.
I'll give my Coke bottles till fucking February.
Oh, man. Now, are you going to get them imported from Mexico, or are you just going to get them here?
I'm getting a United States made.
Oh, man. You're going the extra mile now.
Yep.
You know I'm just messing with you, right?
I'm crying right now.
Well, I see
Leave
that.
me
I see
alone.
that. I see that right in your image right there. You're crying. What cartoon
Oh,
is
yeah.
that from?
No, it's a meme.
It's a meme?
It says pizza has destroyed my life, and it's like a fat fucking turtle. Ninja turtle.
I know it's a fat Ninja Turtle, but I didn't get to. You can't see what he's saying right there.
Hold on, I'll give you it.
I'm Italian, so I'm Italian everything else, but I got an Italian last name. Pizza does not destroy my life. It just adds a couple pounds here and there. People that say that need to get off their ass and go do something. You don't have to sit every day on the couch. You get up and do stuff. So
There you go, nice right.
Okay, I just see this other link that you just posted. What's going on with California?
Yeah, I was trying to read that shit, my eyes. The white background kind of fucked it up for me.
Yeah, it's too bad they don't have like a nighttime mode or something.
I think they have withdrawn the magazine ban.
Yeah, that's all. It looks like the emergency magazine ban regulations have been withdrawn. So I guess they're taking back the magazine ban regulation. But at that point, you still got the assault weapons ban, and the further assault weapons ban, and you still got all these other crap. This doesn't look like it's helpful at all. I mean, because you still have to have the magazines welded to the rifle now. So,
Can we have the magazine soldered on?
well, maybe if they accept silver solder.
Just paint it black?
Just paint it black. Yeah. Well, what you do. You get those touch-up bluing pens. So you just blew it.
Yep.
There you go.
All I gotta do is just fit that motherfucker on. When shit breaks down, crack the mag. Crack the weld. The soldered. Or heat it up. Hey, Nice Strike.
Hmm.
You know how you gotta crack open the AR, right? You got that pin.
Yeah, you just want to use the rear takedown pin.
Yeah, once you wear out that pin out, and you start making the hole a little bit bigger.
It doesn't wear as fast as you think it does. I haven't gotten it to wear out to where it comes out really easy. I haven't had that happen to me yet.
Now, since we're gonna be doing since you're gonna have a mag, since you're gonna have to be cracking it open every time to reload, won't that just wear it out a little bit more?
If that's what you have to do in California, I don't have that problem in South Carolina because we can own whatever the hell we want. Just we just don't have open carry. We have concealed carry, so there's that. But I don't have that problem. So for California, though, you guys are pretty much fucked.
No, I'm just asking, won't that pin wear out a little bit more since we're gonna have to cracking it open every once in a while?
To reload, yeah. Maybe somebody will figure out a way to just use once you open it up, you just use stripper clips and then you close back up. So
There's gotta be an easier way, man.
An easier way would be to detach the fucking magazine.
Cue that.
But that would defeat the whole point and purpose of having that ban enforced.
How about feed the stripper clips under the mag?
So yeah. That's what you get. That's what you get when you let, Democrats run wild.
Yep.
You know what? I don't care about that picture. That just makes me want to eat some pizza. And I'm sick, damn it. I can't eat pizza.
Yeah, I saw that picture. Like, I'm chubby, and I like turtles. I'm cool.
Yeah, but the problem is, I remember when that shit came out.
Which one?
Turtles.
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, when they had the cartoons, and then
when they had the OG cartoon back on the days, that was the shit.
The old cartoons, and then the movie. The live action movie that was done right.
Yeah, not this new bullshit.
Right.
You watch those movies, still fucking pretty good.
until they got to the third one, and that was
They killed it.
Yeah.
Shredder. Then remember X-Men back in the days too?
Yep. The '90s X-Men TV series, that was my favorite. The cartoon.
Yeah, Animaniacs, fucking what else they had shit.
I liked the whole Days of Future Past they did in the '90s X-Men. I was hoping that they would do that for the movie, and then they did the movie closer towards the '70s version, which kind of sucked. So, yeah.
Did you ever like the '90s Spider-Man?
Yeah, I did. I'm not going to say he was the greatest Spider-Man of all Spider-Men, but I liked his responses to a lot of the villains.
Yeah, because those are the ones I grew up with.
Though I'm kind of sad that one series they did with Spider-Man, they'd never finished. It was Spider-Man Unlimited?
The cartoon or the movie?
Cartoon.
The newer one?
No, it was basically
the one with the nanobots?
No, yeah, the nanobots, and he went to the an alternate reality.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I wish they had finished that because that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, the Batman was sick too. The '90s Batman.
The regular Batman, yeah, but the one I liked a lot more. I liked Beyond with Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, they cut that one short.
They cut that one short. That only had 3 seasons, but I liked it. I thought it was a great. While everyone's all Bruce Wayne this, Bruce Wayne that, I like to see something other than Bruce Wayne, because eventually Bruce Wayne has to die because he's human. So it was nice to see somebody else taking the mantle of Batman and furthering the cause, so to speak.
Hey, did you ever see the end of the Justice League?
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, they show Batman Beyond when he's older.
Oh yeah, that one. Where he found out he was a clone.
Yeah, with that one lady.
Right.
Yeah, I like those two.
I didn't know so much like that one. But that only proves how much more evil Amanda Waller was.
That bitch is crazy. Yeah, I think that new Justice League's gonna suck for a reason. I don't know why.
DC's going downhill because they killed all the good stuff, and then they bring out shit, and they wonder why they're not doing so well.
Yeah, they fucked up with the what was that one movie with all the fuck.
Batman vs Superman?
Yeah, that one.
I wouldn't have chosen Ben Affleck as Batman, I'll tell you that much.
Suicide Squad with Will Smith.
That was a great Will Smith movie.
He's a Will Smith in every goddamn movie.
It's true. It wasn't a Suicide Squad movie, but it was a great Will Smith movie.
I never liked that dude at all. But Flippy told me that he was supposed to be white and Russian, and the patch was supposed to be on the other eye.
No, the only Russian guy that was ever in Suicide Squad, he didn't last long, and that was KG Beast.
Oh, okay.
And he decided to test Waller, and Waller blew his fucking head off with the bomb.
Yep.
I mean, in one of the animated movies, you can actually see that of Suicide Squad, which I think was better than the actual movie, live-action movie, because Deadshot pissed the Joker off way more than anyone else has other than Batman, because the Joker said to him, "For someone who isn't Batman, you're sure a pain in the ass." Yeah, that was pretty funny because he had him pissed off. I was
Half
amused.
of that movie, I was staring at the chick's ass the whole time.
You just staring at Harley Quinn. We know.
Yeah, everybody was.
I wasn't.
Shut up.
I didn't even think she did that good a job at acting.
That one dude that played Joker was pretty kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't like him either.
It was pretty good for me. Ah, ah, ah.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, that one lady's what's her name? That Princess Leia mom died. Didn't
Yeah,
she die yesterday?
Debbie Reynolds died. She's the mother of Carrie Fisher. She died the day after Carrie Fisher died, as she was starting to set up the whole funeral stuff at her son's house. And both of them died within the span of a day. All I'm going to tell the son is, you better go get yourself checked at the hospital right now. Otherwise, you might be next.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because that's pretty damn convenient. I'm not trying to say any conspiracy theories, but, if, half the family just decides to die off, in the span of a week, you may want to get yourself checked.
So who keeps the house?
Who knows?
The houses? Yeah, man, funerals ain't fucking expensive as fuck. So do you have the funeral at the same day or what? So they're both gone.
Yeah, they might just have a double funeral. Who knows? It depends on what the son does.
Hey, doesn't she show up on the new episode 8?
Yeah, apparently with the thing, she had already finished filming for Star Wars, so she didn't have to do anything because they're already in post production. So it doesn't affect the movies at all. Apparently, that's what Disney is saying. So
the next one gonna be about what's his name?
Well, I think the next one is they're gonna do a rehash of Empire Strikes Back. So the First Order is gonna strike back. I think that's what it's called. The First Order Strikes Back. Oh no! Wait. They had the Force Awakened. So instead of A New Hope, it was the Force Awakens. So what'll they name this one then? Oh wait, I got it. They'll call it The Power of the Dark Side. There you go. There's the next title of the movie.
Yeah.
Because they're going for those hidden words now. So, yeah, there you go. That's my prediction. I know it's not true at all, but it sounds good at least.
Did you watch Rogue One already?
Yeah, I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, that whole thing just brought it back to, except for the ending, kind of was weird. But it rounds out half of the story already.
I liked it and I didn't like it. I didn't like the parts where they had Tarkin in there, but it was nice to see Tarkin in a movie again. Don't get me wrong. But, if they're going to do that, then they might as well bring Alec Guinness back as well. Old Obi-Wan.
Old asshole be good.
Yeah. but they might not have the capability to do that. So, the next best thing is to take, the guy who did Obi-Wan in episode 1, 2, and 3. Anyways, I think I'm heading out. I'm crashing.
And I strike.
I'll
Hope you
see
feel
you
better,
later.
man.
I hope so too. Thanks, man.
Do not drink soda.
But it's so tasty.
Don't drink soda or anything with fucking fat.
I was
Or grease.
drinking. I was drinking Canada Dry.
Eh. No
All
beer.
right. No beer. Oh man, this is gonna be rough.
Only if you want some fucking good shit at 211.
Right.
Like a Colt 45.
I might as well be drinking Four Loko at that point.
Oh hell no, no, no.
No, I'm not gonna drink any alcohol until probably maybe next week if I'm lucky.
Good luck
All
with
right. All right. I'll see you later. Take it easy.
that.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So
Let's be realistic about this, though. We're not going to want any GMOs in that popcorn and no glutens in that candy and no corn syrups in the soda pops.
go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
A fat-free, sugar-free treat.
Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Gluten-free, non-GMO.
So you're saying they should have bacon?
Yeah, that's a crispy treat that's tasty and satisfying.
I agree.
Think of how much more money movie theaters would make when they got sizzling bacon out front. You get like some sort of a waffle cone made out of non-glutinous, GMO-free waffle, and then you just fill that up with a type of bacon of your choosing, cooked to the desired crispness, and you go in and watch your movie. And then there's attractive young women that would run and fill up your cone with more bacon when you run out. That would all be gratis, part of your $7 ticket. You could tip the bacon girl if you want.
Sounds like a great concept.
It's just polite. It's courteous to the bacon girl.
Hopefully the bacon girls aren't all greasy.
I'm going to drop the chat link into Yankees' dead chat room, see what happens. Maybe it'll turn into chaos. Probably wasn't a good idea. Sorry, Pink. I'll go back and delete it right now because that probably was not a good idea. Okay.
I don't know who's watching over there.
He's still got 35 people watching his dead ass video. He had like 300 something people, almost 400 today.
It's a lot of people.
A bacon wrapped bottle of water. It's disgusting. Turn your bacon all fatty. You one of them people that will buy bacon and then only barely cook it and then eat it when it's all rubbery?
Yeah, no. Yuck.
Knives, you got?
Knives. You do that?
You into
That's disgusting, man.
Okay.
But raw.
Does it-
Crispy.
Loaf.
If you cook it and it's all perfect and then you put a bunch of sloppy wet egg on it or something gross, then same thing. It's all gross again. I can't stand it. Still eat it, but I don't like enjoy it as much as when it's perfect.
I don't like runny eggs either.
No, I can't handle that. I won't even.
Sunny side up is the best.
I feel like gross slop. But
I like well done scrambled.
I don't even like the scrambled. Then you got to risk the drippiness in there.
There's no trippiness when I cook them.
All right. So if you know what you're doing, you chop the shit out of it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Nice and fluffy.
Yeah, I can make them fluffy. Just add extra milk. That's the trick.
So your milk, not water, because there's a whole line of thought that you use water instead of milk.
No, I never use water.
Fat-free water.
You never even tried it?
No. And my friend tried it once, and like the eggs weren't cooking right.
Well, I think the concept is you can whip the shit out of it, and you get almost turn it into meringue or some shit. And you start whipping it with just the water, it'll keep that whatever that characteristic of eggs is. When you kill it with milk, the structure can't happen anymore.
No.
So you need like a whisk and vigorous whisking. But that turns into eggs that are fluffy, and I don't like that shit. If I wanted fluffy ass eggs, I'd order a quiche, and I don't order quiches because I don't like that shit. I want to eat an egg sponge.
I don't mind fluffy eggs as long as they're dry.
That's almost impossible to get done So,
Bob's Big Boy around me used to have a good eggs. It looked like they baked them in a giant pan, and they looked like a big fluffy thing of yellow scrambled eggs. You just grab your serving with a spoon.
Where's
The
this at?
buffet. Bob's Big Boy.
Oh.
Breakfast buffet.
I never been to a buffet one of those, but I used to go to those before.
They don't have it around here anymore. Like they closed down all the Bob's Big Boys. But
Well,
they
nobody
did the
owns
best.
channels.com. We could start up a whole new thing.
Yeah.
Bacon channels?
All you can eat bacon was the best. And then they had like Cheese Whiz with a
There's
ladle. You could
Bacon.
pour it on your eggs.
Yeah, I've been to buffets where they have that liquid cheese, but that's the sucker bet. That's just whipped corn, whatever, oil with yellow coloring in it from a can. That ain't never cheese.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Especially
shit.
if it's Velveeta. Because I seen a picture of that without the coloring in it, and it was like a see-through clear like
All
gelatin
that
block.
shit, well, not all that shit, but a lot of that shit comes from feed shit. Like that's what they cram down critters' throats to make them, or fat in 18 months or whatever. Like they just add flavor to it and turn it into food because it's just nutritious fucking solution.
So
But like Cheetos and shit, we're all like big food. Even corn syrup was just a way to fatten up cows faster. And they're like, oh wait, it tastes good. Let's just make soda out of that. Brand's voting in on water only. See? I'm telling you, it's a divisive thing.
sometimes water dries my mouth.
Well, no, I mean, for making it on.
Oh. No, I thought we were getting that at the lobby snack bar. A bottle of water. Oh yeah, no, I've never done it. Maybe I'll try it. I'll watch a video or something. Do my research.
Do your due diligence.
Yeah. Keep messing up no eggs.
Here, if I send you this link, can you tell me does it open up straight to that perk or that benefit or whatever? Because I'm logged in, so I don't know if I want to make sure it's not like a link on me being logged in or anything. It goes right to the AK-47 projects one.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one, yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Let me link straight to it. I'm going to restructure my Patreon thing so that people can kind of subscribe or whatever to the various projects, so that then I don't have to wonder what the hell to do. The projects will just pay for themselves. And if nobody wants to see like the Saturday Night Special shit, I just won't bother with it. So I'm going to add the different things I want to do into there and see if that works as a way to make it worth, because if I can get $50 a month for doing a video, well, then it's definitely worth sitting around and doing a video, because I don't make $50 on doing the video anymore from the YouTube side. Used to be fun. Do a video, get $100. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Do another one.
Sounds like the good old days. I didn't even start monetizing until like a year after I started making videos.
I want some bacon now. Fuck.
Some turkey bacon.
I want some bacon.
How about some tofu bacon? Some bacon.
Never had it.
Probably disgusting. Probably, I think I have ate it though.
Is that the bacon that's like one solid color? Looks like a fruit roll up.
Probably.
Yeah. No thanks. Or a steak. It's like a steak.
Yeah, I've had zucchini though that they make taste like bacon. I think it was zucchini.
The zucchini and the fucking
They just kind of dried
bacon
into
grease.
crispy shit. Yeah, it's kind of tastes like it. I don't know. They use some kind of chef wizardry.
Yeah, I did that shit with refried beans. That was pretty good.
Make refried beans and bacon grease, you're saying?
Yep.
Yep. That can be tasty. So where's everybody at tonight? 9:22. It's a little early, I guess.
I'm a little scared.
It's been dead like this yesterday too.
Yeah, it's been in spurts. There's been leaving it on and hearing people jump in, and then it'll be dead for a bit, and then people will jump in. Need to hire some chick with boobs to just hang out in the lobby. Then everybody will hang out in here.
Yeah.
You can just bounce a lot. Webcam on.
Pay Patreon so she can bounce up and down.
Well, I could just get her own Patreon.
Make all the money.
Yeah.
Hey Moon,
Yo.
were you here when I made Bob rap?
When you made Bob what?
I made Bob read some song,
Lyrics.
a rap lyric.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Which song?
Ready to Die by Biggie. Hold on, I'll give it to you.
What the hell did I do with it?
There you go, G. I made him read that.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm browsing for something right now. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I put some. Yeah, I guess I can't find it.
Yo, Moon, you think I can get Daniel to read that?
Yeah, no. As long as it doesn't have the N word in it, who read it?
It's cool.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but now everybody knows what it is, so it would be cheap and spoiled. Yeah, I didn't find that one when I was looking for them. It says Glock right in it too. Stupid internet. There's a couple that I knew that were good, but they have way too many N words in them, so Dan wouldn't do them. Rob probably would, but I don't think we want that on the show. So did I ask you about that?
What happened?
I ask you about the cube without getting into details. Do you think that thing will catch on? Do you think it's worth pursuing?
I don't know. I don't hang anything from my mirror.
Well, I don't either. But I just figure cubicles or who the hell knows what people hang shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the marketing, things like that. I guess. Like, how big is each section?
Right now they're like 4 inches, 4x4. But they could be made any size, I suppose. Probably 2x2 would be a good size to do it too, because a lot of them are 2.
Yeah, like a 2x2 would be easier to make square patches for them. 2x2 patches specifically for the set. And then people can
really
put whatever patches they want, but they could also get like, you can make specific patches for them.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It would be kind of fun to do something that's like an MC Escher thing.
Yeah.
Actually, it'd be kind of neat.
It also would help sell it, I think. I see Leah Speed showing up on Facebook all the time.
On Facebook?
Yeah. A couple groups steal pictures from Instagram, I guess. Just post them up on Facebook.
It's making a big time now.
Yeah. Gun Hub. I guess that's still around. I didn't have room for it on my phone, so I just deleted it.
What?
Gun Hub. It was like an Instagram just for guns.
Oh, yeah. That was just a like software the size of gun channels. It wasn't like a completely fresh built thing or anything. It was just basically gun channels that focused in on pictures.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would take an effort for that to take off. That wasn't a real legit like startup or anything, or like some new tech. I think there could easily be. I don't know. I was sometimes when you're looking for stuff, you end up hearing what you're searching for and finding what you want to hear. So a certain amount of people are just preaching to the choir, or echoing what people are looking for, so that they get found. But it's the idea that people who are interested in specific things are losing the taste for the big social platforms that cater to everything, just because they're not focused in, and you have to, for Facebook, for example, you'd have to join so many different groups over there that it's just frustrating to have to jump around so much to accomplish whatever focused interest you got. So anyway, they're trying to say that things like gun channels that are platforms on themselves that are just focused in on specifically what people are interested in are like the next thing. But like I say, it's also talking to people who are in that realm, so there's probably a little bit of ego stroke in there. So as much as I think so, I just don't, I don't know if I can speak objectively about it.
They don't seem like something that would fail.
Well, I think it was a factor of like how comfortable people are with how they operate, like their functions and their whatever. So now they've got like a fairly good commonality between things. Things pretty much universal as far as how videos work and how you progress through pictures and how you comment and shit. That's kind of all similar enough that you don't have like a barrier to entry to get into any of these places. You don't have to learn the way like YouTube. You kind of have to learn how YouTube works in order to get any kind of pleasure out of using it. Same thing with Facebook. It's even more fucking complicated. So when they've gone to more of a universal generic interface, then there's less barrier and people are more comfortable with all these other interfaces. So it just seems like a simple new interface for them, but nothing complicated or any kind of hurdle. Then yeah, why wouldn't you just want to hang out in a place that's all 100% focused on what you're interested in? And shit, if they work on your phone and shit, then does anybody care? You know, it's just a different set of buttons on your screen.
Yeah.
There's nothing like Facebook offers that's faster or anything. If anything, it's just way more fucking confusing usually. Or complicated, cumbersome, I guess. We're getting like a consistent 2 thumbs down on everything. Used to be 1, so there's now some new jerk who doesn't like my shit all the time. Whatever it is.
It's probably this chick from Copper Custom.
Why?
I don't know.
Did it think that really broad?
Yeah. But
I
she's
think
holding
the
a
way she-
rifle.
The way she was like putting that rifle on the shelf, the way she was like leaning over.
Yep.
Made me scrutinize that picture for a while. I did definitely pay a lot of attention to that photo.
There's definitely some curvage happening there.
I got a lot of things that need to be placed on walls and stacked and put under places and on top of things, so definitely need a broad like that on board here.
Yeah.
Things will be a lot more organized around here.
Yep. Instagram's been slow today for me. Somebody's posting on Thursdays. Nice. Where's your Instagram?
Does he even Instagram?
Probably not. Can't get his turtle hands together on the screen.
What's up?
Hold the phone.
A lot of times you could put the thing down in front of you and nudge it with your nose, though.
Not sure.
He just slowly nudges around on the screen with his nose, sadly. And every once in a while he pauses to go. And he starts again. Well, he nibbles a french fry and then starts again.
Yeah.
Where does that picture come from?
No, I got it off my brother showed me it and I found it on the internet. Hold on, I'll give it to you right now.
Yeah, email it to me or something.
Is there a limit to how many pictures you can save?
What are you talking about? In the
I don't
world?
know. On Instagram.
Oh, I haven't even started saving shit yet.
Oh,
What do you do with it once you saved it?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just collecting it like a creepy serial killer. Trophies. It's mostly chicks.
Oh my goodness, what is this going on here, Dr. No? You seen this one from Dr. No on the Facebook where giant dog is mauling a girl on the ground?
Oh,
It's pretty good. Giant. I don't know what kind of dog it is. Maybe, I don't know what the hell it is. Looks like Chewbacca kind of. With a Malamute or something. Or a husky. I don't know, it's like a long-haired husky. Wrestling with some good-looking gal.
she's Pitbull post. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Dog's awesome. It's like a big Muppet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of those ones that people were inside of.
Is that one of them Tibetan whatevers? Are they darker?
Mastiff.
Yeah.
There you go, G.
Right on.
No, that wasn't a Tibetan Mastiff. That dog is huge and different looking. A fucking lion. It's basically a lion. A dog head. I don't know what was attacking that poor girl. Oh shit. It's definitely not one of these. Side.
No, dude, that looks like a Muppet, like you said, man.
Nah, man. It still has the hair. It just doesn't have the face. Is different. This is like Scruff McGruff, like with a fucking afro puff.
Yo, have you seen that movie Pets yet? The one with all the
No.
dogs?
No.
They have a dog like that in that movie.
Scruff McGruff with an afro puff. Yeah, that's a big ass dog. Some of them are fucking mean looking. Is that real? Is that a picture? Like a painting? What the fuck is going on? Guess that's real. It's share it. There's no way this is real. This
Check that one out.
It's not the one I think it is. Is it? Oh no. Secret Life of Pets. Nope, never heard of it. I don't think they've ever did a cartoon with dogs before.
So photoshopped it kicked me off the internet.
The chick standing next to her.
Yeah, I lost all the links after that one.
Big ass dog.
Just the girl again.
Yo, who
Yeah.
wants?
That's fake. That's fake.
Yeah, I know. If a dog really was that big, who the fuck wants to pick up the dookie off the floor?
It's the mean one. The angry one. Here's fucking the one from Fraggle Rock.
Like a Rottweiler.
Well, it's like a lion or something. No, is that fake? That's fake. That's fake. That's a tiny man, or else that's a. I was gonna say that's a man standing way behind the dog, but I guess it's somehow photoshopped.
That's what I thought, but you can
That's a
see his
tiny man.
feet like next to him. His hands kind of in front of it.
But look at how big that dog foot is. If that was a thing, then there would be like Guinness Book of World's Record. Here's a giant dog foot as big as a bear. Plus, that dog could kill you if it felt like it.
Yeah, they like roll over on you.
Yeah.
Like sleeping.
Step on you, or like or poop on you, and you could die. That's fake.
Hey, Moon,
No,
what you want to pick up after that dog?
no. Shits are probably massive.
Beaming.
You're like, clean up after your dog. Like, that ain't my dog. Giant ass logs in their yard. You could treat this fell down in your yard or something.
Wonder how much you gotta feed that thing.
That's the thing, yeah. You would take like a cow every day. You at a supermarket or something?
No.
There's 100 people going on in the background.
I don't know what the hell's going on. They're over
You
there
watch
playing
Passengers
on Monopoly.
yet?
I watch what?
You watch Passengers yet?
No. Stayed up too late last night.
Should do a poll on how people, where people use, well, maybe how people use gun channels. I know some people are like laying on their fucking bed. Some people are in the car. Watch it in the computer. Interesting.
I got a little Bluetooth speaker. Let's see.
Still doing a show tomorrow, Heavy?
Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna go visit my friend Brad. He's recovering from surgery, and that's what I will be doing tomorrow. I don't know. I might do one earlier in the day before I go up that way. Like probably, yeah. You know what? I will do one. I'll do it after your show. It'll be, I guess, I don't know, Friday afternoon sites or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going to do it on the scheduled time.
Oh, right after our daily show?
Probably. like
Okay.
either like an hour, like right after it, or like maybe an hour right after that. So, so how you guys been doing?
Pretty minimum.
Chilling.
We have to invent afternoon sites now.
Yeah, pretty much.
What do they consist of?
They're probably just your standard 3-dot sites or regular dot sites. There's no tritium or fiber optic. Get them, just freaking plain old sites because it's the afternoon, so there's probably plenty of sun.
There's still your formal daytime sites, but they take their tie off or loosen it at least, and then maybe put on gym shoes.
Yeah, I like that. That's very good. So I just got back from helping my sister move again.
I would say shit when people ask me that stuff like that. I go, hell no, or fuck off.
I got to go see Rogue One. We went out, we had lunch, and we had dinner last night, and we saw Rogue One.
Finally.
And yeah, finally I saw it.
If it's your sister, you do all that, and then when it's like, okay, now let's go move my shit, then you go, fuck off.
No, I ain't gonna do that. My sister and my brother-in-law, cool people. So yeah, we moved up there, and then we went to a pizza joint after we got everything set up, and then took a nap because I slept like shit last night, and then I drove home. So yeah, that was my day off so far. Oh, and on the way down, my fucking brakes are grinding, so I got to get those fucking done. And since it's going to cost me the same to buy the parts and put them on as to buy the parts and have them put it on, I'm going to go ahead and have them do it when I'm at work. So.
Put your brakes on?
Oh, my brakes. The grinding. The right front's grinding. And I was like, I filled up and I was pulling out and I heard, and I was like, oh, that's not good. So I babied them all the way home. So Saturday when I go into work, I'll go in early. It'll be like, do my brakes. And they'll be like, okay. And I'll be like, cool. And we'll be good. So
Stuff like that, though, I like to stand there and watch the whole damn time for some reason. I don't like assuming it's done right.
Well, I work with these people, so if somebody fucks up my brakes, one, I got somebody to go after, so it's like not like physically but legally, pet boys and all that, so I can have them do my brakes, and if anything happens, they're responsible. And then, like I said, it's going to cost me the same to buy the parts and put them on myself, or I can have people that I know and trust to do it for me while I'm at work.
Yeah.
They get paid, I get paid, I get my brakes done, and everything's good. So
I hope you don't need a new rotor.
oh no, I'm gonna do brakes and rotors. Brakes and rotors out the door for me is gonna be like around $80
Each or
and
altogether?
altogether.
Oh,
And then
shit.
well, I was gonna freaking do both the front axles too, but I'm gonna have to hold off on that. I don't have the money for that right now. I'll have the
CD
money
joint?
next check, but not right now. What was that?
What, the CV?
No, the whole axle. Just replace the axles because the car runs fine, but I don't know. I just think it's something that needs to be done. I'm hearing some clicking up front. Could be wheel bearings, probably not. Whatever. I'll look into it and see.
How do your CV joints?
I don't know. I don't like this, but I could be wrong. But when I have them do my brakes, I'll have them look over my axles, my CVs, and my wheel bearings and all that shit, and say, "Hey, check that shit out. Tell me what you think." And they're like, "All right," and I can go from there. I would like to do it all at once because then it would have been like $380 minus 20%, so it would have been like $350 or something like that. So, or $320 to have axles, rotors, and brakes all done at once, and it wouldn't have cost me any more in labor. So,
What is this on? What vehicle?
it's a '98 Chevy Malibu. It's easy. I can do it. I just one, don't have a lift, which makes things a whole hell of a lot easier. Two, it's time consuming. I mean, I could do it tomorrow if I wanted to, but I'll have the pros do it. That way, like I said, because if I do it and if I fuck up, which I won't, but if I did, then I've got nobody to go after. I've got no means of getting things fixed. But if they do it and they fuck up, which they won't, I can go after them too. You know, I can go after Pep Boys and get them to fix what was, not done correctly. So, but like I said, I know and trust those guys, so I know they ain't gonna mess me over. They've always treated me pretty good. I mean, well, we work together, so. It used to have a policy where I could sign a waiver and go in there and just use the lift and use, bring all my tools in or whatever and just work on my car there. But they've changed that shit lately. I think it's because we have new owners. But yeah. So, just one of life's things. I was planning on redoing the front end of the car. I was actually going to do the entire front end, control arms, everything, shock struts, just redo the entire front end. The back end's sound. It's solid. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, there's really nothing wrong with the front end. I just wanted to do it to get it done, just to increase the longevity of the car. But whatever.
And it's dead air.
Well, how did the yeah, it is your fault, man. Did you do the AK Guru podcast today?
We did.
Right on. I saw it on Instagram, but I was out in the middle of the desert and it was busy, so no offense. I just had phone signal out there.
I'm gonna start doing them every Thursday before Yankees show.
Oh, right on. Oh, I almost got one of those Galaxy VR goggle sets. I mean, I could still get it. I just don't have a Samsung Galaxy 7S. My sister, she just her and my brother-in-law both got Galaxies, and they gave them two of these headsets. And they're like, well, we're not going to use it. You want it? And I'm like, sure. Oh, wait, I don't have a Galaxy 7S. Never mind.
But it only works with that one phone?
I think so. I didn't bother opening the box in case, for whatever reason, they're like, oh, there, you can take one. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. I'll look into it. If so, I'll just tell my sister, hey, sis, I'll take it. And she'll be like, okay, go ahead. So I guess they're supposed to be pretty cool because you can like watch movies on them and shit like that. So you can just literally put the VR goggles on and just like lay down in your bed and watch a movie like it's on your screen, like on your roof.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those things would kind of matter for what phone it is. I thought you were talking like just a earphone or something.
Oh, no. No, it's the VR goggle things. Evidently, it's got a 3D thing in it and all that. It's supposed to be really kick-ass. I mean, so I don't know. If I had a Galaxy 7S, I would have taken them. I'd have been snag. But oh, well, no. I was going to ask about what was going on. I guess just go back and watch YouTube videos, find all that crap out. I was just going to ask about how Matt's show went on Monday. I forget what the list was supposed to be, but
Monday was something dumb. and yesterday was. Were you in there yesterday?
No, I was with family.
It was
Bug out guns.
About guns. It was like that top 5 thing. I like that one better format than the other one. But
Top 5 seems to flow better than a top 10.
Whoa. It's a Dana.
Yeah, Daniel just popped in out of nowhere.
Shit.
Well, top 5 bug out guns. Like, you would take these 5 guns with you if you bugged out, or
no,
these would
just
be like the
bug out
5 of my choices.
top 5 of them. So I don't think it had to be like you carried these 5 so they were independent of each other to accomplish a bunch of different tasks. Just, you know how he does the Wednesday one where you just petition a gun beyond the list, and then once there's a list, it's done. So it was,
Okay, yeah.
it was just a different way of doing it. But the Monday one was. Oh no, there was something. I only had 8 of them. It was
Monday.
Monday's always about movies and stuff.
Yeah, it was 10 movies with
10 best nunchuck movies.
they were
Go
the
back to his channel and look.
Well, my top one was it was the best movies of 2016. That's what.
Oh yeah. I don't think I even seen 10 movies from 2016 yet.
Sure you did. Rogue
Maybe
One,
I have.
and then what's his face? The
Deadpool.
Deadpool.
Suicide Squad.
Fell asleep during Suicide Squad.
13 hours.
13 hours.
I still haven't watched it.
What?
I thought you were a patriot.
I don't know.
I guess he's just a commie bastard.
I always
It's
hold
Russian.
off on those movies, and then I really like them by the time I see them.
Yeah, 13 hours, good movie.
Hey, if you like Hillary, I can understand why you wouldn't like that movie because she kills 4 people at the end. So,
But yeah, I'm still. It's too soon.
um,
Hillary.
I still haven't been sold on this Trump character, so I don't want to turn myself off of Hillary completely. I don't want to burn my bridges with Hillary.
I feel she's reopened the wounds, and that's why I can't watch it just yet. It's got the guy from The Office too, and I didn't like when they canceled that show.
It hurts too much.
And then I put The Accountant on there because I thought that was a great movie.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, that was definitely good.
They're really good.
Definitely top 10 of this year.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. I like it a lot.
We gotta watch it.
Mainly because it's like another John Wick without being just John Wick again.
Okay,
I like
yeah.
the whole story. I like the.
Yeah, there was a little bit more to
Spoiler,
it than just John Wick. And they didn't I like it when they don't feel obligated to make it like a big fucking love story. Like, oh, here, let's make an awesome movie that's cool. Oh, and then also we got to add the obligatory like love story on the top so that it makes it all weird.
Yeah. There was none of that.
Like, well, this guy's pretty good. And then, oh yeah, then he's also becomes an idiot every time the chick comes around and he like gets into all kinds of problems because of this stupid situation that didn't need to happen. Dano's not saying nothing. I don't think you like The Accountant.
I heard that.
Did you see that movie yet?
Which movie?
It's got color and sounds.
Oh, then he hasn't watched it.
The Accountant.
And no, I have not seen The Accountant.
Ben Affleck.
No, I don't like that guy.
I don't either, but he's good in that movie.
Yeah, he's a douche. But it's gonna be Batman for a while, I hear.
I got when you guys are done with your movie talk, I have I don't know if it's an interesting story or what, but an odd story.
Uh-oh.
When you're done.
Let's hear it.
I guess we're done.
I didn't want to interrupt your flow.
But what other movies were in 2016?
There was a shit ton, actually. I didn't like any of them. What's the thing? Heartbreak Ridge or something? And then
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
a bunch of other PBR was in there. So a bunch of like those tier ones from Europe. Sean was in there, so other obscure ones from Europe about World War One.
They shouldn't even count.
No, we had some good ones that I had seen like on Netflix or whatever on Amazon, but wasn't sure. So it's valid. They're just
I guess anything's valid if you're doing your personal top 10.
Yeah, I mean the whole point is to listen to stuff that's interesting because Matt's are all boring ass ones that are everybody knows like Deadpool and shit.
Oh yeah, the Civil War. That was this year, right? Captain America. Was that last year?
Yeah, that's for sure. That was it. All right, what's your thing, Dano?
All right. I go to pick up a passenger at a bus station.
Oh, this is Penthouse Letters. I'm ready.
And every time I've gone to pick up somebody from the bus station, because the bus literally just dropped them off, they're going home. Okay, so it's a fairly, whether it's a mile or 6 miles, whatever, it's to their home. I get to the bus station, and he's not going home. He decides he wants to go to O'Hare Airport.
Oh yeah, and you don't get to say no, or you get dinged if you say no, or what?
Oh, I can say no if I want to say no.
Okay.
And he tells me, I'm in a real big hurry. We got to leave right away so I don't miss my flight. He says, the bus is going to be too late. And I said, well, when does the bus take off? He says, not for another hour and a half. And I said, well, I think we can beat that. So I get the guy in the car.
You're talking, what, an hour from O'Hare?
Hour and a half.
Oh, shit, okay.
So we could be at the airport when he would have just been leaving where I was at.
But what time is his flight supposed to be?
His flight is like 10:30.
Well, what is that compared to when you're talking? Is that like 2 hours away, or is it?
It's like 7 o'clock.
So he's got plenty of time to get there, be there on time if you drive him there.
Yeah, I can get him there on time, no problem. But if he would have taken the bus, it would have been close.
It doesn't sound like all that uneventful. It sounds like an uneventful story.
Okay. I didn't say I was done. Did I say the end?
I am waiting, I guess.
So,
intrigued.
So we're talking. We're about halfway to his destination, and I said, "So, how long is the flight?" And he says, "Oh, it's just he's going to like Cancun or something like that." And he said it was like a little over 5 hours. I don't know if that's right or not. It seems a little short to me, but who knows? And then I said, so what time local Cancun time do you get in this morning? And he says, well, I won't get in till the afternoon. I said, well, wait a minute. I said, it's 7:45 or whatever p.m. I said, you're not going to get in till tomorrow afternoon? And I said, that doesn't add up. I said, you should get there like maybe 3 a.m, something like that, plus or minus a time zone. And all of a sudden, he looks outside, and he said, isn't it morning? And I said, it's 7:45 at night. And he says, oh my God, I was in such a panic. I overslept. I thought it was in the morning because it was dark. So he got there like 12 hours early.
12 hours early? I thought you were saying 12 hours late. So he took a nap, thought that he woke up like after sleeping
the next morning.
Right. and because he woke up and saw it was dark, he thought the night was just about over, so he started panicking, running, driving to the bus station and everything else to try to get to a plane that wasn't due to take off till the following day.
So then, did he continue on to the airport, or did
Well,
you?
I asked him. I said, I can hit the next exit, turn around, and take you back if you want. I said, it's no problem with me. But we were halfway there, and he says, I slept in the airports before. Just take me to the airport.
Oh, that
You
sucks.
still got your fare. So how much do you make for an hour and a half drive?
And an extra hour and a half in one.
Not as much as one would think. It was basically $50.
And then you got to drive back on your own because there's nobody picking up a flight or a ride from O'Hare out to fucking Rockford.
Right.
Oh, shit.
That's why people think that it's such a killing. It's really not.
Did you take the opportunity to go hang out downtown or something, or in the Rose?
Oh no. Well, that's still another 45 minutes to get downtown.
Well, fucking Rosemont or one of those towns in there.
Well,
There's stores and shit.
Rosemont is no destination.
Well, I know, but compared to where you live, that's a big city.
Yeah, well, I grew up just out in that area.
I
and
would-
there's really nothing out there.
I would think someone at the airport would want to pick up.
Well,
Are you allowed to start Ubering around there, or do you have to go back where you come from?
oh no, I particular am allowed to because I have the entire state, but not everybody does.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just out during the week, and I also didn't want to get stuck, in the Chicago area when I just wanted to go out for a few hours. So anyway, I just thought it was ironic that the guy literally was 12 hours off, and it was dark, so he thought it was the middle of the night. It's just it was the wrong end of the night.
Well,
It
at
was
least
the
it wasn't
beginning of the night, not the end of the night.
At least it wasn't the other way, where he was supposed to be there at 7 a.m. and got screwed for 12 hours the wrong way.
Oh yeah, and the other thing was that he only gets 2 weeks of vacation a year. This is his 2 weeks. He said if he missed his flight, it was one of those that if you don't make the flight, there's no return on the money. And so he would have missed his flight to Cancun and would have already paid for it.
Ugh. What's he doing in Cancun, or did he say?
He's meeting like a bunch of his guy friends down there.
Oh, okay. That's not one of those places you go to be weird. It's just a regular vacation spot, right?
I don't know because he just mentioned, he just says the place I'm going, it's an island that's a mile off the coast of Cancun, and he said the name of it, and he says it means beautiful woman. And I'm like, beautiful woman? Okay. So I'm like, well, that
O'Hare?
what?
Beautiful woman is either Hermosa Mujer or Mujer Hermosa in Spanish.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if that I don't know. Could be something they have a different translation for it. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to say things.
It could be just a tourist name for all I know. I mean, I've never been. I mean, except for Tijuana, I've never been to Mexico.
It might be like one of those singles resorts or something like that. Like he's going down there with a bunch of his boys and they're gonna like try and hook up with a bunch of chicks.
Yep.
So
Probably.
But anyway, just not a bizarre story, just an odd story.
So does that amount of time equal out to what you would normally make, or did you get screwed tonight, or it doesn't sound like you made more money?
No, I did not make more money because I had to deadhead it back. If I could have driven with a passenger for 3 hours, I would have made much more money than driving for an hour and a half and then driving for an hour and a half by myself.
Okay. Much more meaning twice the amount?
Yeah, I would have made twice as much if I had a passenger the whole time.
So you could have said, nah, no thanks, guy. Somebody else can drive you down there, and you wouldn't have got
Right.
dinged.
Correct.
I always hear about some Uber drivers complaining that, because there are some rowdy drunks out there. Shit, I'm just happy to get home. I'm just like, man, thanks for saving my ass. People,
That's
want to
what
drive me home.
Edge said. But then Edge is the rowdy drunk they're talking about.
Hey, get there! Fucking pull over. We need a sixer. You're gonna pay for half too.
One thing that's kind of ironic about that you said that, rowdy drunks is there's basically unappreciative assholes. There's plenty of them, both sober and drunk. You would think, well, just somebody drunk would be like that.
Well, I mean, my wife, I agree with you. I mean, when I took one home on like a Halloween party a couple months back, and I was happy. The guy took me home. It was like $26 for taking me, or $23 for taking me home, almost like 25 miles. If I would have taken a cab, that would have been easy, like $50-$60 minimum to drive me home. And and the guy was cool, man. He picked me up. He's like, "Hey, man," and I had my ice chest, and I go, "So you're driving me home, just you could drive. You might not crack one open." He said, "Yeah, go ahead. No, at least you asked." Yeah, cool. And I'm get us pulled over, brother. I don't blame this on you. But when my wife took a cab from my house to the San Antonio National Airport, is about $75. I sent her when she went on Thanksgiving. It was $22.
Yeah, and that's the same thing around here. Is you're paying half or less than half than what you pay a taxi.
And generally a nicer ride too.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, my wife was kind of weird. She's like, "Well, I don't know if these guys are like weirdos," and because the guy wouldn't stop talking. I go, "He's probably bored or almost blabbermouth has to talk all the way." I mean, he's being friendly. I don't know, but they do get a background check, but that's not to say anybody at any given time. Any taxi driver isn't a fucking weirdo or a creeper.
I wouldn't expect it to be any more or any less likely to be an oddball than a taxi driver. I mean, people are people. There's nice people, there's assholes, there's weirdos, there's normal people.
If anything, my experience most of taxi drivers are like, come on, let's go, come on. I got shit to do. Yeah.
Yeah, like if I was gonna do like the Uber or the Lyft thing, I'd be like the transporter. Pull up, be like, supposed to be 180. Yeah, 180 kilos. You got 65 kilos more than you're supposed to have.
Well, there's that aspect of it.
The only thing about Uber, I'll tell you, the only downfall of it is like on Christmas Eve, I wanted to go home and I want to leave the car at my wife at my parents' house because I just wasn't having a lot of fun there. I was like, I'm going to go home, be in my garage, I'd rather be there. And there was no available drivers on Christmas Eve. Mind you, you'd expect that there's always going to be that kind of bottleneck of availability of people driving that night. Or I think I probably could have got a cab over at Uber. They had nobody in that area.
Yeah, because the company cannot force anyone to drive. That's always, when you get a personal holidays, that's much more likely to happen. And you're also much more likely to hit a major surge. I mean, it can go up to 10 times the normal price if they're just literally.
If all them Uber people are too lazy, you just dial 911 and then they'll send somebody right over for you.
Oh yeah, I did all.
In a lot of areas, the medical transports will charge you to go to the hospital.
Oh yeah, they do.
Be like, call 911, ask them if that's the case. Yeah, dial 911, ask them if that's the case, and if they're like, "Yeah, we're going to charge you," then be like, "Oh, good. Well, then just go ahead and charge me, except take me over to my house because I'm at the bar right now."
Exactly. Well, no shit. The ambulances charge you just like fucking like $500 to take you to the hospital. I forget what the cost is depending on where you're at. I didn't know that. That's interesting that you mentioned that, Daniel. I'm glad you mentioned that. That the prices surge depending on availability or the amount of people applying, asking for the service area. I didn't know that. I just thought it was a standard fee no matter what, standard service area.
And depending on the market, as long as it's not like closing time or something like that, if there is a small surge, if you're willing to wait 20 to 30 minutes in some markets, the price will actually go down because it is an automated thing by Uber.
So you just type in the notes, I'm going to be passed out on the sidewalk here in the blanket and I'm wearing a red cap, so please come get me.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, but if you're not in a rush to get home and you can wait another half hour, just look at what the rate is when you first look at it and then look at it a half hour later.
Does Uber allow pets in the vehicle?
No.
Okay.
And the reason being is because they want to leave the cars as neutral as possible. So, and a lot of people are allergic. And so if your dog gets in my car, then the next passenger is allergic to dogs, I got a problem.
I got a problem with that because people that are allergic to dogs shouldn't be able to be in mixed society. They should have to go somewhere on the outskirts and fend for themselves.
And the other part of that is then if it's shedding season, then the passenger would be charged a fee to clean up after the dog. And that gets kind of
it's an opportunity for all the other dog owners to take a little new dog smell home to their dogs. That's something that should be sought after. They're lucky you're not charging them extra for that service.
Exactly.
Now the other thing is that we're not allowed, although a lot of drivers look the other way, to take minors by themselves.
What? I would never do that. Never, ever do that.
Yeah, that's well, you want to make some money, but I kind of agree with you. It's because, I mean, these kids can lie and say, you know, and then all of a sudden you're caught in the middle of some shit if they're lying about their work.
Or like their parents are like, "Why did you take my kid to the other side of town to do some whatever the hell kid's gonna do on the other side of town?" Like,
it's a gay strip bar. Your kid's gay. Oh, okay.
But there's a lot of parents that are literally ferrying their kids around via Uber remote control, because also it'll show up as Karen, and Karen is actually the mother who's actually called Uber to go pick up her son over at his friend's house and either bring him home or bring him somewhere else, and she's just doing it via remote control. Well, the kids may be 15, 14, 16 years old.
Yeah, there should be something like through an effort where people are ultra vetted for something like that. Like if there's a need for that, that seems like like take Uber to another level or something, so that you know that just like a teacher or somebody else that's in charge of kids, they've been.
That's where cab drivers come in with their medallion, their privileges with the medallions that they got, but they can do that shit.
Bullshit.
That medallion is really going to keep them from making advances to a kid. If somebody's pedophile, that's not going to stop anything.
I'm not talking about that because that's fucking very limited. I'm talking more like just the responsibility for a child who's not responsible for themselves. So things like first aid and just being able to, be responsible for somebody else's kid. Usually you got to have some sort of ability to do so, right?
Not necessarily. I was I mean, this is just an analogous, possibly it's analogous, is I was for 1 year I did, I filled in for teachers when they get sick or whatever, substitute teacher. And I had to, my credentials was my bachelor's degree as well as a background check in the state that I live in. And then I got a certificate for a year that allowed me to go within my school district. Okay, but I didn't have any medical training. I didn't have any emergency training. I had nothing.
Oh, there's no qualification. It's just a background check.
It's just a background check and a verification of my education.
Oh, I just assumed like bus drivers and teachers and people like that would get that, because every time I take a basic CPR class at Red Cross, it seems to be people in positions like that that are kind of taking the obligatory.
Well, bus drivers, yes, they do have to have a CPR training. Cab drivers, typically non-teachers don't, because that becomes a liability sometimes for them. Because, if you approach a situation, you're kind of responsible for it.
Yep. So do you really want your Uber driver touching?
No. Go ahead, though.
Oh, I was going to say, if let's say that youth is injured for something, and then you applying first aid, and then all of a sudden it turns into applying first aid and caused the injury that was really caused by his or her girlfriend or boyfriend.
Well, that you can't, that's crazy drama. But if you're talking Good Samaritan, what Edge is alluding to, that's not the case anywhere in the country. That's federal law. And unless you're certified, like an actual board certified paramedic, EMT, nurse, something at that level, then yes, you might have a duty to render aid to your level of competence. And there's a little bit of difference there, but with the Good Samaritan acts from the 70s or 80s or something, If you are rendering aid in good faith and something you do is detrimental to the patient, you're not going to be held liable for that. And I just want to throw that out there because people shouldn't be concerned to not render aid thinking that they're going to be liable. Unless you're at a doctor's level and you do something incompetent, that's not an issue. So a regular person trying to help maybe it's not smart. If you don't know what you're doing, don't assume you know something. But if you are fairly confident you can stop somebody from choking, then attempt to stop them from choking because they are going to die, and you're questioning whatever could be the moments it takes to stop them from dying. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that unless you're certified, you're not liable.
I agree with you completely on that. It's just this world is so litigious now that if something happens, it has nothing to do with the situation. Of course, they're blaming you because you're the last one that touched it. And again,
I hear you. And the weird touchy-feely shit is a whole nother thing. But as far as actually rendering aid to somebody who's dire in need, you're good to go. No attorney is going to go after a good Samaritan. Nobody wins on that, and there's no bad guy there.
The place where I work, bus drivers have saved like 3 children in the 10 year I've been there, saving children from choking with the training they have, and they save kids' lives, and it's well done. I actually want to take advantage of that training. I've never taken CPR training like that, and it's available to me. I've just never done it, but it's free.
It seemed like 20 minutes after I got registered as a EMT, I was working for a living and I didn't like it, so I was thinking I'd be an EMT. So I went and I needed to finish my degree, so that was enough hours to finish my degree. So I did it. And then once I finished it, you have to do ride-alongs as part of it. You have to experience the job to some extent at hospitals and on ambulances. So after I experienced it a little bit and talked to people, the pay cut I would have been making wasn't as appealing. I'm giving you because you're cutting in. The pay cut wasn't all that appealing or whatever. But I muted Edge because he was distracting me, and it totally distracted me.
Right, the pay cut wasn't worth it as compared to the lack of enjoyment of the job, and that's why I wondered a lot of times, like with stuff like that, they should do that like the first week when you begin the program, not at the end of the program.
Oh no, I've done that. I've saved my butt twice. When I went to be a cop, they make you do ride-alongs, and you have to experience, especially with the kids. I was a high school kid. I'm super glad they did this. They made the only thing they taught us was the least desirable. Can you possibly mute your shit, man? The fuck? It's totally annoying. You're like
me?
a fucking robot farting at us. Yeah. So
background noise.
Oh, it's some sort of weird feedback. Okay, thanks. So yeah. See, you fucking distracted me again. Damn it, trying to do 3-6 things here. The fuck? We were talking about
the EMT and experiencing at the end of the program versus the beginning, and then
I was saying in cop school they made us learn all the boring shit, and that totally got my head out of the crazy ass clouds thinking that being a cop was going to be fun. And then same thing with EMT. I was like totally discouraged after going through the training that like it would have been a horrible job to do, I think. And I'm just not that interested in helping people to where I want to basically ruin my life doing it, because it was, I don't know, paramedics ruin their life. You know what I mean? It's like when it's second to cops as far as divorce rate. I mean, there's really no appeal to it except for the fact that you're getting massive karma points for being a good guy. But then you become like glossed over to it. And I didn't go pursue it or whatever. But anyway, I did take the classes, right? And I got all registered and everything because I planned on it. And that just means you can pass classes, but then you have to get nationally registered, pass another test at the national level so that you can get hired in any state or whatever. So anyway, as soon as I got all that, I figured, okay, well, now I'm not going to pursue it. I got my degree, so I'm done in it. I figured out, I dodged a bullet. I didn't just jump into that career path without looking first. So then I'm minding my business at my job, which was at a restaurant, and I just happened to be there too. I don't think I ran that one anymore. So it was one that I used to run, but now I was working in maintenance, and I was in a truck driving around between restaurants, and I just happened to be there. And I guess, I don't know, maybe because they knew me or something, they just knew that I just got done taking that class. Anyway, what was he? He was the marketing director for their chain. He basically died in the lobby. They're all like, hey, this guy's dead. And then they're all like, start yelling at me, come out there, come out there. So I got to, well, I didn't get to, but I was able to keep him alive for a minute to get the till the fire department came and did all the real work. But kind of interesting. I never had to do anything like that before, except a couple of times before, but that was the first time like that it was dire for somebody, really. Well, second time, but the first time that you don't have that many experiences in life if you're not in that field or whatever. And how coincidence that I was super fresh. I just graduated and shit. So I was all professional, and at least it felt like I was all professional. It was like, whip, 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 do this.
Yep.
And I didn't have to do mouth to mouth on them, which was awesome because I wasn't carrying a face shield back then. You imagine how creepy it is having to do mouth to mouth on some dude you work with. Yeah. But he wasn't at that point. He was still breathing. So.
Well, the other thing is you're thinking about it with a rational mind, right?
Oh, yeah,
now.
at the time I was ready. I mean, I was, doing the thing. It's just that you don't, there's not a need for it at certain times when you're breathing. So
Yeah.
of course you're not going to do it. But yeah, it got pretty damn close to it. He was basically not breathing, but by adjusting him to open up his airway, he started to breathe. So I was like, phew,
Right.
I have to do that. And I was also, what the hell, we were probably 3 blocks from the fire department, so the response time was none. By the time I got him breathing, they were already taken over.
Now, I got a question for you. When I had taken I had taken 2 classes, a first aid as well as a CPR and a choking thing. On the CPR, it was, and how I remembered it, they didn't teach it, but this little trick I used was remember 32. And that was 2 breaths, 30 compressions. 2 breaths, 30 compressions. So I just got to remember 32. To remember.
You mean to do compressions to breaths?
Yes.
In the time I've been doing CPR, I think the first time I got trained to do CPR was when I was a Cub Scout. So how old are you when you're a Cub Scout? Probably 10s or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Fuck, little kid. And they teach you how to do it when you're a little kid at the fire department. So back then it was, I think, let's say 15 to 5 or something. And then it changed and it changed and it changed. And now you don't even do airway. You don't.
Yeah, they don't do mouth to mouth anymore.
You just use basically BG staying alive, that rhythm on their chest. And that's all you do. Because I think most of the time people aren't choking out. That's the thing. Most of the time people are just stroking out or whatever.
Yeah, because it was only.
I haven't taken it in a while, so I'm probably due. There was a reminder or whatever, like a saying, a way to remember that I heard back in the day, which was if you can remember the first name of your last first aid instructor, you're good to go. But as soon as you can't remember the first name of your last first aid instructor, then it's time to take another class. So I know.
I don't think I knew her name by the time I walked out of the class.
I know, and that's when it's just it's a way to use as a gauge to just Anyway, so I'm thinking because so much, I'm probably going to take a Red Cross one again here before too long.
I mean, I got my reminder like 2 months ago.
I don't do them as often as they want you to do them because I don't really give a shit if I'm certified. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something that's developed, something new, like defibrillators. I mean, shit, defibrillators are. Not,
oh yeah, and those AED devices, those are fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The automated defibrillators that
Yep.
that used to be paramedic level shit, and now anybody who can walk past a fire extinguisher can use an AED.
Yep. But I mean, I took it primarily for the first aid part. But,
The Red Cross thing.
yeah. Well, they were 2 separate classes. It's just they were taught back to back.
Yeah, their first aid Red Cross first aid is literally almost detrimental. It's so pathetic and lame. I really don't like it. But I've taken it because even though it's mind-numbingly old, it's interesting to see what they're calling the basic level or whatever.
Yeah, and that was the kind of class where I was in there with 911 operators, and I think there was 1 or 2 people from some social service organization that was in there with me.
You know who blew my mind with firearms training? Or I mean with
in a child care place.
Yeah, usually it's babysitters and like teachers and shit. Every time I've taken a Red Cross one, it's always people that like have to because of kids do it, or maybe like a lifeguard type of job or whatever they call it, like a after school place, whatever, like a counselor, I guess, at a club camp or something. You know whose first aid shit blew me away though?
What's that?
Tactical response. Their immediate action medical is the same way that their firearms training takes it to another level, takes it to like from the theoretical to the practical applied, and from the let's make ourselves feel good that we're doing something by putting a band-aid and a tourniquet in our little pouch and then considering ourselves first aid trained because we stuck our little pouch on our side, which is pretty much what anyone else has ever even touched it as far as firearms training. They do a specific medical. Now, I haven't taken any other medical ones to compare it to, but I was blown away with how awesome it is, mainly because they make you reach up into your battle buddy's nutsack and pat around like in real life you would want to do, you know, so that you're not bleeding out behind your nuts. Or, you know, if you're going to apply a tourniquet, it's going to be up there straddling your nuts or something, not
Right.
by your knee, and then you go, oh, I'm embarrassed to touch this guy's nuts or something. So I'm never going to learn how to apply a tourniquet for real or how to apply it tight enough. Like in this class, it's like legit. You're like this. Your legs are turning blue because you're applying tourniquets all fucking day for real. And I think there's really something to that. I'm for sure there's people out there that are going to say, oh, that's taking it to too high a level without the requisite, you know, respect for the level of shit you're doing. But man, when you're talking life or death, putting a fucking tourniquet on, there ain't nothing like real experience. And owning a tourniquet is just as bad as owning a guitar. It don't make you anywhere near a fucking musician, you know. Just having a tourniquet is basically the same as not having a tourniquet if you've never even put one on.
Well, also, you know, being, you know, as you had mentioned, being able to not just know in your head, but locate, find, and feel the arteries, like on the inside of the thighs.
I hear you, but that's the kind of shit that you hear in a first aid class, and you go, oh yeah, I'm gonna feel for the fucking arteries. You know how you know the artery is fucking done in real life? There's a fucking massive flow of blood coming out of your freaking friend. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a little different when you don't need to fucking diagnose when their leg is gone or some shit, and you need to apply a tourniquet legit onto a leg or onto an arm, even onto a neck. And, you know, it's different. Putting it on somebody's arm when they're laying there is different than putting it on somebody's arm when they have the ability to sit up. And that's different than if they're completely passed out and dead. And that's different than if you're putting it on yourself. And then you get into your legs and it's a whole nother pile of pain in the ass, because some people you have to take the fucking tourniquet apart to get it on their legs. They might have that stupid gear on that gets in the way. It's another reason drop legs are ridiculous. Let's put a drop leg on that gets shot in the fucking groin and make it impossible for somebody to get a tourniquet on you in time. We're good thinking. So I don't know, when you're down there, if you can do some kind of back-to-back with their medical, it's 1 day, 2 days, and you're going to get a lot of hand grabbing on your nuts, and you're going to have to be grabbing up into people's butts and stuff, but it's the kind of training, you don't even get that in fucking paramedic class. I mean, I've literally gone to paramedic school, and they'll say things like, and then you would apply this tourniquet up in their nuts, but they know that as a paramedic, you're going to be up in people's nuts, so they don't need to get you to that level in training. You're going to learn that, but you know, you're going to experience it. But when you're just touching it, no, I shouldn't say that. That's a choice of words. When you're just barely getting into the touching the training, you're not really absorbed in it. You're not going to be you know, practicing it. Then I think it is valuable to get some experience. Like I say, if you're too embarrassed to reach into your friend's butt crack when they just got shot with a 223, you don't know where the fuck that shit's coming out. And if they bleed out of their ass because you were just embarrassed to touch there, I mean, I guess you want to live with that. I wouldn't want to have to live with that shit.
Well,
I mean, I never reached out my friend's butt crack, but I'm willing to do it. If
that's, you know, kind of like the mouth-to-mouth thing. The moment it gets serious is the moment there's no such thing as getting embarrassed.
Yeah, exactly. That's when your brothers are your brothers and not your acquaintances. Yeah. You don't even, well, we certainly didn't get that shit in the military. You probably get that shit in the military when you're actually at levels where that shit matters, and you got that bond or whatever. And I'm sure that's where some of that training comes from. Because the military guys don't fuck around. I mean, SF guys are doctors for the most part, emergency room doctors. So those guys are doing IVs and shit to each other all the time. You don't have to be in Great Berets. You can, you know, the airborne guys are always giving themselves IVs and shit.
Right.
And that would definitely be a useful skill.
Do you see this? Marine one where there's like maybe a parajock or somebody Marine equivalent putting this thing. I'd never even seen one before. It's like, it looks kind of like a plunger full of daggers, like needles, syringes, and then one big one. And it's a way to rehydrate someone when they've collapsed, like they've lost all their vascular pressure, so they have no veins to put an IV into. So you push this thing into their flat part of their sternum, and it basically has a series of hypodermic needle-looking things that do the math like mechanically to drop the main needle right into their bone marrow of their sternum, and then that feeds their blood vascular system, straight out of their marrow right next to their heart. So it's this like, kind of looks like the handle off of a safe, those little things that turn on the safe. It kind of looks like one of those, except the medical device. You stand over there to basically teabag them, and you jam this thing into their chest, and then you quickly put your IV into it, and it distributes fluids faster than anything. And so there's a fucking Marine just sitting there, like awake. The guy fucking is doing the training for the groups that's watching him, and they fucking inject that guy while he's awake. Holy shit, Marines are crazy.
So, Heavy, speaking of the Marines, what, when you were going through, by the time you had completed what I'll call year one, what medical type of training is typical for everyone to get?
Well, when I was going through 20 years ago, it was just basic battlefield medicine. Like, somebody's down, you check for the wound, add pressure. They taught us how to treat a sucking chest wound, what to do if you got a sucking chest wound and you're still conscious. Document time and date on their forehead and marker, so when the corpsman gets to them, they know how long they've been in this state and what the problem is. Applying tourniquets, pressure bandages.
I told you last week.
Things like that.
Yeah, we didn't get anything near that amount of shit. We got our little first aid kit. They tell you how the Band-Aids work, and then tell you how to yell for somebody to come help you. Maybe.
Oh, they taught us that too. But I mean, yeah, it's like, I don't know if that's standard thing now. They might do more.
I think they must teach more now, because people are getting shot way more than back in the 80s. Nobody was ever getting shot.
The 80s and 90s were pretty much your shot free, so.
There was more accidents than anything else, I'm sure.
Friendly fire.
They say that the most dangerous the leading cause of death in the military is automobile accidents. Just over here, people speeding around and wrecking each other, just having traffic.
I believe that.
In every province.
I would think it'd be boredom.
Well, it's probably, you can imagine some of those big ass bases with big ass driving like recklessly or whatever, not paying attention, and
I'm just thinking of the hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait.
Are you ever, I do this because I've been walking lately, so your mind wanders or whatever, and I'll remember fucking shit like that. Like, I can just remember a couple of times, like out of nowhere, I'll remember having to like walk over to I remember my toe one time. I had some problem with my toe. I had to go fucking walk all the way over some place, have some doctor go, yep, there's a problem with your toe. And then I had to walk all the fucking way back. And it must have taken like a half a day to like walk over there and sit there for a day waiting in the fucking lobby of some room, and then fucking have another guy move into another room and wait, and then just flash back to some other fucking time I was sitting somewhere fucking, I remember one of the fuck times I was talking to some dude from the band. You ever talk to anybody from the band?
The band? You had a band on your base? Well, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I was in a quartermaster thing. It wasn't, no, it was when I was in training. But, yeah, I mean, I guess they trained there or whatever. I forget what the fuck I was doing. I was probably doing something with paperwork. Sometimes all the paperwork's done for you. Other times you got to go hand deliver your piece of paper or whatever. I'm sure it was something like that. And I'll just like flash back to sitting there, and I'm like, damn, it took me like 2 hours to fucking walk over there. So that, you get there, you don't have any appointments or anything. So you're just sitting there for another 3 fucking hours. So there's no, you're not on the clock really. I mean, so it's just, yeah, you're not kidding about hurry up and wait. There was a shit ton of that.
Oh, that's standard military procedure.
It's got to be different now, because this is all pre-computers. I mean, there's computers, but nothing was computerized yet. Like, it's got to be different now. You're not having to walk around pieces of paper and shit anymore. I doubt. Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe that's part of it. makes you dull-eyed by having to wait all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurry up and wait. I don't know about it anymore. I'm sure they might have streamlined things. It would make sense, but then talking about garrison military doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like the horse and buggy, some things have to evolve just because what the fuck? They're not, they can't be doing shit in pieces of carbon paper and shit anymore. So,
yeah. I mean, you may be listed in the computer for an 8:30 appointment, but that doesn't mean the doctor's on time.
You could be there for your appointment that they told you you had, called and confirmed, had your NCOIC call and confirm, show up and say, oh, your appointment's not till tomorrow. I know because that's happened to me.
I never had appointments or anything. Every time I had to do some stupid paperwork shit, it was just like, you're doing this today, go do it. And then I was check back in or anything. It was just like they assumed you were gone for the day.
I was there for physical therapy for my ankle. I went to, I was in Canyaway Bay, that's where I was stationed. I had to go to TAMAC, Tripler Army Medical Hospital. And so I had to catch a shuttle all the way across the island, go down, check in, and then they, oh, by the way, yeah, your appointment's not till tomorrow.
Nice.
So I had to call my NCOIC.
Building or whatever. I never had to go to another facility or anything.
Pretty much wait for 4 hours for another shuttle to come through. Go back to base. By then, call in, check in with my NCOIC. He just told me to fucking hit the rack, and then the next day went back, did it all over again. I will say when I had ankle surgery, it was very efficient. Got there, was in, surgery, recovery, back to base. It's just like, it was very, very locked down. Everything was perfectly organized. So
how long of a recovery was that?
I had 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
2 weeks till I could like not use of light duty to where, I mean, extremely light duty to where I wasn't allowed to do shit but answer phones and keep my foot up.
Right.
And then after that, it slowly progressed to where I got back.
At what point were you able to fall back in with PT?
Shit. Well, it took them 10 months to get me the surgery. Then I got the surgery, and it was like within 2 months, I was. They threw me into remedial, which is kind of like where you go if you get hurt and all that stuff.
Yep.
Threw me into remedial after physical therapy, and I started running again, building that up, spending a lot of time in the gym and all that stuff. So like a couple of months. But then a couple of months of the surgery, I was back out running. Freaking! I don't even think it was that long. I think maybe it was just a month. But I ran my first COS PT, which was like a 7.5 mile run in formation. So like it was cool. I ran myself into the ground quite literally.
Is there a story behind that or what?
Oh no, I was just motivated to be back, and everybody was all motivated to see me back running. That I ran up, I grabbed the guidon, and I started running around our fucking unit with the guidon while we were running the 7.5 mile run.
Oh,
and then like they right
that
there
sounds
got
like a real smart move.
Yeah, well, I did it for a while, then I handed over the thing, fell back in line. I was just dragging ass. I got like almost to the end, and I literally just like, we took a turn and I went straight right and fell face first into the grass. They go, get in the truck. And I'm like, it's right there. I'll finish. And they're like, get in the truck. And
I never enjoyed running, and I could never understand why anybody would want to carry the guidon, simply because you've got, all it is more running that you have to do faster.
Yeah, and you got to hold that thing up while you're running faster.
Yeah, well, actually, the guidon, if they're motivated, they'll run around the platoon. But it was because it was my first time back. Like I had been on, like I've had a laminated sick shit for so long because my ankle was messed up, and I was finally able to get back into it. And then for me to be able to jump into that and run, do like I did, I actually ran much further than a lot of other people, but I still didn't finish the run because I ran myself into the ground. And nobody gave me shit over it because it was my first run back from surgery and I did do all that other crazy shit. So they're like, yeah, you almost did it. I'm like, dude, I was like a block, another block. It was like a city block, 400 yards, and I would have finished it.
So, well, you were able to walk back, or did you have to? Did you guys have like meat wagons?
Yeah, I was thrown into the meat wagon, and then they took me to the meat wagon, and they threw me into the back. I tried to say, look, I can finish it, and they're like, no. They IV'd me right there. I was like, by the time I actually got to BAQ, which is like our base aid, by the time I actually got to BAQ, I'd already been rehydrated, and they said, hey, go back to work, just take it easy. I was like, cool. Thank you, sir. Back to the hangar.
DB couldn't handle all the training talk, so he jumped out.
Well, yeah, I didn't even know he showed up.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
Flash in the pan.
Yeah, he didn't even open his mouth and say hi or nothing. That's rude.
So, Moon, earlier today, was it you that said you were going to take a class from some guy that was traveling to Pennsylvania this year?
No, I said he has traveled to Pennsylvania, so I was going to find out if he does that yearly or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I signed up this afternoon. You're in the Army now.
Did you sign up for a specific date then?
Yes.
What date?
It's like the 8th and 9th of May, I think.
All right.
Tried to find a time that it wasn't going to be too chilly nor too hot.
So, most important question: what windbreaker are you going to bring?
What was the question again?
What windbreaker are you going to bring?
The one in my closet?
You gonna wear a gun channels windbreaker by any chance?
I don't have one, nor have I ever seen one.
I don't think they exist yet. Yeah.
We need to call Flippy and tell Flippy to send him one. I've been gone. Is Flippy still here, or is he persona non grata?
I believe the consensus is that he's hit puberty and he's embarrassed because his voice is changing. So once he's come out of his pubescence, larval.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
he's
sure.
morphing. He's going from the caterpillar to the butterfly.
He's dropping his business, and
I'm wondering if maybe he's just hit a little bit of a burnout stage.
Yeah, he's probably got all sorts of Christmas crap he's playing with. Oh, sorry, thought I was muted. So I got $100 Amazon gift card. And I'm wondering, what should I get? Should I go practical or should I get shit I want?
Oh, with your gift card?
depends on much.
Yeah.
Well,
it's only $100.
If you need something practical, you'll find the money. But the impractical stuff, you'll never get it unless you get it with the gift certificate. Think of it that way. Because like socks, underwear, t-shirts, I mean, stuff like that. It's like if you need it, you're going to find the money, you're going to go get it. You know, a blown tire, you're going to find the money and you're going to go get it.
That's true. I haven't even thought about it yet. Well, I thought about the card. Whatever. I don't even know what I want to get.
Yeah. Also depends. Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, what is it either at around that price or maybe use that as a discount for something more expensive?
I don't know. I was looking into getting more like camping, like bushcraft stuff, or like I do need a good pair of boots, but I don't like to buy shoes online because sometimes what they say is their size isn't really their size.
Yeah.
So, but I could just go around to places and check stuff out and see if I can find them on Amazon in the size I want and order them or something.
Now, do you have a number of what I call big box outdoor stores that's within driving distance to your place?
Oh yeah, I got a freaking Bass Pro Shop. We got Big Five, which isn't really a big box store. It's a chain, but it's not a. They don't generally have a wide selection. Their boots suck.
Is your gift card to a specific store, or is it a
No,
a Visa card?
it's an Amazon card. So
Okay.
like I could go out and go looking, see what I want, and then like see if I can find it on Amazon and buy it. So I don't have to do it right away.
I don't know if Amazon does shoes.
Whenever you does shoes, of course they do shoes. Whenever you need, or whenever you do it, make sure you use the link over on Gun Channels. We get a cut.
Cool.
That's working. It's bringing in about $23 a month or something like that. $20-ish a month. So better than kicking me high.
Yeah, definitely. It's better than nothing. Definitely, yeah. So. Oh, one of my white elephant gifts that I got was a selfie stick. I didn't get it on purpose. I was jacked. And then I picked up another gift and unwrapped it, and that's what it was. And I was like, I would have preferred the other bag because it was tools. And a $10 gift card to Harbor Freight. So I was like, score! I'm going to get jacked because there's a rule of three. Once you pick a present, you're the first person. Then somebody else can jack you for it, and then you have to pick another present or jack somebody else for what they have.
You know, that's
jacks the second person, then that gift is locked. You can't get it. Nobody else can jack it for me anymore.
That's a surprisingly common thing that I didn't realize anybody had ever done that except for my ex-wife's family.
Oh no, it's fun. You can totally. Oh, you really like that? So do I. Give me that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can steal somebody else's stuff.
And generally, it's like we had a $10 limit or whatever,
Yeah.
but nobody really paid attention to it. I mean, it was like, well, I mean, they were like 10, 15, $20, whatever. My friend Andy, he got cash. He got 20 cash, and but that was like he was the last person to pick, so nobody could jack him, right? And so he's like, I got this $20. Yeah.
Was it like disguised, wrapped in something else?
Yeah, it was like in a card, tucked into like a paper towel roll, packed and then wrapped. So it looked like somebody got a giant Tootsie Roll thing or whatever, and you open it up and you're like, oh, it's a paper towel roll. You look into it and all that. So yeah, that was cool. I got that and I got jacked twice, man. The second one, I got a stupid little, well, it's not stupid. It's functional. Little money jar that you put it in, it counts the money as you put it in. So you can have a jar of money and you know exactly how much is in there. I was like, doesn't anybody want this? Somebody else got one, a better one, and it had actual money in it. I was not happy. That doesn't matter. It was all for fun.
That's what you keep telling yourself.
No, it really is. I love doing white elephant stuff. I mean, shit, I bought some like freaking chocolates in like fairly decent, quality chocolates that girls like. And then I put it out there. When somebody got it, I just sat back and watched the girls fight over it. It was cool.
Yeah, I want it. No, I want it.
Well, one person got it, another person jacked it, somebody else jacked it from them. It was locked down. It was fun. That, and somebody got some Pyrex, like Tupperware stuff, and the girls fought over that shit too.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to suggest putting some sort of like mineral oil or on the chocolates. That way they're slippery. So now they fall on the ground. They have to bend over to pick them up. And then when they get exhausted having to pick up all the chocolates, they're going to wipe all that oil on themselves. So I think that might be a bonus.
I think you're onto something there.
Got to create those opportunities.
Yeah, why wait on nature to take its course when you could help it along? Unfortunately, it is winter, and they were wearing a lot of clothes. So we'd actually have to find a way for them to get their clothes off and then rub the oil all over themselves. What, did I go too far?
Got any pictures?
No, this is all speculation. No, shit. I think the only girl that was there that was single was my friend Danielle, and
Turn up
doing that shit.
Just turn up the thermostat.
Yeah, night moon. Turn up. Yeah, get it nice and warm in there.
Start talking too closely. Start talking about boobs, and then it's out of here.
Well, I didn't mean to offend his sensibilities.
He has a set that he has easy access to.
I think he respects women so much, he doesn't even like to be in the same room with that kind of vulgarity.
I can't handle these misogynistic pigs.
Women aren't objects. I'm leaving.
So today, like when we were moving the fifth wheel, my sister's a travel nurse. She goes from place to place, hospital to hospital. She was working out here in San Bernardino area at St. Bernardine's, and then she moved out to Palm Springs to go work at a hospital out there that she likes. So we moved the fifth wheel, and the last fifth wheel they had, because they had to get a new one, it was destroyed in a hailstorm back in Missouri. It was a pain in the ass to set up. Like, we got this one set in, dropped the legs, put the little plastic supports on it so it doesn't sink into the mud kind of thing. Like, looked at it, hit auto level, fucking took care of everything. Just a few minutes of buzzing and whirring and extending and dropping legs and stuff like that, and it's good to go. Like, wow. They all need to be like that.
My ex for a while did travel nursing, and she always got the housing as part of the deal.
Oh yeah, but my sister is making way more money by driving around and having a fifth wheel. Because you'd be amazed on how many RV parks are around hospitals. Like, we have Loma Linda out here and a major VA hospital out here. And Loma Linda is like, Loma Linda University Medical Center is like a major place where people come from all over the world to get treated. So you get a lot of people, between going there and to freaking the VA hospital in Loma Linda. So like they're all in our, like, it seems like they're all in RVs. So she and her husband, they drive cross country and they go place to place and they just set up
and
wherever they're at.
Okay, I didn't know that she was traveling with him. Okay.
He's retired. He's a kept man now, according to him. He's like, I make pittance in, my retirement. She's making big bucks. I'm a kept man. So pretty much he just travels with her. And then when she's off, because she only works 3 days a week, and granted, it's not always 3 days in a row, but so she'll get like times where she has like 4 and 5 days off in a row and they just go off and do shit, so it's like an adventure for them. So, they go around place to place. And there's some really nice RV parks.
Yeah, and they got shorter contracts, longer contracts, 30 days, 90 days, 6 months.
She generally does like 13 weeks, except for out here. Go ahead.
Speaking of 13-month contracts, Dano, we need to talk about your Daily Gun Show contract one of these days.
Yeah. I quit.
Oh, you can't quit. You're fired.
You can't fire him. He quit.
No problem.
Besides, GWebs, you want him to quit because that way you don't have to pay unemployment.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to hit the rack, fellas. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Later, Dano.
Yep.
And then there was 5.
Does Pinks even count? I think he's at work.
Are you in there, Dead Horse? Or are you just listening?
He might just be listening.
Well, Lost Moon, Lost Dano. I don't know who else is out there. Well, I'm about to film something, so I'll be back and forth from filming. I also have like been in, I don't know, I've got people that do stuff, so I'm like, do this. I've fucking done like 1,000 times. Upgrade basically, like do this. And instead of being like, yes sir, done, like they normally do, they're like, sure, please provide this and that, and the other thing, this other thing. So I'm like, damn it, because that means I have to go back like 14 months to whenever I created some fucking account someplace and figure out where all the notes are and then find all the damn information that they're looking for. It's annoying when I have to do that. At least not after
Sounds like a lot of headache.
custom. Yeah, after I'm accustomed to just ordering them around and they just jump at it and do it. Somebody new probably.
Well, good help is hard to find.
I'll rack it up to security protocols. Maybe they figure after a certain amount of months you have to re-verify who you are so that they don't just keep doing shit forever.
Oh, that does make sense. Speaking of security protocols, so you're going shot, right?
Tango. Yeah.
So who all's going with you?
What are you talking about?
Well, okay, I know. Well, you're going, and you generally meet up with people there.
Yeah.
Like Pinks was saying, he's going. You guys going to meet up?
So Pink and Marco will be there, and I don't know how it's going to work. I think Marco is going to Phoenix first, and then driving up, and then Pink's meeting up with them and there, or else I don't know if they're driving up together or not. And then Yankee goes. SMC will be there. I don't know if there's anybody else I actually meet up with that, well, I'll probably hook up with Mac because I want to figure out what the fuck's going on with whatever his little campaign is there. And then, that's about it. Masada doesn't usually go to SHOT. And, I I'll say hi to people or whatever, but nothing that's like, you know, I'll have more to say than just hey or whatever. Because you know, friends or whatever, people I'll hang out with, it'll be like Bank and Marco and Yankee. And then a couple of people from down here go up. And I usually meet up with them, just to meet up with them, see if they need any help or stuff. They sometimes fly, so I'll sometimes drive shit back for people, that kind of thing. So I'll meet up with people for that. I guess I'll meet up with some of the California people this time around.
Well, is Hosh going?
No, but other people I just know from like Instagram, I guess.
Oh, right on. Isn't Hash Tactical out here?
She'll be going, I think.
All right, cool.
Actually, I'm pretty sure she is, because I think I seen today some kind of girlish group, or you know how they all have names like Girls with Guns. I don't remember what it was, but it was some sort of a gun girl group that.
Oh yeah. I saw that on Instagram too. So
it was like a mostly black mark layout, and then like a bunch of names at the bottom, and she was one of the names.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I don't know if that's an invite for everybody or if it's like a group meeting for them, you know. So Marco will probably be there.
Well, Marco just got that kind of game.
Yeah. This is the gravitational pull. All those ladies in one room. They just end up there. You don't even like really plan it. It's just happening. Standing on Second used to hang out in gun channels. He lives in Vegas. I don't know if he'll be around this time or not.
Yeah, where's he been? Was he just getting too big, or?
I don't think
he's
too
busy.
Maybe too busy. Then Big Gunner, he'll be out there. So I'm going to meet up with him again. I'm not sure if Brandon's going or not. He was saying that he was, and then he was saying that he wasn't, and he ain't out there right now. So I don't know. So I don't know if he'll be up there or not.
Ah, shit, it's kind of a shame I'm not going. Hell, next year.
I don't know. It's okay, but like I say, if you're going to go somewhere, go to NRA. It is really better for getting your feet wet with it. SHOT is a lot of commotion, a lot of extra stuff that you have to just deal with and walk around. No one talks about the extra shit at SHOT that's in the way and that you're in the way of. And I don't know if it's because a lot of people are oblivious to them because they didn't go to SHOT as a buyer or a seller and then experience it as media. But it seems like a lot of the media just blows off all the boring shit, basically, the stuff that they're not interested in. And there's a lot of that. Like 2/3 of that is the stuff behind the scenes. All that shit has taken place there. All the distributors are huge, and they're a big part of SHOT. So there's a hell of a lot of walk-in and just getting through areas that are boring as hell and not worthy of anybody giving a shit about. You know, they're just not interesting. And then foreign shit that's completely lame and boring and weird parts and stuff. So anyway, NRA gets rid of all of that shit. And nobody's trying to do business. So that's the other part where I just keep telling people to go to SHOT, because lately it's been empty enough that you could just hang out in the aisle being a nuisance and you're not going to be in the way of everybody. But in years when it's busy, like when it's hustling, there's no room for people to just stand around fucking gabbing. Like, I guess you could say there are, but it's like having an excess of that would definitely make it less productive. And I've been to SHOTs where, you know, up till maybe 9 or 10, where they were all just business. So it was quite a bit of business and not a lot of yapping. All the yapping was done out in the aisles, or like whatever you call them, you know, the outside lobby areas or whatever. In the last couple of years, a hell of a lot of yapping right everywhere, like just people stopping, and that encourages the fucking foreigners to do it because their tendency is to just be rude and annoying. And I guess I'm a little concerned that it's just annoying, but also that the people that are there to do business just don't like that shit. They're not there for that. It bothers them. It gets in the way of them. You can tell they look like a fart. You know, they're smelling a fart every time they see it happening, or at least a lot of the times. And they're still the reason that this thing exists. It's not there for us. So I just say it is potentially not being all that good for the long term to have too many of us just standing around gawking. when NRA is literally when they show up to just fucking hang out with us and just gawk. It's all we're there for is to bullshit with them.
And that's in Georgia this year, right?
Yeah, Atlanta. But that's the other nice thing about it is it gets boring as hell going to that same stupid Sands Convention Center. I mean, it's nice that, I mean, I figured it out. We figured it out a long time ago, so we can get in there and be as efficient as possible. But it's like living Groundhog's Day. SHOT Show is the fucking same thing every year now because it's literally the same fucking thing every year. When we first started going in 5, it was like 5 was Vegas, 6 was Vegas, 7 was Florida, 8 was Vegas, 9 was Florida, 10 was Vegas Sands. So it went, I think 10 was Vegas Sands already. And then from 10 till now, 6 years, it's been at the same fucking place. So that was awesome because we had the place in Florida, which is a totally different place. It's glass and 3 stories tall and different. And the hotels are nowhere near it. So there's just a different vibe when no one can just walk away. Everyone has to be shuttled away. It stays there, where in Vegas it just spills away. Like as soon as it's over, it just dissipates and it falls into all the hotel rooms that are right there and dissipates into all the parties and stuff. And I'm sure that stuff happened in Florida, but it had to be a different situation because if you had a party, it had to be like, I don't know, I didn't go to the parties back then, that was a long time ago, but it had to be like, here's an invite and probably here's a shuttle to get you there because it was expensive to do shit in Florida. Traveling around in the stupid taxis in Tampa or whatever the hell, Orlando, I guess. So anyway, that was fun. That made it exciting and different every year and challenging because you never had a chance to remember where anything was. And because there was some shuffling, you know, somebody wouldn't show up and they got their booth, there was no real consistency really. Very little consistency at least. So that all made it appealing. And then, or just a different situation. And now that it's been in the same place for this will be 7 years. Everything, like, we know where Glock is, we know where Magpul is, we know where every fucking thing is. The only thing that changes is the downstairs a little bit. And it's like living Groundhog's Day. Seriously, the fucking people are all mostly the same. Sometimes the people move around, like somebody works for here this year, next year they work over there kind of thing, but most of the people are all the same. So it's just a different, I don't know, it's been kind of a less appealing thing. Where NRA goes to a different town every year, and you can definitely get different people in there. Because you get the same fucking foreigners in there. I know I see the same ones every fucking year, being obnoxious and like German or Italian right in front of you. I don't know, you got to deal with fucking foreigners before, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
They're just fucking so different and weird. I just don't like them. And they're at NRA, but they're nowhere near as high a percentage.
Now, okay, you were mentioning like after parties and stuff like that. Have you gone to any of note or?
Oh yeah, enough that I'm bored of them already. So you're either talking little tiny get-togethers, which can be super fun, but you know it's like anything. You might look into the one that turns super fun, or something happens and it turns into super fun, but you know you never can expect it. But it probably isn't going to happen. And then there's the ones that are engineered to be super fun and probably aren't going to be. And then there's your like, we're going to do business, but we're going to call it a party type of bullshit that is more like getting suckered into like a, what do you call it, like a timeshare speech or something. And then there's the really extravagant ones. The only one I haven't been to is Glock that I really want to go to. I haven't been to others, but Glock is the one that I care about not having been to. Just because I want to meet Gadsden, and I figure that's really my only shot at ever meeting him. Because they always say he's not here, and he always is at the damn party. But that's the kind of party you got to wear like a suit too, unless you're looking like an idiot. Marco insists he's going to walk in there with like gym shoes and whatever the fuck. I'm like, dude, you're going to look like a big ass dumbass. Like everybody else wearing like suits and tuxedos and fancy ass dresses, and you're going to walk in there like a dumb shit. Like the fucking heck.
Freaking Marco gets to go to a Glock party?
No.
Oh,
he said
okay.
he got invited because we were talking about it, and I was, because he will probably get invited before me. He's a bigger deal on Instagram, and they like him and they know him. He's gone to some of the things. He traveled down to Big 3, and I think they're at Big 3. So he knows the Black people already. So if anybody can get an invite, he'll get it. He knows Tori. You know, he's talked to her. He lives in Maryland with her or whatever. Where I kind of almost had a chance at Glock, and then now they blocked. Well, they didn't block my shit, but they unsubbed me or whatever. So they don't even sub my shit anymore. They won't respond about Glocktober. So I don't think I'm getting an invite. I went to meet them. Did you hear my story about Glock?
No.
So they were like, this was 2 years ago, I guess. Whenever we did the first Glocktober, I was all proud of myself and was like, oh, I've got it in with Glock, right? They send me a bunch of shit. I'm like, I'm in with fucking Glock. So I walk over to the Glock booth. I meet the chick who sent me all the shit and was like, cool with me. And I'm like, yeah, can I get some kind of interview with somebody? And she's like, sure, what do you want to talk about? And I go, fucking Glock history. So she sends me to some fat guy, and he takes me into, like, they have booth. I don't know if you've seen this room, but it's like they'll bring in their own little rooms so that then when you can go into a little room and it's way quieter than being out on the floor. So they have their little rooms, and that's where they'll like do business and shit also, but you know, they're good for interviews and shit. So it's basically just a little table, like a little tiny business, what they call a conference room or something. Just a table with some chairs and maybe some water or something. So I'm like, or he says, okay, what do you want to talk about? And I go, I'd like to talk about the situation with Glock buying back the, I didn't say it this effectively or this efficiently, but I was like hemming and hawing and trying to, because I didn't really expect to get the interview. So I wasn't prepared. And I said something like, I want to know about the Glock doing the trade-ins from the New Orleans Police Department and how that prevented legislation against the corporation when they tried to go after the I forget the actual case, but the guy who basically they tried to do the same thing with Glock that they had successfully done with Brico. And you know, that's my interest in it, is that Glock, one end of the spectrum, Brico, you know, the fucking other end, you know, basically Jennings, they got sued out of existence because they said it was the manufacturer's fault for the operation of a firearm by that babysitter. So something like that happened with Glock, and they wanted to make Glock liable, but because the gun actually came from the New Orleans Police Department, it flipped the case to where they had to sue the New Orleans Police Department, and they weren't about to do that. So that effectively stopped that strategy of suing the manufacturers to bypass gun legislation. In other words, take guns out of the picture by making manufacturers liable for the actions of the criminals. So anyway, I thought that was an interesting facet of the gun history or whatever. And I suck at trying to get that across, and I did even worse with this guy on the spot. So he basically looked at me and was like, nope, and he got up and left. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's not going to ever happen. And they basically have not been impressed with me since then. So I did a poor job of fucking ever getting invited to the Glock party.
Oh, wow. That sucks, boss. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't
lie or get hired by some other company and not be there. I don't think I'd made such a bad impression that they're like, blackball this guy, never fucking talk to him. But I have to do something to get back on their radar that's positive, I think, if I want to get invited. I don't know how big of a shit to do it is either. I suspect it's not like, let's invite everybody in the fucking industry, you know, because it actually costs money or whatever. So you probably have to like be at the right place at the right time so that once all the people that are supposed to be there have been filled, they know how much extra spots they have and then tell their people to fill in those spots. Because I'm also sure they don't like empty seats there. So I figure I got a chance. But it would be one of those things like I'd have to go bug my contact at Glock like every day or like twice a day. Like, hey, is there a spot? Hey, is there a spot? Hey, can you check and see if there's a spot? Hey, can you get me a spot? And then I'd be somewhere at the back of the room. But like I say, that's all I'm looking for. It's just to be able to say I've done it and then have the chance to go over and shake his hand or stand next to him or do a selfie with him standing behind me or some shit.
Well, that'd be cool. But I still don't see why they wouldn't want to tell that story, because it's like a victory for them in a way. It's like, yeah, we fucked those guys over, you know, even though they really didn't. But
I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it was just a happy coincidence of shit that happened. And two, it doesn't make Glock look good. It just makes, it's like a weird legal thing. And they don't like, I can't imagine why they would consider that good PR. You know what I mean? It's too difficult to describe. I'm not even describing it well. And two, it might not even be a thing. I think it's a relationship thing, but maybe there was other shit that I'm not even aware of. You know, I've only read one book that mentioned it. So it's not like I've researched the fucking subject or anything. Plus, I'm sure that guy just didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I don't know who the hell I thought I was talking to, but I figured, fuck it. If I get one chance to talk to somebody at Glock, I'd rather talk about something like that I think is interesting, that nobody else is going to do a review on, than have them tell me how good the fucking Glock, whatever the hell it was then, 41 or something is, because I just didn't give a shit about. I'm not selling Glocks, you know what I mean? I don't care what the fuck they did to their Glock. I don't like what they're doing to Glocks. So I just wanted to hear about something with meat on it. And I figured this guy didn't know nothing like insight to like Gadsden's decisions, like why he decided to do this or that, like why he went to one pin, or, you know, why fucking he doesn't make more 17Ls or something.
You know what? I don't know. The 17L, that's a whole other story. Because that's been around since the 17 came out, really. That's like a one-time
or something. It's before the 18. Think.
Yeah. Freaking, I remember when San Bernardino County Sheriffs went to Glock 17s. We were looking at it. So we got the little Glock book, and it was showing the 17, the 17L. And that's pretty much all I remember, really. But I was like, you know, I think they shortened it up a little bit and they called it the 34, and I think that's just enough for everybody because it was a different mode. It's a different model. It's not like 17L. It's a different model. I think that's probably why it blew up. You know, that and the trigger they threw in it it's like a 3.5 pound trigger pull. So, but speaking of Glocks, my niece just bought a Glock. She got a Glock 43. So that's kind of cool. Am I muted? No? Okay.
Hey, Harry, how's the weather where you at?
It was nice today. Like, all the way from Palm Springs out this way. It's like on the way home, some light clouds are coming in, but it was clear, nice. Wasn't even chilly. It was just a beautiful day.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get rain pretty soon.
What about where you're at down there in the LBC?
Chilly. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Have you played around with your new toy?
Oh. No, I haven't played around with my new toy. I still got to get the parts to build it.
Oh, have you heard about the DLG said about the magazine?
They wanted to do that emergency, whatever it was. I'm assuming to try and force the issue sooner. They let it go. They backed out of it.
Yeah.
So it's a moot point because, I mean, it's going to be next year that it takes effect. So I don't know. Maybe they can like completely blow it off the water and we don't have to worry about it anymore. But it is what it is. We'll see what happens.
But they're gonna probably try to do something different on that shit.
Oh, of course. Of course. You know, what do you expect, right?
Safety magazine.
Your magazine has to have a safety, and you have to have a background check when you buy a magazine. And each safety on the magazine has to have a safety.
And a number.
Needs 16 more safeties on the gun, and yeah, stupid shit.
The bullet button on the safety.
And a safety for the bullet button on the safety.
Be dumb right there, dude.
I wouldn't put it past them, though. I would not put it past
I know they wish they did. You need a button just to put it on a safety and fire.
Although they won't use another bullet button because, bullet buttons make guns go full auto, right? That's what they say anyway. Jack.
Hey, what about the only ones who got out of it was Nevada.
What happened?
Nevada.
What about Nevada?
The registering when you buy a firearm second from another person.
Oh, when you do a private party transfer?
Yeah.
So they still gotta register. Well,
No, they don't.
Awesome. Oh, they don't. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Every time I do a private party transfer in Nevada, it's always at the whorehouse.
What's up,
How
man?
big is the party transfer? How long do I have to wait for the transfer?
For transfer?
At the whorehouse.
Well, if you're lucky, it's 10 days, but that could get expensive.
Yo, dude.
What's up, Dead Horse?
Dead horse.
What up?
You got any toys?
What's that?
Do you have any new toys?
I don't know. On the street I'm looking at.
Oh, did you ever get your parts from that one place? The
Nope.
titanium. Well, that sucks balls. Did you cancel the order finally?
Yep, I called my bank.
Cool. Did you call the manufacturer, see if you could order straight through them?
No, yeah. I've just been too busy.
You were roboting a little bit there.
No, not yet. I've just been too busy.
Right on. So, did you ever get your end of the world rifle done? Now, you were building a bug-in go-to-war gun, right?
No. Like a bug out setup.
Oh, okay, yeah. Build a bug out and leave the other one as your bug-in. Gotcha.
Yeah. No, I got an optic port though. Finally, after that, aim point never came. The guy refunded my money midway, had to sell. So.
Oh, that aim point never showed up?
No, the guy, I had to put a thing in on eBay. The guy had to refund me the money. after 10 days of waiting and no tracking number or nothing, I put a claim in on eBay saying I either want a tracking number right now or I want a fucking refund. And then like 2 days after, they refunded my money, like right before Christmas. But Midway had a good sell on some red dots, so I ended up getting a red dot for a shotgun and then 2 red dots for ARs.
That's cool. Did you get Hollow Suns or the Sig?
No, Millet. Millet.
Okay. My dad got a new scope. Actually got 2.
Millet scopes?
No, he got 2 Nikons, a 4-12 and a 4-16. I forget the. Came in a huge ass fucking scope box, which came in an even bigger box. I mean, box was huge, dude. Could have put like 6 scopes in there. The one they just packed it full of crap, like packing shit. And he's like, "Yeah, that came in that." And I'm like, "That could hold 6 of those." He's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Well, I guess it was safe. You know, they packed it to make sure it was no impact damage to it." I think he and my Uncle Tom went shooting today to sight him in. You got one for, I think you got the 4-12 for the 22 carbine, the Browning carbine. And he got the 4-16 for his 17 HMR. He says he needs the extra magnification because his eyes are going bad because he's old. I was like, cool. Yeah, so I should get a report back from him on that, how that worked out. Then we got to talking about 22s. Freaking, there was an article in Guns and Ammo in regards to like 22 match grade ammo. And the number one of all the brands they tried was the Wolf match.
The SK, the Wolf SK match grade?
I think so, yeah. It was
yeah,
like
that's because Wolf doesn't make it. They rebrand it. So that's why it's like...
well, yeah, but still...
Well, I highly disagree. That's like the best. Like that might be like the most affordable best kind of thing, but no, dude, like you can go to like the Lupua Center and get your gun tuned to a specific lot of Lupua ammo. To like a very specific lot, just to that ammo.
Well,
like,
okay.
so I don't...
We had a test rifle. It was a fucking higher end 22 bolt. I want to say like an Allen Schultz or something like that. And they had it viced. And they shot 5-shot groups at 25 yards. And the Wolf had a deviation of 0.07. So 5 shots. The bullet's 22 caliber, so I'd measure the whole 22 caliber, and then if it's, and then anything larger than that. So it was 0.07, and then like, what was the other one? Oh, the arms core, which is 36 grain, was 0.11, and it was tied with like a bunch of them, and then it goes down, and then like CCI, CCI Gold or something like that, whatever. They were the worst of the bunch. Like I think a 0.17 or a 0.25 or something like that. Standard deviation. So it showed all the muzzle velocities and all that crap. They're all generally right there in like the right right around 1,000, 1,100 feet per second. And I don't know, it was a cool article. And so me and my dad talked about it. He was just really surprised to see the wolf at the top and then like arm score at 3, tied with a bunch of other ones. So I can't remember what the second one was, but it's just those two stuck in my head. It was interesting. Anyway, interesting to me. But whatever.
Damn, I had to go through 6 freaking passwords to find out what the fuck what I need to do.
Generally, if I type in a password, it doesn't go through. I just click forgot password and then type in the email and then have them send me a link to change the password to something I remember.
Oh.
I mean, you ask security questions, you know, then they go, okay, cool, here. Change the password.
Is Robbie out there right now? No. He sent me some kind of honey ginger tea stuff that you mix up with water and drink it.
Was it good?
I don't know if I just really got it. It's like a big jar. It's like a peanut butter jar, mayonnaise jar.
Here's an off-subject conversation or statement or story that I heard that I'm going to share with you. I heard on the news that evidently, actually it was on a talk show, but evidently eating soy products affects male sperm. It slows them down, so you're less likely to be able to procreate.
Yeah, they like to say that about kinds of things with it because of their estrogen in it or something.
Yeah, some like phytoestrogen.
Yeah, then you talk to doctors that'll say the other side, like, you know, you'd have to take so many levels of it or something. So
I mean,
I don't think it's just something also that like for the longest time people only ate soybeans like in ways, and now all of a sudden they're eating it like a lot more. So it's got to be some. I think to some extent it's unproven yet what the long-term effects of eating a lot of it is, because I don't think there was any cultures that just ate the shit out of soybeans like we do now, or you could now if you ate a shit ton of soybeans.
Wasn't soy like something from the Orient, like China, Japan, Thailand, something like that?
Must be, because they definitely have it, but we've had it also for a fucking long time too as like a crop. I mean, as far as the country goes, we've had it for a long ass time. So I don't know if they even already discovered it over into Europe before, you know, from those spice trades and shit, before we got it from the ocean or coming across the ocean.
Now, I guess they're saying that, yeah, it's because like you were saying, like people are replacing milk with like soy milk or almond milk, and there's like soy substitutes for things like burgers, like Boca burgers and things like that. Or is that tofu? I don't remember.
Tofu is just soy patty or something, or soy glob, basically.
Yeah.
It's like soy cheese.
Well, my friend Rhoda, she says she can get it to taste like pretty much anything she cooks it with. So
yeah, it's just like a mushroom.
Like, oh.
Like it's just a thing that takes up space that has no flavor at all. So it doesn't add flavor or take, and it'll absorb some depending on how you cook it. But for the most part, it's just taking up space. like a potato, something like that.
Oh, okay.
So you can fry.
I just heard it, and I was like,
"You never eat it?"
Yeah, I've had soy and tofu and stuff like that. You know, I've even drank soy milk for a while when I was going through my having cereal in the morning phase for a while. I ended up changing over to almond milk because I think it tastes better. But
yeah, soy milk tastes more like water. Almond milk tastes more, whatever that texture is, more like milk.
Yeah. So, no, I heard it and I was like, oh, I got to bring this up to G-Web, see what he's heard. You know,
I've heard it too. It seems like there was, for a while there, the pervasive argument was against eating a shit ton of soy, like it was bad for you. And then it was, they compounded, like they added on to it, plus it's got GMOs, because like whenever that happened, like they got a shit ton of GMOs, I guess. Or they grow a lot of GMO shit because they grow it by the fucking state. You know, it's not like there's just a couple of soybean fields. Like all of Illinois and Kansas are like, you know, half soybean, half corn. So there's a shit ton of it. So they make it GMO. So they made a big deal about it being non-GMO or whatever. But then, then you start hearing the estrogen thing. Like, oh, it turns you into a fucking woman.
Oh, the story I heard is just it slows down the sperm so they don't get to the egg fast enough or whatever. So, and in my train of thought, if you're not trying to have kids, that's a good thing. You know?
Something that could harm you just because one of the side effects is beneficial, you know. Or the result of the side effect could be beneficial.
So if I eat a lot of soy, I can have sex with chicks and reduce my chances of knocking them up? Yes, I'm down.
I've probably heard like twice as much shit anti-soy as I've heard pro-soy, and I've only heard the pro-soy stuff, like legitimate pro-soy stuff.
You there?
Shit, dude, I got shut down by Big Soy.
You're all pumping up Big Soy, and they shot you down.
I've heard more bad about it than good, and I've only heard the good from like recently. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe because I don't believe anything with any of that shit. Look at eggs or coffee or sugar or anything. Everything's bad for you for 1 minute, and then it's good for you, and then it was the best thing ever, and I don't know why they would ever tell you not to. And then, oh, what are you thinking? Of course it's bad for you. So they don't fucking know. As far as, and you know, what the fuck? They're going to test 10,000 people, 2,000 of them probably eat 100% soy or some shit. And they're, you know, who the hell eats 100% soy? So I don't eat that much of it. I eat it very rarely just because I figure there's enough question that it isn't a miracle food or nothing. It's okay. It ain't great. So I got nothing to fear from it. But like you say, almond milk tastes better. And nobody bitches about almond milk. So I'll eat the little baby almond.
Freaking get some poor baby almonds not getting its milk because of you.
What they do is as soon as the baby almond is born, because they have to impregnate the almonds every few whatever months or whatever 18 months or something, so that they keep producing almond milk. So as soon as the little baby almond is born, they separate it, and if it's like the time when they need it, they'll just put it into a little cage so that it can never do anything. It has to just stand still and get force fed, so then it'll become baby veal, almond veal. Otherwise, they just kill it.
Poor.
But when they kill it, it gets ground up into meat and gets fed to chickens. So it doesn't. Life isn't wasted. It feeds baby chicken, or I guess baby soy milk, soy eggs.
I don't know if you're joking or being serious on this.
Well, they can't feed cows to cows anymore because that's how you get mad cow disease. So they used to just whatever, like veal, like the cows, when they get cows at dairy farms, the baby cows are side effect or whatever. So they would just feed them back to the cows, and because cows don't care and they'll eat whatever you feed them, I guess. But anyway, that gives them mad cow disease, and they figured out the same thing. Weird shit happens when you feed chickens to chickens. So all they do is they feed the chickens to cows and cows to chickens now. So all the baby chickens that are not egg layers, you know, they get thrown away or fed to cows now because it's a waste of money. Just fucking throw them away, really. Nothing but protein, and those other things have to eat protein. So
Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't happen so much with the almonds. With the almonds, you got other things to worry about. Massive waste of water.
Yeah, like what do they say? It's like a gallon of water per almond or something like that.
Oh, I'm sure it's insane. I'm sure it's not as bad as cows, but like the almonds down here. Wait, is it almonds? No, it's pecans down here. We have pecan trees for some fucking reason. They use more. There's like, if you look at them on a satellite, like Tucson is this big. Like the almond trees down here, or I keep saying almond. The pecan trees down here are probably like, if you look at Tucson on a map or on a satellite, they might be like a quarter of the size of Tucson. So they're not that really substantial in my mind. They're not that big a chunk of Arizona. You can see them from space. They're little green sections, but they might not even be a quarter of Tucson. They might be an eighth of the size of Tucson. Like they're just a little pie shape of Tucson. They're not that big, but they use more water than the copper mines. And we have, the copper is our biggest thing. We have the biggest copper mines in the world here. And the biggest one, the second, two, some of the biggest ones in this country, some of the biggest ones in the world. And those copper mines, which don't use chemicals, they don't use acid and shit. They just take copper, dirt, pound the shit out of it with ball bearings until it's cut dust. And then they put a light layer of soap in water and bubble it. They put that dust in the water and bubble it, and that separates the copper with just soap and surface tension. So it's just a whole total water intensive operation, because these are massive fucking holes. You can see the holes from space. They're way bigger than the almond farms or the fucking pecan farms. But somehow those fucking pecans use more water than the fucking copper mines. Blows my mind.
Wow. Well, I can see
nuts ain't perfect. Nuts are using a shit ton of water. But I figure if you put your nuts over by the fucking ocean and you do desalinization or something, that probably seems a lot more efficient.
Oh yeah, well if they did that, or here in California, the problem would be piping it to them. I mean, the cost factor would be extremely high, from what I've been told. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. If it's just somebody saying, "Well, why? We still got plenty of water. We'll just make everybody else not water their lawn and shit, so we can make almonds." So,
I think they say cows and industry, cows and agriculture, your biggest waters in California.
yeah, it's the nuts right now are the biggest absorbers of our water supply. Freaking
our nuts are the country that we don't give a shit about resources.
If we would just freaking, like, if they would make them like, or the businesses would just use, I don't know, cut back 5%.
I don't think the
water problem in California wouldn't disappear, but it would be the stress on the system would be alleviated somewhat.
I don't know. They water the nuts out here by flooding them. Like they put a big berm all around the nut fields, and then like little bays or basins or whatever the fuck to like divide them up, and they just flood them. So that like for a while they're living in little lakes. And I don't know if that's all nuts are like that, but that's got to be horrible. I mean, obviously it's horrible out here in the desert. It all evaporates, and it's just a dumbass way to do it. It seems like.
Well, I agree.
But it was a different thing when the water was just flowing, and they could literally just cut a trench over, and there was just water flowing, and they were using a portion of it. But now there's a shit ton of people here sucking it up. We only piss it back. We don't give it back, At least I would assume that almond shit would leach back into the ground and get back into the creek or whatever, the river eventually.
Yeah, you figure, it would leach into the ground, and that would be enough to like sustain the trees for a while. Like, maybe come up with a hydroponic system to where they don't have to waste so much water. But I guess that would mean they'd have to rip up their entire field and redo it.
I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm just saying soy milk and almond milk certainly ain't the ultimate option. It's probably going to be something like gross ass fish or fucking mollusk fucking milk or something gross out of the ocean. There's so much ocean.
We're going to start getting whale milk.
Dude, I bet you whale milk would be easy to do, because they're mammals, right? They must have milk. So is there whale teats? What do baby whales suck on? Do they suckle on
I do believe there is a teat that they nurse from their mother from, so there might be multiples.
Should be milking whales. What the hell?
I wonder what
Two males, depending on the species of whale, some young can stay nursing for up to 2 years. The milk of the mother is very high concentration of fat to help ensure that the baby is able to get a thick layer of blubber, which is like fat that helps with insulation. So that's what that says. So that means, yeah, there's whale boobs, and that means you can milk a whale. Okay, so it says, to be more hydrodynamic, the mother whale's nipples are inverted at the mammary gland until the baby starts to nudge. When they pop out, then the mom starts to shoot the milk out. Whales don't have lips, so they can't really suckle. So yeah, all I gotta do is walk up and bump a pregnant whale, and then it'll pop a nipple out and shoot milk at you. That's freaking easy. So what you do is you find a mom who just a whale mom that just had a baby, rubber belly, so she rolls over, and then nudge one of her nipples, and then boom, put out a 55-gallon drum, fill it up with whale milk. I'm done. How does whale milk taste? Here we go.
That would be the question to ask. Probably have to add a lot of sugar to it.
No, are you kidding? It's probably freaking, it makes a whale huge. It's probably like the ultimate thing. A blue whale's milk tastes like a mixture of fish, liver, milk of magnesia, and castor oil. Mmm.
Oh, yeah. Put that over my cereal in the morning.
Unlike cow milk, which usually contains 4 to 6% fat, whale milk and other marine mammals have milk in the fat percentages in the 40 to 65% range. Fatty milks are like sloping, very soft butter and make a perfect base for ice cream. So, whale milk ice cream. Since the milk already has a high concentrated fat, the only real step in production of whale milk ice cream is to cool it and whip it into a creamy consistency. The ice cream maintains the wonderful taste that you would expect from a marine mammal. Don't even think about eating whale milk ice cream if you are watching your weight, because it contains 900 calories per half cup.
Holy wow.
Yep.
You can sustain your life on that. Like, literally.
How do you get the whale milk? The method is pretty much what you'd expect. They put on scuba gear, swim down underneath the whale, grab onto one of its teats, and then the whale will pull you along and hold on to you. And then you grab another teat, as you would with a cow, only much bigger. The milk is very thick, so they capture it in a fine net like you would use to swim a swimming pool. Once they have a full net of milk, they let go of the whale's teat, and they swim back to the boat where they put it in the refrigerator. The rest of the process is like making normal ice cream. So there's people that go down and make whale ice cream. It's crazy.
Wow, that is pretty creepy.
What if you're like inexperienced and you go down and find a boy whale, and you're like, look what I got.
Look, it's not really working in the ice cream very well.
This cow only had, cow only had one teat, but it had a lot of shit in it.
That doesn't only happen with whales either.
You're out swimming. You're just a big fat guy.
What are you doing? I'm getting whale milk.
How come you're late to work today? I was milking the whale.
Oh, you can milk a whale? Yeah.
Dude, that could be like the new saying of like 2017, like milking the whale. Like, it's.
I wonder if there's
someone hashtag that shit.
I'm gonna put in here: is it legal to milk a whale?
Yeah, I wanted to date. She gave me blue balls, so I had to go milk the whale.
Milking takes 50 minutes and gives you 1,600 liters of milk, or 2,815 pints.
What the fuck? You know how much that is?
A lot of fucking whale milk.
It has been suggested whale milk could be fermented to produce a mildly alcoholic drink. So there's people that are making some kind of milk mead or whale mead out of it.
Yeah, but the whole thing of it tasting like fucking seafood, castor oil, fucking
horse vomit. You get over that when you figure out you only have to drink 1/2 cup of it a day.
Yeah, it's like, acquired taste.
So it says, According to marine researchers, whale milk could provide a nutritious alternative to cow's milk on commercial scales.
What?
Yeah, because
Yeah, we can keep the whales in an aquarium like SeaWorld, right? So people can like pay to look at them in the day. We'll milk them at night. And yeah, that sounds totally doable.
I would just have like a petting zoo where you milk your own whale. Just come in with your own 55-gallon drum. Let's see, $1 a pint, $2,800 every time somebody comes up and rubs one of your whales. It's probably a good price too. $1 a pint, that's cheap.
Yeah,
Right.
you might even be able to just like turn it into like a petting zoo in like a deep section of a bay. Because I mean, they might actually like it. They might just keep coming back for you to keep doing it.
All right, now I'm going to Amazon and see if I can buy it. Buy fucking bugs and weird shit.
Whale milk or whale milk ice cream.
Probably the ice cream. I don't want no fucking gross ass castor oil. I don't know how the hell they must put a lot of sugar or something in there.
That's what I said.
Doesn't look like you can buy whale milk.
No, that's just wrong. You need to send Amazon a letter saying, I was looking to buy whale milk and you didn't have it in stock.
Let me search specifically in food. Is our food a thing? Grocery and gourmet food. Boom. No, there's no whale milk. Wait, no. No.
Whale milk yogurts.
I'll mark
Oh,
ice cream.
God.
What about rat milk?
No, their nipples are too tiny. Plus,
I heard that was supposed to be like one of the most nutritional things.
Plus, they're always skirting everywhere. You can't buy whale ice cream either. Lame. Stupid Amazon doesn't make good anymore.
I'm done with Amazon. They don't have whale milk ice cream. That's crazy shit.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, I typed in something and I got porn, so out of nowhere. Don't expect to see that on Amazon. Uh-oh, I might have waited too long and I missed the opportunity. Did I put it in my list of shit? Or I put it in my lists? I did and I missed it. Fuck. Fuck. We don't know when it'll be back in stock. Fuck.
What?
I don't want to tell you because then somebody won't buy it on me. I'll look on the rest of the internet. I think it cost like $300 and it was like $79 on Amazon and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna get it. Here's me. I don't know if I'm gonna get it because I don't know if it's that good of a deal. Then I started looking around and it was a massive deal. And now I remember to get it and it's gone. They have this shitty one that's similar, but not the one I want. I know I've seen it somewhere else though, so I'm trying to figure out where the fuck else I've seen it. The other place I seen it was like $10 more.
I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
I'm so fucking pissed. Dollar, what did they say? Penny wise and dollar foolish. I feel like a chump. Hopefully it wasn't one of those things that they just do occasionally or whatever.
Well, I'm sure eventually you'll see a similar sale on the whatever it is.
That thing, $79. He's gonna put that in the van. Little thing going outside for the exhaust. I figured I could cook on that flat part and it'd be pretty cool.
Coming along anyway.
Huh?
How is the van coming along anyway? I remember when we were talking about these.
It's getting worse. All the money I had saved up, I had to use to just survive, pay bills and stupid shit. So I'm like further behind than I was ever before. It sucks. I expected, I sold fucking 5 sales in all of December. Like December is usually a big month for people. I thought, not for my store. 5 sales. One, and it was one since the 8th. Those were all after like the 8th or before the 8th. So I've been sitting here not having a dollar come in since the 8th, basically. Kind of expecting to sell something. Bought quite a bit of patches on credit, and I guess I'm just dumb. But you buy them in numbers so that you get them cheap, so that there's money to put into shipping them and all that kind of shit. So didn't quite work out the way I hoped. But I mean, if I sold all the fucking Velcro and rubber I have, I'd have a new van. Not a new van, but a new engine and tranny, and I'd be driving around. But it didn't pan off the way I was hoping it would.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, live and learn. Keep trying. But anyway, the van is here, and it still doesn't cost me nothing. I guess I should turn the insurance off at some point. But otherwise, it's not costing me nothing, literally. So I just have to get to where I can save up, I don't know, somewhere around $6,000 and figuring. Especially by the time I get back to it, it's been sitting now for months. That's not good for anything. So I'm figuring $6,000 because I'm gonna want to put new rubber on it if I do all that. New tires.
Oh yeah, get the hoses and all that crap too.
Well, that's the thing. I know it's $1,500 for the engine, $1,500 for the transmission. I don't think there's anything extra to buy for a transmission. If it is, it's probably junkyard stuff. I don't think there's anything like all that expensive to put on a new transmission. But the engine, like you say, if you're talking like water pumps and air conditioning, fucking this and that, then I might just swap out some of that shit when I got it all apart, especially in a van. So I had to play that by ear. So that's why I figure I know it's going to be about $1,500 for the installation because I'm not going to try to do all that. So, $1,500, or up to $4,500. I figure another cushion to have, the budget to just swap out all that stuff. So I'm not dealing with the engine anymore at all, or the drivetrain really at all. And then I can move on past that and just decide where to go. Because I'll have 100,000 miles on an engine, more than that. At least I'll have years worth of travel. So I don't have to think about it. So anyway, that's where I'm at. I just don't see it worth being fucking with it, nickel and dime in it. I'd just rather throw some money at it and get on with it. Be able to use the damn thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since it's not running, you might as well kill the insurance on it. Save yourself that couple extra bucks a month kind of thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like once you do that, you're just acknowledging defeat. And I'm like desperately, I mean, I've got shit tons of stuff for sale. If I sold, I mean, I've got $17,000 worth of bayonets on the low end, right? No, not on the low end, on the high end. So 11,000 on the low end. So I would think if any of those fuckers would sell, you know, even if the not expensive ones would sell, just the $100 ones would sell, 15 of them, and I've got 200, you know, would be my fucking engine. But they're just sitting there, like they are not moving. So I'm going to see if I can't fire sale some of them or something. That's one of the reasons when I got the AK-47 podcast going. I'm going to try doing some online sales or something, like some kind of auction things or something. Do one a week or something to try to pay for the amount of time it's going to take to prep a podcast on a weekly basis. And then if that works, then pump a few more through and try to get that fucking engine that way.
Oh, good luck on that. I really hope it works out for you. But, I mean, the AK-47 bayonets, that's kind of like a niche type thing. It's like...
Yeah, there's 360 people in this country, and those things are the most prolific gun on the planet. There's collectors out there all over the fucking world. I don't know why the fuck mine aren't moving. They sell every day on eBay. I guess just because of my price, I suppose. But like I say, I'll start fire sailing them here, and I'll get that fucking money before too long. I would just wish I would have gotten it before, you know, the new year or whatever. But what the fuck, I can only do what I can do.
Well, I mean, if they're collectibles, you know, don't shoot yourself in the foot by fire sailing them. I mean, like,
Well, a lot of people were spending their money in panic buying other shit like guns and AR-15s, and they weren't too worried about like bayonets being banned. So now that panic is over, now, like, you know, now you might have a different luck with that.
That's true. I can't guarantee that, or I can't assume that, though. So we'll see. I mean, I'll definitely have them available. And like I say, I'll do some effort at trying to make them more people aware of them. But I think that's really that is the only other resource I have. I don't have anything else of value to sell that I can get the damn thing in, you know, that kind of money from to get the damn band going. But anyway, that's where the band's at. It's just sitting there growing grass up into it.
Well, that's not a good thing. But you'll get it fixed.
Well, it doesn't even start, so it's not like I can even fuck around with it. I mean, it's basically dead in the water, so I have no interest in just fucking around in the back end, because that would just make me more and more frustrated. Every time I got it cooler back there, I'd want to move it, you know, and do something in it. So I try not to even pay attention to it. Every time I walk outside, I look at it and get all sad. And of course, the dog is like 100% of the time just wants to be in it. Like, his only ambition in life since I've owned it is for it to be in it. So it's a constant reminder that I fucking failed this year doing all that. But what the fuck? If it was easy, everybody fucking did it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Have you considered like ripping out the transmission and the engine and rebuilding them yourself?
Yeah, but I don't have the facilities or the knowledge or the tools or the time. I mean, I killed a week. One of the reasons I didn't make any money for like a week is because I was saving a dime doing my own plumbing. So I could do that, but I don't know where I'm going to pay for the rent, you know, and the fucking electric bill and all that while that's happening. I pretty much don't have like time to just sit around working on an engine. And I don't know anything. I haven't taken apart an engine since I was in school in like the 80s. No, 90s, early 90s. So, I mean, I've been instructed to do things and done them before, but it's not like I ever just had my own engines apart because I had nothing else to do. I would always fix something or whatever. So the last time I just took an engine apart was in shop class, you know, as a task or whatever, and that was a fucking class engine or a student engine or whatever. They're fucking easy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was thinking about doing it myself, but then the other thing is I don't want to, you know, be broke down fucking constantly. I already dealt with that. That was part of the California test run, is to see how much of a pain in the ass that is, and it's not conducive to getting anything done on the trip. If I just was trying to travel on the cheap, sure. If I just wanted a vacation and I didn't care how long it took or where I got, then sure. But if I'm trying to do business, stopping and having to deal with oil and transmission fluid and fucking because of the air conditioner or lack of air conditioning and climate control, worrying about the dog. I got zero accomplished. I couldn't stop at any gun shops and do anything about it. What I really need to be able to do is stop at a gun shop, upload those pictures, do a quick review, and then be on my way with the review done. Because I can't accumulate reviews and then expect to just do them all in one lump. It doesn't work when you're trying to do a bunch of things daily. So all of the, I guess, tediousness shit that I dealt with the van was not conducive to doing any of that. So I don't really think I would be gaining anything by, hobbling the engine back together. Because it's probably either just a gasket or some shit or, probably just something fairly easy. But what's worst case? Fucking fouled piston, what do they call that? The cylinder. So, then I'm fucking trashing it anyway. And then I've just spent 2 weeks diagnosing slowly what the fuck I could have just bypassed by putting in a new one.
Yeah, there's that. Not to mention, as I was stating earlier, if you have a professional do it and something goes wrong, you have an avenue to get things fixed. If you do it yourself, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, exactly. And even if it is, I don't know, I'm probably not going to take it to like a chain because I talked to some guy or I got recommended to just a guy, but I suspect, somebody who's got pride in their work and respect is going to do something to help you out if I'm stranded somewhere or like, have some network of people you can contact to hook me up or help me out. But I don't know. I haven't actually done it yet either. So maybe when I get closer to actually having the scratch to do it, maybe I will change my mind and do it with like an Amco or whatever that place is called. So it's like a chain where I can have warranty service all over. I think you guys talking about the van. He wants to go outside and look at the van.
Have you seen the new MacGyver? I mean, it's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I've thought about it, but everybody says it sucks, so I never.
It's so bad you have to watch it. Like, it's fucking the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
All right.
It's
Get it one episode, or you're saying you're gonna watch like a season? 'Cause I don't know if
Nah. I mean, just one. Just one's probably enough to laugh your fucking ass. You'll laugh the entire fucking show. He has a Swiss Army knife, and he keeps. They don't even show him pulling the fucking blade out or whatever the tool he needs. He just pulls it out of his pocket, and it's like there, like whatever the fuck what he was going to use, like the scissor or the.
Do you learn a life lesson in every episode?
Dude, the dude he got his ass beat, and then the guy he was fighting with, he pulled the gun out, and then like it malfunctioned, and maybe he shot and missed. I forgot why. So he had like a failure to feed or something. So he fucking racks the slide back to fix it to kill MacGyver, and then they don't show it because like his hands were somewhere like in front of his face. All of a sudden, the next fucking shot is MacGyver has the plastic toothpick out of the Swiss Army knife, and he shoves it in the fucking chamber, dude.
Nice.
Like while the dude is racking the slide, like you just see, bam, like a hand with this plastic toothpick go right in there, and then it jams up the gun, and then he kicks him out of the train. It's like a moving train. He kicks him out of a window. But this shit is fucking.
That's awesome.
It's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. And I guess they don't trust you like back in the 80s. Like he would explain it to somebody, right? Like, oh, what I'm gonna do here right now is like take some of this and this.
Yeah.
And then they literally put it up on the screen, like
dumb guy MacGyver, like the dumb guy with MacGyver would always be like, "What are you gonna do with all that?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This shit is they're so dumbed down. Like they put it up on the screen in text, and then they'll like it's like crazy.
What's that little kid show? Like the Finding, or where's
El Waldo?
No,
It's like Sesame Street.
Where near is Carmen Sandiego?
Oh my god, dude!
The the little girl one, where they'll be like, "Where is she?" There's like a blue shoe, and there's an orange thing, and then there's an orange star, and like, which one do you pick? Oh, you're right, it's the orange star. Like,
oh man, dude, I don't know. Plus, I've never seen anything. It would be like Copper, and like he'll be shaving off like the rust off of like a pipe or something, and then they'll
like CSI it, so like explain the chemistry behind it or some shit.
Yep, and it's poorly done. All I know is he took a rusty pipe, he was scraping off the rust, and then he used some other shit from like underneath a fucking chair, and then all of a sudden he had like what are those torches called? Like the hardcore torches that you could burn through a fucking safe with, like a Wells Fargo, acetylene.
A thermal lance, it's called. It's
okay, yeah, he makes a fucking thermal lance out of like a chair rest, an armrest on a chair.
But you totally can. All you need is like aluminum and rust, and then a tube, and something.
Okay, that's what he did. Yeah, but the special effects were like, it was not realistic. There's no fucking way. Like this shit looked like a lightsaber, dude. And he cut through, no shit, like 4 feet of steel, dude.
Yeah, but
it was.
That's what's crazy. But yeah, I know what you mean. If it looks
that it'll do it, like, right? I mean,
thermal lance through fucking concrete, like sidewalk. Yeah, it'll cut through.
He cut through the 2 trains were like the 2 train cars were linked together with the whatever the fuck they're linked together with, and he used the arm
hardened steel connectors. I don't know about that so much.
Yeah, he did it in like no shit, like 30, like not even 30, probably like 10 seconds. It was like he created this thing. It was like beaming like a fucking red lightsaber and on fire, and then he just like just cut it like butter. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, this will take your mind off of any kind of troubles. It's one episode of MacGyver. The new MacGyver. And plus, he's running around with like he's ex-Delta Force guy, like total super badass guy. That's his partner. And his partner has like 2 handguns on him. Like he's ankle carrying, and he's got an HK, like whatever, P30. So he's always got this guy with him, like always.
Isn't that Pete?
Huh?
Wasn't it Pete?
In the old show?
Yeah, the old guy.
I don't see. That's what I mean. In the old show, I don't remember some tough badass guy with a gun always around.
There was this one friend who was in a shit ton of them. Or I guess he had a couple of friends, but he would a lot of times have a friend that was like experienced in where he was going.
Yeah, and on the other thing, this guy, he's like totally government out. Like he's like CIA, NSA combined, and then he's got like a team. Yeah, in this show, like he's completely an agent. And then they got this Delta Force guy running around with them all the time, like every episode, I guess. But the whole point is that if this guy has a gun and
Does the other guy have guns?
His partner?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. This guy's like aim point T1 and HKs and Glocks and shit. So like, it doesn't even make sense. I have a
real problem with guns, but I hang out with this guy who has no problem with guns.
Exactly. It's like, and this guy's shooting people. So it's just doesn't make sense. And then like he's standing right there, and he's like,
so I'm gonna stand over here while this guy shoots everybody.
He literally, every chance he gets, he's like, look, see, I did that with my Swiss Army knife. And the other guy doesn't say, see, I did all that other shit with my gun. Like, you're an idiot. It doesn't even make sense. I always remembered MacGyver was like by himself or with a chick, you know?
Anyway. Well, a lot of times the person he was with was the person he was rescuing or something, too, or he found along the way. It looks like they shut down the VA in Mesa, Arizona, because there's like 400 auctions for all this medical equipment.
I'll tell you what, you can't sell shit during the holidays, dude. I noticed that. Like, anytime you put shit up on the forums or knives or anything I'm trying to get rid of, and I always ask, people will just like say, what the fuck? Like, I see shit going like way under what it's supposed to be. And one time someone was like, dude, it's the holidays, man. Like, you know, men out here with fucking families, and it's Christmas and shit, and they can't be out here buying like their little toys and shit while, you know, they got to buy Christmas gifts or whatever, you know? So It's the worst time of the year to be trying to fucking download some of your gear, you know?
Well, especially something like that like you say, isn't necessary or anything. Plus, with the whole election thing, yeah, I picked a bad time to.
Oh my God, yeah. Like selling, when you were doing the parts kit shit, like, come on, man. That's, that's awesome. But right now, people are in a full-on fucking panic. I sold all my AK ammo, and I sold my AK and the ammo thinking we're about to be at a full-on Putin war any minute. I don't even want to be involved, like worried about ammo and shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
People don't want to fucking hear. Now I think we're gonna have like 8 years or at least 4 years of. I don't even honestly. It's been so long. I don't even know how it's gonna feel.
So they're
I only got into guns like 10 years ago.
They're selling a tent thing that goes around a tank. I'm assuming an M1. So have you seen those, like the tents that they put up around them? Anyway, they're selling 3 of them, and the bed is at $25 right now. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, because that's fucking.
Yeah, there's tons of deals out there.
I don't know if it's a deal, but what the hell is
It's like I need a new computer, right? So for the first time, like I'm looking at like computers from like 2 years ago on eBay and shit like that. That's fucking that's the way to go, man.
Last time I bought a laptop, I bought one that was not new tech, and it was like $3, and it's fucking awesome. I'm definitely not complaining. In other words, you don't have to you shouldn't have to spend a shit ton on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, Windows machines are fucking cheap as fuck, dude.
Were you buying a Mac?
Yeah, the last like 15 years of my life's on Mac, so like I can't even imagine dumping all those files.
You move it.
Yeah, it's too much.
That was a decision.
I tried to I bought a Windows machine like last year, and just tried to like start opening up files and stuff. And like it was like weird, like photos would open up like weird and shit. I don't know, like just
cripple yourself so you're not able to adapt to new tech. It's sad.
No, it's true. Yeah. There's got to be a way. But yeah, I think my hard drive was formatted for Mac of my backups, so I was pulling shit off of that.
How much did it end up costing you to get a laptop then?
I mean, you could buy a new one for like $1,000, or you could go on like eBay and get one for like $500-600. Like a decent one, dude.
Right.
My Mac here is like no shit. My shit is about 8 years old right now, and it works. It's flawless, man. It's just that I can hear the hard drives clicking out, man. Like I had to have the battery replaced. I just want something a little faster. Cause that's the thing. I got a Mac in my closet that's fucking from 2000, and it turns on. It works. It just doesn't have Wi-Fi. Like you have to Ethernet cable in and shit. I mean, like they never die because they weren't getting any of those viruses and weird shit. So if it wasn't a hard drive failure or a motherboard thing, they basically just run forever, man.
No, I hear you. And they've got some advantages. At least back in the day, you could make a Mac do some things that a PC just couldn't do.
Well, now the new Macs, ever since Intel, which was like 2007, 8, when Mac started using Intel chips, everyone just runs. You could run Windows 10 on your fucking Mac if you want. Like you could have it partition the drive and then just have it dual boot. I think you just boot Windows 10 up from your desktop in Mac.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff. You can do the same thing the opposite way for sure, and the other way. Back in the day, we could take on a Mac, and if you had enough RAM in it, you could put an entire software program like up into RAM. Never even need to access the hard drive, and it would be just smoking fast compared to other machines out there. These were smaller programs and shit back in the day, but being online and stuff, we were waiting for shit anyway, so not having to wait for the hard drive to move was pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah, no, I don't even know. I don't have one, but all the hard drives now are SSD, so fucking they gotta be super fast too. And then what now? If your hard drives are solid state, and you got a 500 gig or in your computer, that thing's never gonna fail, right? I mean, all my hard drives that have ever failed in my life, at work or at home, were always like heat issues. It was spinning all the time.
Have you ever had an SD card? Just an SD card fail? That's like the same thing as a solid state.
Yeah,
I've
never
had
had a
fail.
chipper. You've had SDs fail?
Yeah, just stop working. Just completely stop working. And
Holy shit.
but what's the name that they give it? It's they even have a name for it. Like it gets all screwed up and you can't like use it anymore. Like things won't recognize it.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
what I
like,
mean. There's no moving parts. So, I mean, it must be some sort of like, you know,
well, things
fragmentation
will
thing.
burn out or something. Yeah, exactly. Once the index gets fucked or something, then it just can't recognize it as a thing anymore. But it nothing's infallible. You'll definitely want to still back things up.
Oh, hell yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, if they fuck up, you could just go back to a backup. Like, the actual chip doesn't break unless you scratch it, right? I mean, like, I'm just trying to say it's not going to be a hard disk fail like what we used to get. Those things you couldn't even fucking, they're just garbage when the disk fails. There was some fucking place in California called like Disk Savers, and you'd send them a hard drive if it failed, and they would try to get the shit off of it back in the day, man, and that fucking shit was super expensive. And whatever. I'm just saying, yeah, if that shit fucks up, just go back to a recent backup, reformat that shit and use it again. It shouldn't be like broken.
No, I've had cards that are fucked. I just have no physical damage. They just won't recognize anymore.
Oh, that's crazy. I never even thought of that.
Super frustrating.
Maybe that's from taking it in and out and stuff, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. They just glitch. I've had it maybe happen 3 times. And that's a shit ton of cards.
Oh, dude. It's better. It beats a fucking iOmega zip drive, I'll tell you that. I never had a zip. You never had a zip drive? You ever had a zip drive fuck up on you, man?
No, I hate zip drives.
The discs?
Yeah, constantly. I hate those things. You know what, though? In the times I've had them fail was back in the days when I had my little cameras. So those cards were coming in and out and being stored in different places. So it could have been like heat or extremes or something, or shock or something. That.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. You're going to shot, right?
Probably. I'm debating if I'm going to go up there for a while and stay there, or just go up for like an afternoon type overnight thing.
Yeah. I'm looking at shit. I mean, by now we should be the rumors and stuff. What's going to be there and stuff. It's going to be fun. Watching other people spend their fucking money going, putting them videos out for me to watch while I'm home. Chilling. Media Day sounds like a blast. But anyway, I was saying Hudson, this company Hudson just came out with a Striker Fired 1911. And I can't wait to see all the fucking videos on that thing.
Striker Fired 1911?
Yeah, it's like the worst of both worlds, man.
Yeah, why would you?
Hilarious. It looks like everything's a 1911 except the rear of the slide. It's like it's got a grip safety. Sure, it's going to be $1,000. People are excited about it. It's like fucking hilarious. That might be the Striker Fired trigger system, right? But I think it's a straight back like a 1911. The bow, the trigger bow. So it's supposedly like a sweet Striker fired gun, but it's a 1911. Whatever. And I know the Glock's going to be there. Whatever the fuck the Gen 5 should be, it's going to probably make its debut. It might be big time. Videos from the YouTubers. When is that shit? Like next week or something?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? 2 weeks? Oh man, that's cool. You're going, I mean, I would go to Media Day. Well, maybe not.
No, it's been pretty. and it's also weird. So
Lots of lines, right?
lines, just weird. I don't know. It's just not all that awesome.
Yeah,
It
there's not a
was
lot of
palatable back in the day because if it was weird, just walk away from the weird. But when it's so crowded, there's just weird everywhere.
Yeah. And there's nothing really that new. Even if the Gen 5 Glock is there, it's a fucking Glock.
There's opportunities there, but it's all in like 8 hours. So there's so much stuff. Everybody's got this urgency that it's, I guess that's the vibe. It's kind of odd. And unless you're like in that vibe, you know, like on that, you got that urgency, then you just don't like click and you're just in the way. I assume those people are paying good money and they got a lot of shit going on. They don't want to lose any opportunities, so they got no interest in just hanging out with you.
Oh, yeah, I bet. They got orders to fill, man. I finally watched War Dog. I just fast forward. War Dogs. I fast forwarded through the part where he like pulls out his machine gun and shoots it in the street. Pretty good movie, man. I won't say it's pretty good. It was all right.
I'll give it an interesting.
Yeah, I'd give it like a 5 out of 10. Actually, it wasn't that great. It was cool. Cool for me, so I'm into guns. But that's it. It's like I couldn't fucking believe that shit, man. Why the fuck would the Army need Beretta? Why they couldn't get Beretta 92s from it, 92Fs or whatever the fuck?
Did you read the Rolling Stone article that was based on?
No.
I think reading the article is a little more interesting than the movie because the movie was trying to pander too much and had some weird agenda to it.
Oh shit, dude. I've been just going ham off this fucking watching crazy videos and shit. I got that pirate tube thing, but I watched the Snowden movie, the Oliver Stone Snowden movie. That was fucking mind blowing. And then I watched the real documentary where he's in Hong Kong with the reporters. And you see them in the movie, in the hotel room talking, doing the interviews, all this stuff. And but there's a real documentary called Citizen4. Did you ever see that shit? It's fucking insane, dude.
Nope.
Holy fuck, it's insane. It's like the real footage. Like he picked the people out. I had no clue he was high level, like CIA, high level NSA. They kind of made it seem like he was some fucking, I don't know. Just looking at the news and not really paying attention much, it always sounded like he was some contractor who was like a government contractor who like.
You mean Snowden?
Yeah, who like worked at some center and was like, okay, they always made it seem like he wasn't, dude, he was high level, man, like CIA, and then he quit in the field. Like he went out and like, they were setting people up, like, fucking, just crazy, man. It was just insane. I never knew that whole story. Yeah, but dude, some of the, oh man, you would love that shit, man. Check that movie out, or at least the real documentary is awesome.
Did you see Passenger yet? Are you gonna watch that one? Or Passengers?
No,
maybe?
no, it's too low quality. I can't. I mean, the version I saw, the screen was like totally tilted.
Yeah.
And I heard it sucked.
No, it's not. It's all right. It ain't the most.
I tried to watch. Yeah, there's all the good movies are those rips, like Hacksaw Ridge and whatever the fuck. I'm just gonna wait. It won't be that long.
I just barely figured out the other day that you can flip it to 720. I've been watching everything in like 230 and was oblivious.
Oh, God, yeah, well,
720.
I noticed that it doesn't matter. It's so funny because I was just telling somebody, like, back in the day when I would go buy the fucking VHS tapes off like the Africans on 34th Street, the bootlegs, like I'm talking in the 90s, like 91, 90, 1990, 92. You know what I mean? They'd put a rug out on the street and they'd have all the VHS tapes with the fake covers, you know?
I got a couple of these from a later than that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the quality of those tapes and the quality of the shit on the internet is the exact same, dude. Like, it's so bad. And I don't understand because camera quality has gotten so much better. Like, why does it look so shitty?
Well, sometimes they got pretty nice cameras when they do that shit.
It's really bad. And sometimes the sound sucks, too. I don't know. Maybe what. Camcorders in the 90s versus whatever the fuck they got now, and this shit looks worse nowadays.
Shut up. Oh, here we go. So, what the fuck? I guess I'm in the same boat. Fuck. Don't want to have to do this. You just went outside. You're not going outside again. You can't even pet your dogs that hard. They would hurt them.
Nah, they'll break something.
Yeah, you'd break one of them. Break a leg.
Hey, I never said they were dogs, man. I wouldn't classify them as dogs.
Why don't you just put all them dogs in a vehicle and then drive to Vegas?
They're like cats. All right, well, can't do that. There's a lot of shit going on, but NRA show. I'll go to that when it's here, where I live. I'm sure half of the shit will be here. I wish I could go to Vegas. I mean, dude, it'd be fucking thousands. That's like anytime. Ka-ching! I used to say when I lived in New York, I used to tell people that anytime you leave your house, it's $20. You know? So, like anytime you travel to Vegas, I know people are like, "Oh, I'm doing it on a budget. It's going to cost like $50 or something." Like, sure.
I was watching some movie yesterday, and they're like just traveling through New York, like cab here, cab there, do something here, pay a guy a tip for this.
Subway. Like, I mean, dude, I think the subway now is like $4, $3.
Yeah, how much money do you have to make in New York just to be able to get back and fucking forth?
Oh my God! Well, the taxis used to go crazy high too. It would be like, and you know, I lived on First Avenue, right? And then the subway was on like Lexington. So you'd have to walk pretty fucking far to get to the subway station. I mean, you know, it was doable. Now in December and January, and it's like, there's like, you know, 6 inches of snow out. It's freezing ass cold, and you got to walk all that way to the subway. And then you got to wait for the subway, where I could just like take my time and take a cab, and, you know, skip all that shit. You know, it was worth it to me. Yeah, it was definitely like, I was probably spending like $20 a day on cabs, but, you know, God knows what it is now. $10, $7 to get to work. And I used to justify it because the subway and the bus or whatever would be like $3 or $4. Yeah, that's what it is. How much money do they need to make? A lot. If you're not in rent control or government subsidies, Section 8, Mitchell-Lama, low income, fixed income, whatever the fuck it is, where the rent's based on your income, And those developers, say me and you were real estate developers and we bought like 30 blocks and we built like an entire like apartment complex, we would get huge deals from the city as long as we included like people, working class people could afford it for a long time. And some of those deals started to expire. They were like 30-year deals with the developer in the city. And then they were just like, yep, okay, we're not Mixalam anymore. Like, we're not whatever. Like, no more middle income people can live here. Like, we're just going to raise the rent to market value.
Subsidized shit wasn't there, so they're like, all right, we don't need to have you here, so get the fuck out so we can charge full price.
Well, the deal was up. I mean, they made a deal with the city when they built the place. Say they built like 3,000 apartments, and like half of them had to be for nurses, teachers, firefighters, police, fucking social workers, whatever the fuck it is, janitors. Everything was, you know, and then the rest of them could be like whatever. They'll pay full price. When those deals were up, they were up. I mean, that's the way it worked. And then I think at the time when every new building that was built, even like a Trump building, no matter what building it was, the most luxurious building, they had, with the city, they had to include like, I think 10% low income to even get the permits and shit, right? Because the whole place is becoming, it's not affordable for anybody to live, really. Ultra rich, right? But who's going to take care of the ultra rich? Like, who's going to be your nurse or whatever, you know, your doorman, your HVAC repairman or some shit. Anyway. So like there were definitely super rich buildings, but like a certain amount of apartments would be like the poor people, but they weren't really poor. It's like
You would think that they would leave at least a couple of floors for the service people to have at least apartments there or something, just to make it, you know, efficient.
They're fucking, yeah, they fuck themselves. It is what it is. That shit is just fucked up. Sky's the limit, man.
Is that why you left New York? Because your rent-controlled apartment got taken away?
My job got taken away. I left New York. And I looked for a lot.
Illegal take it? Illegal did the job you wanted to do?
Yeah. You know, working, it was hard back in the day when I had to work. But I looked for jobs and that shit was just not working. And then my girlfriend was like, oh, well, let's move to Seattle. And I was like, no, that's cool. It's raining there like every day.
How did you get into that line of work in the first place? Did you go to school for it and then like get a degree or something and then just work? Or
I wouldn't call it a degree, but it's like a certificate.
Well, but it's some sort of...
It was basically no school would, no place would let you work for free without it.
Right.
You had to like go intern for a year. So you'd have to go to school, learn some shit, get a certificate, then work for free for about a year for no money. And then get an assistant job. Then they would pay you hourly. And then if you worked your way up, then you would be self-employed, independent contractor.
But you decided
work for yourself.
Pursued the training or the certification and then went through all that internship and stuck through it.
Yeah. I went to regular college for years, man, and years, and it wasn't working out. I was going there part-time and working a little bit and stuff. I'm like, whatever. I always wanted to be into music, so. Then I went to one of those trade schools that was just for like that.
Okay.
And then I got an internship at night, and I would work like fucking at 7 p.m. to like 6 in the morning, go home and sleep. It was like hard, man. That was hard stuff. But I like doing it. I was young too. I could never, you know, someone in your 30s, you couldn't, I don't know if I could do that again.
Why did you decide to do the specific thing you did as opposed to something else?
Well, at the time, engineers were making $100 an hour, so it was pretty fucking awesome. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was lucrative. It was like what I like doing, and just like music. So that particular music, I grew up with it.
Was that like that? Well, I mean, there was obviously 1,000 things you could do probably in the field
with it.
Like a lucrative thing, or that was just like?
No, yeah, for sure, dude. Like you could do live sound, you could do church. Like guys were big in churches, like church sound guys and shit like that. Live shit at the clubs, discotheques.
Oh, so that's
concert guys, live shows. Like there was so many different things you could get into, but I just didn't get into that. Like I just went into one thing, which was making songs and albums in the studio. Like no, not even like. And it was one genre too, so I kind of fucked myself there, but it was cool for a while. I mean, you go from 75 an hour to like 50, you don't really care. You go from like 50 to like 30, you're like, okay. Then you go, now they're like getting like 20. You know what I'm saying? It's like fucking crazy. I remember I was working in a studio and I could tell you like the tape machines, there was a Studer tape machine, the 2-inch tape, and then there was like the Sony made a machine for the reels, and it took me months to learn how to even align them. Like it was like magic anyway. Like they wouldn't even let you learn how to fucking align the tape machines. And then at some point, each tape machine was like $50,000. So you couldn't do that shit. Yeah, dude, the board was like $250. The tape machines were like $50 each, and you needed 2 of them. And then all the outboard gear, like the mics and everything, was just so expensive. So to get into that kind of business, to even touch a board like that, you had to pay your dues. And then like I started seeing it come down in price and shit, like, and then to the point where like you'd look at a giant board, it would look like a $250,000, solid state Logic board from England. Like there was only 2 companies that were making these boards, maybe 3. And all of a sudden it would look like that shit, but in the back it would be a fucking USB cable, dude. Yeah. There was no analog circuitry in there. There was nothing. All it was a giant mouse that would control shit in your computer program. So if you touch the knob, it would move the mouse, basically.
Are you saying then that you just need the experience at that point, and then the technical knowledge, or that it was? Well, yeah. Or are you saying it was poor quality then?
No. I mean, people couldn't even tell the difference between the sound and stuff. No,
it's just a matter of like horse and buggy versus automobile. Like you had a skill set that just wasn't necessary anymore.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Well, no, it's still necessary. I just fucking can't stand it. It's just I can't deal with it anymore, because eventually you're just like a barber. You know what I mean? Like, or any other fucking service industry guy. And if you don't know the people you're working with and have a good relationship with them, and like working on project with that person, and you start just being like a guy they call in on Wednesday to work with some dude you never met, and then maybe they'll call you in on Friday again to work with some other guy you've never met and his whole fucking crew. And
yeah, it's weird.
It's just horrible. You know what I mean? Like, because I worked in a place for 6 years where it was just us, closed. You couldn't even come inside. You couldn't book it if you wanted to. You couldn't. It wasn't open to the public. So that was like, I got spoiled.
Yeah, I hear you. Now, in that prime time when that shit was the most expensive and people were like, whenever you were at your peak with, people you were dealing with, did any of them ever come in there and just like in a drunken stupor because they didn't give a shit, like ruin that piece of equipment and have to replace it?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, I'm sure
they
would
have to replace shit.
Here, but I'm saying that did happen. Like, I just figure with a bunch of people being rowdy around a super expensive piece of shit, somebody's gonna be like, I don't give a fuck, I got enough money, fucking break this thing.
Oh yeah. Well, not even that. They would blow speakers, which is that's an accident.
No, I don't mean accidents though. I mean just
I've had or spilling liquor in a board. Like I've seen people do that. Okay. And we used to have to pay this guy from England to come in and take the board apart and clean it. Because like it was solid state, it was like a company called SSL, Solid State Logic, and like they had certified techs they were the ones who could work on the board. And they took it apart and he cleaned out the buckets, like underneath the fader was like they called it a bucket. It was just hollow under there. and he was cleaning them out. Each channel would come out individually. And he fucking showed me when he was done, and it looked like an ounce of marijuana. I was like, what the fuck?
Dude,
I was like, all of this shit is marijuana crumbs that slid through that little sliding, where the fader's sliding up and down.
But that dude, if he's been doing that for a while, I'm sure he's so used to seeing that shit in those kind of.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, dude, like Led Zeppelin wasn't smoking. All those dudes were smoking. The Beatles, they've been doing this shit forever, man. Smoking weed and sitting on a fucking board. Anyway, my point was like when I started seeing shit come down in price, and like when I first got started, record labels would pay a recording engineer $75 an hour, right, to run the tape machine and the board and record the mic and run running the session. You're in control of like capturing the vocalist or the drummer or whatever the fuck it would be, and you're doing this analog shit, right? And then they would also pay another $100 an hour to a Pro Tools engineer who would sit on a Mac with these DigiDesign, which was Avid, it's the same company, Avid machine, DigiDesign 888s and all this stuff on a Mac. And he'd have his separate little table and chair, and they were paying 2 guys to do this, right? So that's when I first started. And then basically every engineer who refused to learn the computer stuff, they were dinosaurs. They all lost their jobs. Like they're doing whatever. They all quit. They didn't want to do it. So then the record labels were like, all right, so basically like that was like whatever. That was the start of it. But at the end of it was like probably 2003 or 4 when Pro Tools, the computer program that you could use to replace the tapes and even the board really, was like crazy amount of money, dude. You needed a chassis, those like PCI cards? You needed this chassis piece. It was called a Magma. And it was like, each card was $10,000, just a fucking card, like these giant cards, PCI cards. And so the whole systems were like $40,000-$50,000 for the system, if you had a good one, right? Plus all the software and the plugins and stuff. And eventually DigiDesign and Avid put out something called like the M-Box. And I think it was $300. And it was just, and in the back of it, it was a USB cable. It was just a small box, like the size of a Glock box. You know what I mean? And that was it. And I was like, how much is it? And I think it was $500.
All that shit.
And I was like, wait. So you can buy that and have Pro Tools in your house and use a laptop? And they're like, yep. And I was like, oh, okay. All right, well. And that was like, I should have like got my cue then and went back to school and done something else, because like that was, at that point, everything was downhill from there, because you'd have artists come in
because artists
they'd be like,
go to a studio anymore. They could.
Yeah, exactly. I had an artist one time, of like a famous artist who was a singer, came in the studio and then was like, I don't want to sing in the booth. And I was like, why not? And he's like, well, I really record myself at home. Like that's what I usually do. And that's what I'm comfortable with. So can you set up the mic in here and I'll chair and I'll do it myself. And then I was like, okay. And then he sat there and he started recording himself. I'm just literally sitting there getting paid for nothing.
And he's wondering like, why am I doing this here when I could just be doing this at home?
Yeah, I had no fucking clue. I mean, basically because he was in New York maybe, and like didn't want to do it in his hotel room.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and one time I was at Sony Studios, they closed down, and I was there, and they had Sony had their own equipment, like in their studio, recording studios. So you had a Sony board and a Sony mic, and I had no clue what the fucking Sony board. I didn't know how to work it at all. So it went down. So they sent in these techs, and they were trying to fix the board, right? And it was like an hour, 2 hours of downtime. And the producer pulls out his laptop and his M-Box, this Pro Tools box, and he's like, we could do the session on here. And I was like, dude, we're paying like $800 an hour or whatever. You're paying $500 an hour for the room. Like, let them fix the board. Like, let's work here in the studio and not in the lounge on your laptop. Because I just got scared. Like, that's gonna sound like shit. I don't know. It's like so.
Well, yeah, just because you can move the equipment doesn't mean that you've got the characteristics, the conditions of that sound booth, right?
No, hell no. Right. And then, yeah, it was just like, oh, we can do it on this laptop. But it's not even that. Like the mic preamp it's like a piece of shit and like whatever. It was just like, no, let's not do it. Eventually, they fixed it. But yeah, it started getting like everyone started working from home. So then any artist would get recording budgets in the beginning. And they would be rather large back in the day. And then they started getting smaller and smaller from the label end because they knew it doesn't cost that much to make an album anymore. Like, and then if artists got really smart, they would get the advance themselves and then buy a studio, like basically make a studio in their house for like cheap as fuck. And then charge the label like, oh yeah, I have my own studio. Like we're going to use my own studio. And then the label would be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay, well, how much are you going to charge us? Type of thing. And they would build a studio for like nothing, like $100,000, $50,000, and then just fucking use that shit for years and charge the label by the hour. That's fucking, technology, man. But yeah, you couldn't tell the difference.
So now what you're doing now is completely different?
Oh yeah. I'm not. Me and my friend opened up a studio down here and we were renting it by like the week. And I would go down there and fucking just every day, every other day. And then the deal with their engineer, so they would have problems. I was just like, they'd call me and I would go down there and fix it. They'd blow a speaker, I'd order parts. I'm basically like a studio manager. That's what it wound up, and I almost prefer that because
now
being there at 3 o'clock in the morning, like recording with them, I just can't do it anymore, dude. The music blasting all night, like it's just fucking constant, dude. Like you'll have the same beat on for 10 hours, dude. Like just imagine the same song for 10 hours.
No, I know exactly. That's why I think a lot of people quit doing band shit. Because as soon as you, at least from my experience, as soon as you go from like, hey, let's jam around, let's jam or whatever, to like, let's record this, it turns into instant work, and it's like you got.
Oh my god, yeah. Dude, I was telling a friend yesterday. I fucking worked on a song one time, no shit, for a month. A song, like, but by the end, I just wanted to like, you better like the shit too. You know what I mean? Like, you better at least.
Do you ever listen to shit like that you worked on that long?
Oh yeah. Some of it's awesome. Some of it was so good I could still listen to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't listen to it and go like, oh, like you're constantly thinking about all the pieces of it, or?
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, dude, there were times where like the song was so great I could listen to it for the week or whatever the fuck we were doing, and then when it came out like 4 months later. 6 months later, I could listen to it again. I still that's just how you liked it. So, but half of the shit nowadays, I can't stand it. So if I had to sit and listen to shit I can't stand, it's like torture.
Yeah, it's drudgery. Yeah.
And I remember that back in
listen to Hawaii Volcano Squad. He used to change languages on movies or whatever from one language to another, and he's talked about some of those movies. And I imagine it'd be weird for him if you spent 80 hours watching a fucking movie over and over again, fucking dubbing it or whatever, that I would imagine you'd never want to watch that fucking movie again, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, my best friend was fucking a huge record producer, and he didn't even deal with it the way we dealt with it. And he would never listen to an album he worked on ever again. Like he would work on it and like pick the songs and sequence the album and help find writers and producers. He was basically like a record guy, but they call him like a record executive guy. But when the album would come out, he was done. But meanwhile, me and the other guy, we would listen to one song for 10 hours. And that's mixing it. Like for fucking recording it. Like I've recorded one song I was working on one time, the artist kept coming in and changing it, and the producer would come in and change something, and then he would come in and redo a second verse, and then they would do like 3 different hooks, and like by the end, dude, we worked on this one song for like 2 months. It's like, okay, that I don't know if I could listen to that again, you know, so, or I just listen to it now because it was years ago. But yeah, I mean, it was cool.
So
because
the
I
deal
really
with
back
that-
then I would be like, I felt like I was recording historical, you know, it was documents, you know, like these were albums, they were coming out in the store, people were going to enjoy them. I enjoyed working on them. They meant something, you know what I'm saying? I started working on projects that no one ever heard, like
Yeah,
ever.
it's gotta be
And they would
different.
get shelved. I used to think for sure, like Atlantic Records used to, I think that every year they had to have tax write-offs. And you don't want to work, I mean, you can and make money, but like you're working on the tax write-off album. Like this album's never coming out. The record execs would come and listen to it, and you'd play it for them and stuff, and the artist wouldn't even be there, and you could tell like they're just like, all right, yeah, whatever. Like let them keep working. Like, you know, and then they'll drop the artist, and they'll shelve the album that you worked on for 6 months. And so I got paid, but it still felt like a waste of time.
So the deal you got going there, is that like just having the facility, like literally the room with the right acoustics, or is it like having the equipment? I guess I'm asking.
Yeah, it was both. It was the construction. We built it together. We hired the guy who designed the studio. We designed it.
Do people bring in their own laptop and set it down, or is it it's like the old days where like you'd come to the place and all you had to do is bring your instruments and your bass?
Yeah, it's like they come with their own equipment, keyboards, drum. It's all keyboards and drum machines, dude, since the 80s. Like if you ever listen to like Stevie Winwood, like Back in the High Life album, or you know, like some of the best albums from the 80s and 90s, there were very little instruments, dude. Like when they go on tour, they'll do it.
No, but
for the
again,
most
do they
part,
bring their
like-
own laptop? Do they bring their own laptop and software, or is that part?
Oh no. The core is a Mac Pro, Pro Tools, and all our sound cards are like we bought like really hot good stuff like Apogee, like this company Apogee.
You have to run it then, so you have to have your dude there, or do they just?
What they wind up doing, which is funny, is they come in and they plug their laptop in, and then they listen to the stuff they did on their laptop on the big ass speakers.
Oh, okay.
They don't really use the equipment per se, like until they're recording.
Okay.
So usually these guys are working from home anyway, and then they'll like come through, play stuff.
This is like to polish it and make it.
No, to write to it. Like they don't even have lyrics yet. So like they're just like going through. Like a producer will come and meet the artist, and he'll listen to like 30 fucking songs, like instrumentals, and then the guy will be like, okay, I'll take number 3, I'll take number 5, and then they'll dump it into the computer, our computer, and then he'll start writing, and then he'll record, and then they'll mix it. Then, you know, it's like if you ever heard a song, any song, if you were, say, you're a singer, like even a country singer, and you heard like a well-produced country song, that all it needed was you to like write lyrics to and sing. Then you do that part on this like regular MP3 or whatever. But then when it's time to mix it, I need all those things separated. Like I need the banjo, I need the bass, I need the guitar separated, I need every single drum separated, any keyboards, horns.
And that way, each of those dudes go to some room by themselves and record, and then you just bring them all the recordings together.
No, usually it's all done by like one producer in pop music or rap or whatever. So like they just give you all the files. Yeah. So like you'll get all these files, and then you'll pull them up on the board. That's why each one of those little faders is usually an instrument, either a person's voice or an instrument.
But it's not like the old days where there's a band sitting in a room with instruments.
Oh fuck no, dude! That is so rare. No, that's no. I think
Even
there's
with,
there's
country
very few bands
music
that do that.
Even with country music and bluegrass and other shit.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
maybe
in
that.
classic-
I'm talking about shit that you hear on the radio.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, if you listen to country music, yeah, maybe. But even
So
that
these,
is probably a little different.
are these like commercials and like professional like presentations, or are these like kids starting up bands on their own? Or
Well, it depends. I mean, we rented it to a huge company, like with an artist who has other artists underneath them. It's all stuff. Some of it doesn't get to the radio, some of it does, but it's all professional. It's not like anyone working on demos and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, they couldn't afford it anyway. I mean, there's other places you can do that shit. I would tell artists, like, if you're working on.
So
like,
I want to do an intro to my podcast. So you're going to give me all kinds of time on there then?
Yeah, I mean, I could do that on my laptop.
Yeah, but I want to take the time to learn it slowly on your expensive ass shit.
No, it ain't even that expensive. My board that we bought was like 20 grand. You know, that's not, those days are over with the analog stuff. You can, it's just like not necessary anymore. Not that expensive. I think we have like maybe 250 into the whole place. Into the room. It's one room. And then there's like an office suite where like there's just some like a home, like almost like a home studio, but there. But not a lot. That's total with construction and everything. So that sounds pretty cool. Back in the day, you needed millions of dollars to build a studio. Millions and millions. And now you don't. You can do it for like 60 grand. Like a super sweet setup, dude. Probably even less, man, like 5 grand, 10 grand.
So, what are you up to?
What happened with your podcast intro?
Oh, I was just giving you shit. I said I was going to come over there and do my podcast.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, dude, I could definitely set up a fucking... You ever listen to some of these podcasts? They sound really good. And some of them sound like real shit. All it is like mic and preamp combination. Like, you know, like a good mic and a good preamp.
Can you tell the difference between Yankee and Matt now that they've got their $100 mics or whatever they are? I think they were about
a little bit, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I've been thinking about
it. Matt.
You can? But I was looking, I can have, I think it's, what the fuck, if I might be wrong, but I think it was $10 an hour. No, it was $40 an hour. So it was $15 for 15 minutes. No, yeah, no.
Well, usually they'll have like an hour, they'll have an hour or two minimum, like a 3 hour minimum.
What? No, I'm talking about the podcast or whatever. I think I was looking it up because I was trying to figure out how much it would be for me, for my show, for an hour a day, and then I was looking at how much it would be for Jimmy's show to turn them, to have a producer take the audio and produce it, basically get rid of all the ums and the spaces. I don't know how much of that is
my
just
God,
automatic software.
That's a lot of ums, dude.
Yeah, but I think there's software that does it. I have some free software and some open source stuff that can get rid of a lot of the spaces and ums real easy. Like you click.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it might just be some robot knowing how to use that software. But
probably, I mean, yeah. That's something I've never seen. Like, I had to literally just zoom in on audio files and go, okay, there's a when someone goes something like that, you know, and
especially if you're doing it on the cheap. If you really don't care, I bet you can just run some like autopilot to do it. But anyway, they do that. They offer that. Anyway, they reduce the time, and then they, whatever they call that, levels. You know, they kill the levels so that they're all uniform, so that if I'm talking louder than Bob, it doesn't come out in the finished product. So anyway, they do all.
Throw a fucking compressor on there.
And then they post it. Well, I can do all that in my software. I mean, I can literally do everything they talk about by clicking like 3 buttons. I open it, I do this one button that shortens it by killing the pauses, and I'm pretty sure there was another button that kills the ums, and then you click another button to change that wavelength so that they're all uniform, which it makes it all uniform volume, I guess. And then you click another button to save it in a format that only is semi-large. You
gotta be careful with the compressor, because sometimes it just makes shit loud. Like everyone's loud and obnoxious. There's no.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to be great. I'm just saying to put a number on it. I think it was a $10 a month. So it was looking like $40 a week for us, but it was more like $40 a day for Jimmy, or $60 a day or something for Jimmy. Anyway, I was thinking instead of getting a bunch of money into microphones and shit, I would look into just trying to get to that service or whatever. So then that would also consistently, because when you're paying somebody to do it, they would do it every day at 5 o'clock or something.
Yeah, I mean, you need a good. I don't know. He sounds fine too. Like Jimmy doesn't sound like, oh, he needs a good microphone or something. You know what I mean? Like when he's talking and the other guys. Sometimes you sound like you're on your phone head. I'm on a phone headset. I'm sure it sounds like shit.
Ever since I bought this computer, I just fucking talk into the air. I'm just talking toward the computer. So I'm surprised it even works. I don't even know where the fucking my phone must be this whole.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So I'm just kind of talking towards my screen. It feels weird, but everybody says it works. So, but yeah, I think $100 into a microphone isn't going to hurt nothing.
No,
especially
really
I'm sure it'll be better in the van.
Yeah, I don't even know about the USB ones. Like the ones that just have a USB cable at the end of the cord. I mean, I'm usually.
No, I'm gonna get the kind that has that goes into that preamp that's powered, and then
yeah.
It goes into your
and the preamp, if a preamp is shit, that makes a huge difference. So like a decent preamp can affect it.
Well, I'm definitely not going to spend money. It'll be the $100-ish level one.
No, even at that level, right? You can get there's some good ones, and then there's some shit.
Oh, okay.
Even like no matter what price range. So.
Well, honestly, I'll probably go with whatever's on Amazon, because then when I do a review of it, I can link to it on Amazon, and if anybody thinks it's good, then they buy it on Amazon, and I get some cut potentially. So that's better than just buying it off the, I don't know, streets and then not being able to get a potential Amazon cut.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I see a lot of these fucking guys. They sound fine, and I don't know what they're doing afterwards, but they're all using Apple headsets.
Oh, really? Well, I'm sure that a Mac would be better. I do have a Mac. I bought a Mac laptop for $100. I just don't pay much. I don't have. Really
I'm not even saying the Mac. I mean the headset that they're using on YouTube. Like they're doing a YouTube video and then they're putting it on podcast.
Right.
But when I watch the YouTube video, they're all using those white headphones. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if they even have Mac or not. They're just basically using.
You mean like We Like Shooting or somebody? I think they're not using the phone. I think they're using.
Well, no, not anymore.
They're using a board. They're going into an actual board, like a radio recording studio.
Yeah, he's probably like what I would do if I was doing it would be we would do it like if we were in a room, or like they're in a room, like Sean and his friend or whatever, because they can't all be in the same room. So like when they're on a Google Hangout and there's 7 people in there, they're not all going into a board. You know what I mean? Like only the people in one room could go into a board. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is like if it's 2 or 3 people, it's easy in the same room, because you could do the YouTube Google Hangout and still be recording it to a proper audio recording program. And then you give that's what you use to upload the podcast, not just the raw audio from the Hangout.
Yeah, you're saying record your own high-def audio file, but then you make a huge file. Whenever I was just taking the raw audio from the MP3 off of YouTube to make the podcast and uploading that, people were saying that the thing was huge. It was 3 times the size of the other podcasts they listened to for the same length of show. So then I figured out that I could download the file, move it into that software I'm talking about. It's like audio.com or audible.com or Audacity maybe. So it's just some sort of free audio file. And anyway, I can resave it at a lower compression, I guess. And then it comes out about 1/3 of the size, but that took a step. I had to download the file and then open it up in there and then let that run. And that took fucking 11 minutes or some ridiculous amount of time. And then save it somewhere and upload it. But then I figured out my software could just download it at 1/3 of the size. And that's what I do now. So I can go back to just downloading and uploading it. But Yeah, there's probably something to be said to just record the podcast onto audio files and then tweak with the audio files at that high def, basically stereo, and then record it or export it at a streamable size.
Just think of it like old school cable splitters, like splitters. So you split the out of your computer, which is like usually whatever the fuck you're listening when you're in a Hangout. It's like right now it's my headphone coming from my computer, but instead of that it would go from my computer into a board, right, into a little tiny mixer, and then I would listen to this podcast the Google Hangout on the mixer, and then the mixer would also have an output, and that output would go into recording software, like on your computer, back into your, like maybe a different computer, so.
Well, that's what I guess I'm saying. I do have this Mac. It's old, but it still, I don't know what operating system it is, but it works. I could
6 or 7
potentially see what kind of audio software is on there, because I suspect whatever comes stock with a Mac is better than whatever the hell I got.
Yeah, I mean, they got GarageBand. I've never really fucked with it, but like, dude, there's so much free shit out there. I don't know, like hacks.
You can do free shit for the Mac?
Oh my God. Well, the Pro Tools isn't even a Mac program, It's Avid. It's the same people who use. No, but there's free, like there's hacks out. They're cracks. They're cracks.
I don't like that shit.
Okay, so if it's not cracked, then I'd say the cheapest one. There are free ones though, that are just straight up like shareware, but I don't know how to work them. I don't know how good they are. But the one that comes with the Mac for free is GarageBand, and it's pretty decent. It's better than anything I've seen come with a PC,
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
It's multi-track recording,
But on the other hand, I'm not trying to learn how to do every fucking aspect of this. I really do like the idea of just recording the thing with the guys and just having it as part of the budget to then walk away and have it be posted by somebody who knows.
Dude, there is a fucking software. This is what I always used to default to when shit got trickery. I would use Audio Hijack. You ever heard of this program, Audio Hijack?
No.
It basically is a program you can buy. I think it's like $15, $20, and no matter what's going on your computer, like no matter what it is, you could be watching YouTube or fucking listening to like watching a DVD or something like that. It basically hijacks any audio that's going on your computer, period, right? And creates a file. And it can create a really high quality file or whatever, or it could just do a low quality, it's up to you. There's a whole bunch of settings in it and stuff. So, so back in the day or whatever, like if I was listening to like streaming radio, right, I could just have that shit recording it. So that, I just recorded your, listening to the computer and hijacking the audio off, making a file from it. So if you were ever like in a podcast and doing your Hangout, I think I'm positive you could just run this program, Audio Hijack,
and it would just record everything.
It would record everything that your computer got going on, audio output, like everything. So like, unfortunately though, if you're doing one and like your email goes off and you get like a ding, you got mail or whatever the fuck, that's going to be there too. Because I would hijack stuff, but if I had to adjust the volume on my computer, the tone you would get for like going down in volume or going up, it would be in there. So I'd have to start over. But that shit was like I think it was free, but then I think it would cut you off at like 10 minutes. So obviously you need to pay for it. But either way, it was like fucking cheap as fuck. Audio Hijack, that shit was awesome. So you could be doing your Google, you're the host of these Hangouts. Even if you're not the host, it doesn't even fucking matter. You just hijack that shit, rip it, and it's that easy. You don't have to I don't know what you would do. Is there a way to download a YouTube video's audio or something? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I just have a plug into the browser, and you just click a button, and it'll take the video itself, the whole thing, or it'll take a couple of different types of audio files off. Like one that's just straight iTunes, one that's just an audio file, and then I forget what the other, probably low quality audio file or high quality or something.
How much? And how long does that take?
To download an hour podcast, it takes maybe like 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Oh, that's okay.
It doesn't cost nothing. It's just a plug-in for Firefox. Just browse the plugins on Firefox and download it. You can probably get it for other browsers. I just happen to use Firefox for those types of applications.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, it wouldn't. It's not only going to save you 2 minutes then. Like what, to do it real time, like while you're doing the the show, to have it recording while you're doing it.
The main thing for me is that when I record it, because I could do what you're talking about. I thought about doing it that way, but I would just do it with that Audacity or Audio Accuracy or whatever the file is, or the software I use, which is just a big recording. It's like a tape recorder on steroids, right? So I could just record with that, but then I would have to then take the file and downgrade it. I figured out with this software, this app that downloads the audio, I just set the internal settings of that to give me the thing at 36 whatever instead of 76 whatevers, and it turned it into a manageable size file. So now my files are like 30 per hour, and before they were at like 230 per hour. So they're like significantly smaller, and they sound exactly the same. So for what we do, there's like no difference at all. So Nightcrawler, what are you doing over there? Can you hear us now? Or? Is he talking to us or somebody else? Because
you got a visitor.
Is he talking? He seems like he's talking.
Oh, I can't see it. It's in my pocket.
Oh, okay. Nightcrawler is in here, and I didn't know if he was. Oh, he's muted.
What happened, guys? I'm sorry. I was having a conversation. I was only catching a couple of things you guys were saying. What happened?
Nothing. I was just saying what's going on.
Oh, not much. I saw you guys were in here, so I figured I'd step in and say hi.
So what's going on? You got some kind of job now?
Yeah. No, I got a job. I can't really say too much about it, but yeah, I got a job.
Male prostitute. We understand.
No, I was going to say, you can't tell us what store number you're at or anything like that?
No.
Who your corporate boss is?
Maybe the name of your boss?
Yeah, exactly. No,
or his telephone number.
On a bunch of disclosure stuff, so even
Is it like your other job, or no?
No, not even close to my other job.
Oh.
Like my other job was paid compared to this. I can't. Anyways, yeah, I'm working.
Is it a good job or like something you had to grab for time being kind of thing?
No, it's decent. It's good.
Oh, okay. Did you have it? You knew you were coming to it then? I didn't. I got the impression you were coming out kind of without a.
I didn't know if I was gonna get this job or not. But yeah, I had a suspicion that I was gonna end up working there.
Okay. Cool.
So I miss the old days when we used to get people fired.
Yeah, it would be easy to do too, because they made me sign a thing about not saying anything about the company on social media. I mean,
disparaging comments and stuff, or just in general.
Yeah.
Either way, next subject, man. Fucking
So are you in the middle of like cornfields and shit, or is it the middle of soybean fields, or?
No, I'm in a city. It's like a city. It's just a small city, but it's a city.
Well, okay, but it's a city in the middle of cornfields, or what kind of fields, or whatever.
What kind of farming do they do around here? Farming, like, is it? Corn. I guess there is corn then.
So then, I don't really pay attention when I'm driving through there because how fucking boring it is. So there's not like parks and forests and shit, is there? It's just all people own a bunch of property. You can't just go shooting, or is there places to go shooting?
No, there's no, it like, okay, the town I'm in is is a cool town. There's a park, there's parks, and there's lakes. There's actually a lot of lakes around.
So you got places you can go shoot and stuff?
That's actually a problem right now because I looked it up and there's only private property shooting ranges. So I have to become a member at for like a private thing because the whole damn county doesn't even have a shooting range. I got to drive to Topeka to go to an indoor shooting range, and I don't want to do indoor stuff. So it's that kind of stuff.
You weren't in Cali, were you?
Yeah, I was in Cali.
Oh, you're not there
He
anymore?
was right next to Heavy. Yeah. No, he's in Kansas.
Oh, you fucking coward. You should have stayed and fought
fucking
those
left.
gun laws, man.
He fucking just gave up. He gave up.
Now we lost Cali, dude. Now Cali's gone because of you. We lost it. No more Cali.
So your other option is to hook up with some farmer who says, "Yeah, go ahead and shoot on my billions of acres of farmland. Just shoot over there, right?"
Yeah, pretty much.
So how are you gonna? Is it looking good for that opportunity?
I don't know anybody. That's the thing. I'm gonna go to when I get a little bit of money put away. I'm gonna go down to the gun store and talk to them and see what they do, and because there's like 3 gun stores in town. So
That's an interesting thing. I'm gonna put that in the daily show schedule here. How to fucking alternative ways of finding a gun place to shoot at.
yeah,
I had to deal with that when I was a little kid.
yeah. So it's like it's a cool place. It's like they got a memorial place and they got all kinds of stuff. It's just
No shit, dude. Anytime someone's like, "Yeah, I got out of Cali. I know it's beautiful there." And when I was thinking I had to move there a few years ago, and I went on Cal Guns and was asking a bunch of questions and shit. And one guy was like, "Hey, look, man, there's other things to life besides guns. You'll love it in San Diego," or some shit like that. And I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? He's got a fucking point, man. He really does." But yeah, I was, basically.
Have you ever thought about container gardening? Maybe arranging flowers? Scrapbooking? Alternatives.
Yeah, there was other shit like enjoying the beach. The weather, the food is very good here, dude. I mean, it's cool. I'm just saying, like, I think I was asking stuff, and I was getting responses like, if you want a carry permit, like dead ass serious responses like, join a country club, make donations to the local police department, or get friendly with the sheriff's department by making donations. Like, we're like, are you okay? Whatever, I'm not too cool about that, but anyway, I'm just saying, congratulations. Because, yeah, Cali's a fucking sinking ship.
yeah. Cali, the thing that kills Cali is just the whole it's so expensive. It gets very pricey to live there. I mean, like you have a career. A lot of people have careers. I don't really have a career. I'm just kind of now I'm just kind of a laborer. So
yeah, I don't have a career either. I mean, I'm down to I'm a career. I say I'm one connection left, and if that guy retires or is done, I'm not. No. Literally, at 30-something years old, I had studios telling me that they would hire me as an intern at 30. And I would show them my resume and be like, honestly, I'm not trying to like brag or whatever the fuck, because I'm still a broke loser, but most engineers never got to that level, right? Like where they had like a discography even. Anyway, and they didn't care. They were like, you're going to intern for us and go get coffee at 30 years old. So you need a dick. So yeah. I'm not like, I consider a career like a nurse, a dentist, a doctor, a lawyer, maybe a teacher for sure.
Leah Speed.
Someone got to mute him because he's passed out. But
he's trying to get a second rocker on his chat napper.
Either that or he's like playing with us, trolling us.
Oh, he's full on.
We better talk about guns, man, because that's what happens, man. Like he was waiting for gun talk, and I was like, yeah, anyway, I love jobs like that. That's the ideal, where you can pack your shit and be like, oh yeah, we're moving to there, and they'll be like, what are you gonna do for a job? You're like, I'm a fucking nurse or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, good luck. I mean, I was listening to chats this evening, and who had a chat? Oh, Yankee had a chat. I tried to listen to it, and then I heard Matt saying and Yankee saying that civilian firearms training is fairly new, like within the last few years, and I was waiting for G-Webs to like jump in there and flip out, but like no one flipped out. Like it just went on like
it went on and on and on. People were saying in the chat that I was fucking long-winded about my fucking.
What? I didn't get there. All I heard, civilian firearms training is fairly new within the last few years. It's like what? Okay, this is crazy talk, man. Dude is heavy snoring, dude.
He's snoring.
Somebody can record that. Oh, wait, it's being recorded. Never mind.
And this will be like we should just run a rerun of this for his next Friday show. Oh yeah, he's in it.
All right, now it's official. I'm muting him. All right, he's muted.
He's good to go.
You can turn him over. Hopefully, now I'm scared because you can't unmute. So now I feel bad because what if he were to like have something happen to him like Bob had, and then what are we supposed to do? We can't. Well, I guess
Bob had his camera on, so it was different. So when the cat jumped on Bob's face,
that's what I mean. We won't hear nothing.
Oh no, but you don't have a cat.
We won't see nothing. That's
you don't have a cat, bro.
You're right.
Cats steal your breath. That shit was for real. Like since back in.
It's not your breath.
What was that movie? Cat's Eye.
They steal your soul out of your breath.
Right.
They're sucking your soul right out of that shit.
That's what was happening to Bob. No, so when did civilian firearms training start? Like in 2004 or something like that? Or was it 2005?
Well, I agreed with him that it got popular now, but then I tried to explain to him what are my views on why it got popular and whatever, and then I don't know, they might have listened or not, but his fucking audience don't give a shit about what I say ever. So it gets
I just was waiting for someone to be like, well, there was a guy, his name was Colonel Jeff Cooper, and that was back in the day in like the 80s. That, I mean, honestly, you could say it got popular then because you can find the clip on YouTube. It was like 2020 or 60 minutes.
I agree with him. It got popular after the troops started coming home and having experienced something, came home and needed something to do, kind of thing. So
which troops? The Vietnam guys or the Iraq guys?
No, the 2004 AF+ guys.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I agree with you. It existed, but I don't think they were disputing that it ever existed. They were saying when it got like popular or whatever.
No, I think the quote, the verbatim was when it started in the.
Well, you
only started a few years ago.
You caught onto that more than I did, I guess. I knew that what Yankee was trying to fucking say. Basically, he didn't fucking like Jaeger and shit. I think, but
Even Jaeger. That's what I was. I don't know if you were in the chat one night. I was like, Jaeger used to work for like Andy Stanford and like got a little like McDonald's franchise going in the South. You know what I mean? With that guy, and then, dude, this shit's been going on forever.
Well, that's the thing. It's been
since
more than Jaeger.
The late 70s.
But I couldn't get Yankee pinned down on if he's talking, because he'll say stuff like this tactical. What the fuck does he call it? Like this tactical trend or whatever, tactical trend. So I'm like, are you talking about like the people that emulate at like the amateur level, like the individual guys that might be hooked up with a single gun shop and they have like a dozen students in a month maybe or something, and are just starting out? And yeah, they'll usually do the weird stuff because they don't have a lot of experience, and they. I think I said something like if they were taught with a screwdriver, everything's a screw. If they're taught with a hammer, everything's a nail. They just haven't realized that there's other ways to do things yet. Once they've experienced that, they tend to not go with this narrative of like, this is the only way to do it. But Yankee like insists that there's like this consistent
Dude, I love
narrative
Matt. I'm not
throughout
even talking
training
about
that.
Yankee.
Well, he says
Listen,
it's
I'm
this
just,
like consistent attitude that you have to do it this way or it's the highway. And I'm like, dude, I seriously don't know any instructor that says this is the way you have to do it, or else get the fuck out of my class, or anywhere near that even.
well, Yankee. I'm talking about Matt. Matt said if you walk, it's coming back. He said if you walked into a gun shop a few years ago and asked about training, they would tell you like go become a cop, or I don't know what the fuck. It was just like he was literally acting like training didn't exist in 1978 or whatever. You know, whenever I think Cooper opened up Gunsight in like 1980 or was like 70.
I don't know, dude. When I was a kid in the 80s, if I would have asked about firearms training, they would have sent me to a hunter safety class. That was it. I mean, I guess if I would have pursued it, they might have acknowledged that Gunsight existed, but I didn't live anywhere near that. So
no, but don't you think there were people emulate, just like people emulate, like let's say tactical response, right, or whatever the fuck it is.
You mean back then? Dude, every
don't you
single
think people
time,
went to Gunsight and would come home and be like, I got a school now?
Every single fucking session, you know it. They would go home, but they were emulating whatever the fuck old fashioned type of shit. But yeah, no, I agree with you. And it didn't, what do you call it? It didn't persist and persevere like it does now with the internet. And I guess that was my other point that these guys is that, like your excess saying, it's existed for a long time, but it was at a slow simmer. In 2004, people like myself, really, and the other guys that were going and training and sharing it, at least for me, I was like, holy shit, this is a thing. You can sit in a vehicle and shoot out the fucking windshields at fucking shit, and they're going to teach you cool shit like this and the techniques and like the theories behind it and do it. No, that was tactical response back when I first started doing this shit. And out at the range, like down the street from my fucking house, dude, this was a range that literally bordered a barbed wire fence away from the airplane graveyard. It's not there anymore, but it used to share the same like property with the airplane graveyard where like they filmed all the movies with all the abandoned airplanes from the Air Force. Like this range was right there, and they'd have vehicles there, and it was a pretty badass little range. This is a Czechoslovakian guy, I think, ran it, so he was like very pro freedom and pro like do whatever you want at my range kind of thing. And anyway, so yeah, I thought that thing was the fucking shit. So I started telling everybody I fucking knew, like, this is not some unachievable like thing that is only in the movies. Like, you just fucking sign up and go, and you're learning some cool shit. And I went from tactical response fighting pistol, right, with what do you call it? Force on force back then they called it. So that was 4 days, and then I was hooked, right? And then that's when the guy from Front Sight was like, you want to go to Front Sight? And I was like, fuck yes. So then we went to Front Sight for their 4-day thing plus their 30-day CCW, and then took like a deluxe tour of the place and got like the royal treatment, because that was back when they were still, the internet was, we were first, not the first, but some of the first internet people showing up and doing stuff. So I was like, wow, this is a fucking cool thing. And I was not the only fucking one doing that. So that's a ton of people out there when the internet was just starting to kick up, in the early 2000s, what the fuck you say, that started sharing that shit. So like you say, the training was around, it was a simmer, and there was definitely instructors that were reteaching the stuff that they learned at like Gunsight, but then it kicked up to a whole nother level in 2004.
I think that's where I remember seeing your video, even if just the first time I saw a gun websites video and you were with like Costa and fucking Fisher or whatever, or you were, any of those videos.
Like 10 already. That was like 9 or 10.
9 or 10? Okay, well, okay. I'm saying you never had videos like that in 8?
Oh no, yeah, I've been going to training. I tried to go at least a couple.
No, I mean on YouTube though.
No, because it wasn't. My main thing was not to try to show people the training is be flashy, but to intrigue people to go sign up and do it.
Okay, so I'm just saying let's say your first training video that I saw maybe on YouTube was like 6 years ago. Is that what you're saying? Like around 6?
Whatever.
Okay, it doesn't matter. My point is that I stopped reading handgun magazines and shit like that. I stopped reading gun magazines when I got into forums, right? And then like when I got into, and then I stopped with the forums when I started watching YouTube and stuff. You know what I mean? But like, if we were still reading gun magazines like we did when we were kids, I just saw a crazy movie from the fucking 80s. It was so funny, dude. What fucking movie was it? Anyway, I watched The Goonies the other day.
Okay.
And there's a part in Goonies which had to be 83 or some shit like that. Anyway, one of the jerk kids that they didn't like was sitting on the toilet reading Guns and Ammo, and then the pipe burst and it like threw him through the ceiling. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Anyway, I've been reading Guns and Ammo for like that long. You know what I mean? This is from back in the. So if you were reading Guns and Ammo, or combat handguns or whatever the fuck when you were a kid, you would have known about training. That's for shit sure. That's what I mean. Like walking into a gun shop and being like, "Hey, is there?" And then not knowing about training.
I guess that's the
crazy.
difference. When I say reading Guns and Ammo, I rarely sat there and read the shit out of an article. I did if it was like something that caught my eye or whatever, but I wasn't so obsessed that I read like the thing cover to cover. So if there was boring ass shit about it, an old guy going to training, I probably glazed over it.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, I mean just the ad. They would have ads in there too and shit.
I guess yeah. I would not. I understood that people did training that was like, except we called it survivalist shit back then, right?
Oh yeah, and it was laughed upon. Just like nowadays, it's tactical or and it was 2K, Y2K, or it was what was the other one? Prepper. You were a prepper, right? So it's and none of that stuff. The negative shit that they say it is pretty much the same. It's like you were survivalist, a prepper, or whatever the fuck you were. You were a nut job if you took these classes. I mean, that's what the mainstream media was trying to say back in the day. Because if you ever watch that shit, it's interesting. If you've never seen it, the 2020, or I think it was 60 Minutes or 2020, when they went to Gunsight in like 82, and they interviewed everybody, and they interviewed Cooper, and they interviewed all the students, and they took a tour and all that stuff. They were trying not to say like, look at these wacky people, you know what I mean? But they were kind of.
They were the Burt Gumbers or whatever, the guy from Tremors, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were basically like people have an overwhelming desire to go get training for like, dude, it's shocking to people from New York and LA, because that's basically your media hubs, right? So like 2020, anything, when a news reporter on a national level is coming out to Gunsight, they're coming from New York or LA, and they're going to be shocked with what they see, you know what I mean? But like, whatever, man, go, fly a kite. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't know about shit. I probably would never even have taken a class if it wasn't for hanging out in Google Hangouts with you guys and shit. Because I used to think, I don't need a class, because I've been reading Guns and Ammo for my whole entire life.
You've done an Asada Youth thing too, right?
Yeah, well, just the classroom thing, the 2-day thing.
No, but you did 2 days of it, so you understand what I'm saying. You don't think that, I know that Matt would change his mind completely with either a Masada Youth or either Force on Force or Fighting Pistol. And I'm pretty sure Yankee would change his mind with either one of them as well.
Honestly, if Yankee took Fighting Pistol, which is probably a possibility right now, he would fucking love it.
Yeah, he would shut the fuck up and be like, "Oh, I can't believe I was so crazy about this. There are no technical ninja rolls." Like,
I tell people all the time, and when you're not even in these chats, I'm here just defending shit. Dude, it's 6. If you think of it at 8-hour days, right? I think we had an eating. Well, anyway, say it was 14 hours, right? For the 1 hour lunch. You can't sum up 14 hours of anything in a 30-second like smart comment, like, some instructor just screaming at you. Like, that's no. I mean, it was actually 1,000 rounds, and it was 14 hours and of a lot of different drills and a lot of stuff over and over again and whatever. You know what I mean? So it's just fucking hilarious.
And then how do you quantify the experience of being a REN with 20 other people who are at various levels of their life experience and tech and skill level, all learning at the same time? So you're getting things reinforced organically or like whatever, like, just randomly. You're getting some touching on more advanced stuff when the instructor talks to somebody or coaches somebody on something else. So you're getting that nuance that isn't possible to understand if you haven't experienced it, like you say, for like that bonding that takes place after, or that immersion that takes place after so many hours of it.
Well, I mean,
Hey, dude, is that whale cheese?
Fucked up.
Whale milk cheese? 900 calories on that bagel right there.
What? 900 calories?
No way. No.
Did you guys hear about whale milk? We were looking up whale milk earlier.
Is it high density calories or something?
Dude, it is one of the most highest density things. You take, you know what a pool skimmer is? Like that little net you put a pool skimmer? They swim up next to a whale, they yank on its teat, and it disperses 2,100 pints of milk, and they collect it in one of those pool skimmers because it's so thick.
Leave those whales alone.
Milk has, like cow milk has 4 to 10% fat. Whale milk is like 40 to 70% fat. It's
So I
basically
think
like cheese that comes out.
It must taste really good then.
No way.
Dude, you missed
It's
it.
all
Here, let
salty
me-
and shit, like seawater, dude. This is disgusting.
Oh, you're gonna love the description.
Yeah,
and whale cheese in here. Or no, whale
Plus,
milk.
it's got to be super fucking expensive too, because that ain't no fucking.
No,
cow.
you can't. I haven't found a place to buy it. They're just like, they're just talking about it. So let's see, where did I find it? What does whale milk taste like? A blue whale's milk tastes like a mixture of fish, liver, milk of magnesia, and castor oil.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would imagine it tasted like. Like fish, salt water, and like make milk of magnesium. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and
I
castor
don't fucking
oil.
know.
But
I don't
dude,
fucking know.
900 calories per half cup serving.
don't fucking
900
know.
calories per half cup.
That's a lot.
And-
A cup of milk is like 50 calories or something. 40 calories. 60?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
You know, a cup of milk is not like 50 calories. A cup of milk is like 200 and something calories.
No way, dude. I have one right here. Hold on, I'll tell you. Because I'm a fat guy and I lose weight sometimes and then I don't. So here's whole milk, right? 1 cup of whole milk. Oh, you're right. It's 150 calories.
Yeah, because I used to actually have to count my calories because I had an app and I took it and it used to read barcode. And
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, I
man,
got that
never
shit.
thought of that. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
it's
do that shit.
but it was a cool deal, and I was actually losing weight. But then my wife stopped doing it, so I lost interest, and then fucking.
Okay, but here's the deal. The reason it's 150 because it's whole milk, and I never buy whole milk. This is for hot chocolate for my girlfriend. So that's different. But like anyway, usually like if you buy 2% or something like that, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be 150. Anyway, 150 versus 900 is a lot. That's what I was gonna say. Like a chicken parmesan dinner from like Olive Garden is like 900 calories.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Milking a whale takes about 50 minutes and gives you 1,600 liters or 2,815 pints of whale milk. You get on scuba equipment, you rub up next to the whale's teeth, and it kicks out 2,815 pints. It's since baby whales don't have lips, it pushes it out.
Whales are fucking like endangered species, man. Like or whatever. I think one of them is endangered. The blue whale or something like that. Anyway, leave leave the milk alone with the whale.
Don't be
That's not a good
over
look, man.
That's just not a good idea.
I'm just saying, I never even heard of it before. We were talking about earlier. We figured it all out earlier.
Well,
I just assumed that since you were eating that bagel with whale cheese on it, that you'd be interested in that.
Tofu cheese. What about tofu cheese? Soy milk, they say, has to be fermented. Otherwise, soy has to be fermented. Otherwise, it's like no good for you.
That's how that's where the gaseous glutens.
No, the amount of estrogen that's naturally occurring estrogen in the soy product is like no good. And then
all the female essence dissipates.
Yeah, if you ferment it, yep. No shit, I'm dead ass serious. I know these things. Yeah, soy's no good, man. It's fucked up. If you want to cut soy out of your diet, it's like the hardest fucking thing to do. Because soy lecithin is in like every single fucking thing ever, man. Like anything you eat is like soy.
It's got the soy in there.
Yeah, you don't want soy, dude.
So no soy, no gluten. You're just SOL, man.
No, I'm eating glutens. I don't know about that. I'm eating glutens because what the fuck, man? I mean, rice. Well, rice doesn't have gluten.
Wheat rice does.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I gotta start working on the diet again. I gotta slim down because, I just.
Dude, the holidays hit me, dude.
Been thinking about stuff lately, and I don't want to have a heart attack when I'm 40.
No, me neither.
So.
My cholesterol's pretty good, but it is what it is, man. But no, yeah, definitely. The holidays fucking hit me crazy, man. Like I gained mad weight from the holidays, man.
What does that mean? 5 pounds? 10 pounds?
Yeah, yeah, about 4 pounds. 5 pounds. Anyway, I'm still fat. It doesn't matter, but like that just puts you over the scale. Like it's fucked up. I can still walk like 4 miles and shit, and not get tired. Not 4 miles, but yeah, like 3 or 4 miles. So a relative was like, "Oh, you're in good shape then." Because we went on a hike and he had to give up, and he was like, "Oh man, you're in good shape." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I'm walking." I've never had someone tell me I'm in good shape because I walk.
Like you can't not move, so you're doing pretty good.
We walked like 2.5 miles, man. He was impressed. I was like, "Oh Jesus,
You're not stuck in one spot. That's pretty damn good."
Then he was like, "Are you carrying a fucking gun?" And I was like, "Yeah." Yeah, I bent over to tie my shoelaces, and then I came up and like did that straight up, like I don't give a fuck, like adjust your gun in the holster. You know what I mean? Like, oh, anyway. It's funny shit. The good news is like I spent holidays with this guy for like fucking the last like 6 years. And I always carried, he never knew until I fucking did that. Until he watched me tie my shoelaces up, stand up, and then like do that move, where you touch the gun and then move it a little bit.
Aren't all gunfights like this? Why in the world do I need training when all gunfights are like this? You're just across the room from each other and you're just missing everything.
Well, dude, even that guy went and caught cover. I don't know. There's nothing to learn about guns.
Check, run across, get behind a couch,
Dude, yeah, I listened to literally like maybe 10 minutes of that chat, and Yankee was like, "It doesn't matter where you live, like the worst part of Chicago or Boise, Idaho, like it doesn't matter, like whatever, nothing's gonna ever happen to you." Stuff. So that's why I'm like, yeah, he's right. Nothing's gonna happen anyway. You don't need shit. Fancy.
I don't know. I actually. Was that on the shooting left to center?
Oh yeah, it was next level, man. He said, he was like, well, he's right. I'm probably like, the statistically, you're more likely to fucking die in obviously a car accident or something, than whatever the fuck he said. But then he took it to the next level and was like, it makes no difference where you live, like at all, which is okay. You know what I mean? Like, because I could bring you to a neighborhood where it absolutely matters. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it does. It's a little different in that neighborhood, and you don't have to be in a gang for that to matter in that neighborhood. Like, you could just be walking out of your car. Now, maybe you don't have the same chance of being in a gang fight, in a gang shootout or something like that, but you could easily get carjacked or mugged or whatever the fuck, man, because it's a gang. Dude, I got city government guys trying to shut down gas stations where I live, like, because this one gas station is dangerous, and they're literally trying to put a gas station out of business because there's carjackings and murders there. So if you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter where, okay, well, just don't go to that gas station, because that gas station, it matters, man. It's like a hot zone of like crime and death and shootouts and robberies and carjackings and shit. So, I mean, what Matt said that shit the other night, and I looked it up, and it was like, I think like 3 major cities are responsible for like 80% or 90% of all the fucking homicides in America. Or so. It was something crazy, but either way, that's how does it not matter where you live if 3 cities are responsible for like most of the fucking homicides in America and shit like that. Whatever. And I guess those are gangs there too, but like, there's other shit going on.
I don't know. Where I live is pretty quiet, but I'm probably gonna carry. The only thing is though, I can't even like where I go to work. I can't even have a lock. I can't even have it in my car.
Oh,
Like I straight up had to sign paperwork that says I will not bring anything on their property, and I was like, damn. I was like, I wasn't gonna bring it to work, but I was gonna like leave it in my car, you know.
yeah. But yeah, that's not a big deal. Because even if that's the case, you can go home and before you go shopping or whatever, before you go to the grocery store or whatever, go home, put the gun on, don't take it off till you go to bed or whatever, and then repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
That
like
job shit sucks.
he's kind of a shithole. Like I don't know. I thought Topeka was gonna be like whatever, but nah. There's all kinds of stuff going on over there. I don't know.
No, yeah. Shit happens everywhere. No matter where you are, shit can happen. And then you know, statistically it can't happen. But it can happen. And then when it's happening to you, statistics don't matter anymore because you're the anomaly. You're the fucking you're the glitch in the matrix. You know what I mean? Like when shit is going bad for you that day, and you got a scumbag with a knife or whatever the fuck's happening, a home invasion or whatever, you can throw all the other statistics out the window because you won the lottery of shit. Right?
Yeah.
Don't plan on anything ever bad happening to me ever. But it's fine.
So what have you been up to? I haven't gotten to catch up on videos or freaking listen to chats or anything. So what have you been doing?
Not much, man. Holidays, you know, working. Fucking haven't really done anything gun wise lately. So no buying guns, nothing new or nothing. Actually, I bought a revolver, and that shit is back at Smith & Wesson. And that's about it, man. Repair. Not much going on, man. I logged into gun channels lately, and like after 1 o'clock in the morning, it was pretty fucking dead. Maybe it gets live later, but it's just really slow over there.
Right.
A lot of chats,
2
though.
o'clock in the morning right now. We've had a couple. Hosh has been on a few times, and then Heavy and them. We've had a few late nights. I've been putting in all-nighters a few times, and I
Really?
had the thing just on in the other room here so I could hear it because it's better than listening to the radio. People have been chatting.
Yeah, not much going on, man.
I got a bunch of ammo from the gun shop that I'm trying to divide up, and I'm thinking of selling it off trying to make some money. He's going to split it with me. So I'm going to see if there's any value to it, and then maybe sell it off as like collections because there's some shit ton of variety. So kind of like little starter collections for people. I don't know what he's trying to get out of them, but you know, so we can buy a $20 pile of ammo that's a bunch of rare shit, or you know, not rare, but stuff that would take a while to find at gun shops or ranges or something. I don't know if you're gonna be interested in something like that.
Yeah,
Sounded like a fun
I
project.
don't know. The Daily Show is kind of new if you haven't been around. So, yeah,
he's
not the
been on a
Daily
few
Show.
times.
The
Early Watch. He's been on Early Watch.
oh, okay. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, no, I've been on a early watch. Unfortunately, I'm too tired now when I get off to stay up and listen to them.
I like listening to them sometimes when I'm about to go to sleep. That's how fucking late I am. Or I'll wake up really early if I go to sleep at a normal hour and then want to go back to sleep. So I'll just turn that shit on and I'll listen to it for like an hour, half hour, and then pass out.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just wanted to check in and see how everybody was and say hi to G. And I was gonna say hi to Heavy, but he's too busy asleep. So.
Yeah, well.
Catch you later, JB.
Laters. Where's Dead Horse, man? Dead Horse gonna say hello.
He's around. I think he's drunk.
Oh, he's drunk? That's smart. It is New Year's Eve, no? Oh, no. That's next week. Oh, wait. That's this weekend,
That's
right?
a couple of days.
Oh, fuck. That's fucked up.
Why?
That's some fucked up shit. I'm not doing shit. Fuck New Year's, man. New Year's Eve is like drunk driving, fucking get arrested, lose your license day. Get in a bad car accident day.
So I'm trying to turn the AK-47 thing project back on again. I think it'll get me steam this year. I think people are done panicking and start being interested in shit again.
Fuck yeah. I wonder, or they're just not gonna, because I think a lot of people, they like it's like a junkie, like a heroin junkie and stuff, or a crackhead.
They like the new thing all the time. Like they gotta see what
No, part of the fun of being a crackhead or a junkie, like a heroin junkie, is copying the drugs and like being in a, like, where are we gonna get the money? We gotta get some money. We gotta get the drugs. Yo, the guy's late. Oh my God, like, well, we gotta go down to the dangerous part of the town and get the drugs. And it's like, sometimes I think like gun people, they kind of get, I don't know, maybe it's like a vicious cycle of being under attack is kind of fun all the time, like buying ammo, buying magazines, buying guns. It is under, because we're under attack kind of thing. We'll see now, because I'm not really too familiar with it, because I've only been into owning guns and handguns and shit and high cap shit since whenever, right? So about 10 years. So 10 years, right? It's, 8 of those years, well, not even, 9 of those years was fucking under stress. Because before he even won, it was a stressful situation out here, man. Like, gun shops were fucking crazy, man. Anyway, we'll see how it is, man, under Trump. I really don't know what to expect. Maybe people will just not be into guns until like he's fucking getting beaten by like Biden in 4 years. And then all of a sudden people are gonna be like, oh my God, what gun should I buy? Oh, like, I don't know. But I'm sure it'd be a fucking fine, dude. People love fucking AKs and ARs and shit forever, man. You could have if we were magazine, if it was back in the day, we could have a dedicated magazine to AKs and probably be successful. Combat AKs or something.
No, I think you could. There's even more people building little gadgets and doodads and shit, in that game. So you think it'd probably be just as easy to do something like that now.
Yeah.
With, ads and stuff.
People love AKs. So, dude, people say AKs are better than ARs or something like that. I don't know. They're crazy though. I'm just fucking around. You mean the buyer? Are you going to do the chats again and set up the website again?
Do the AK chats on Thursdays, and part of it will be building the pieces of the website back up, or building the pieces of the website in period, really. So, if I can incorporate a couple of interviews and some tours of collections or something along the way, that'll all supplement it, and basically just start putting a little bit of effort into the whole thing once a week and see what kind of momentum it gets. I should be able to make it worth my while with if a bayonet sells once in a while, and of course the patches.
Yeah. Now that Putin's in charge of the world, we'll see. Hopefully these AKs will start coming in and stuff, and there'll be more of a variety and stuff. We'll see. SLRs, the folders haven't been in since a year ago or so, almost 8 months.
Well, that's part of the thing that I'm curious about because I'm not going to be able. I just don't have the energy to do a. Let's pay attention to every fucking new AAK and every gadget that comes out.
Isn't that a fucking oxymoron? New AK? It's a fucking AK. That's like if we were 1911 guys, we were like,
yeah,
I can't pay attention to every new 1911. Like, dude, they're fucking 1911. Technically, they're not new. It's just a new fucking company or whatever. Fucking.
No, I hear you. It's weird.
Oh my god, dude, it's fucking hilarious. It's just fucking hilarious. Dude, the gun business is pretty fucking funny, man. I'm listening to these fucking podcasts and shit and gun channels guys like, oh, this is fucking hilarious, man. It's getting funny to me. Maybe because I'm burnt. Like, I'm not interested in anything anymore. You know what I mean? Like, not that much stuff. But I kind of liken it to like. Maybe it's the same if we were in the 80s or something like that, and we had our 1911s and our J-frames, and people were like, yo, this is the new 1911. This llama is the, you know, what, I don't know, I can't even imagine what it was back then. But we would just be like, yeah, sure, that's the new 1911.
Well, no, people were, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't have been discouraged. I didn't know so much back then. We definitely got different learning curves and stuff. I don't know, it's a weird dynamic or whatever.
Well, dude, now the hottest shit this year is CZ's new Glock. I mean, it's pretty funny.
Yeah. So what about? Did you see that We Like Shooting was a guest on Sean from We Like Shooting was a guest on Primary and Secondary?
Yeah, and this is just me speaking. I mean, I watched it and it was funny because Sean kept harping about the finger on the trigger and people get caught up on that shit. And I'm so glad somebody, I've never seen that person on the panel. Somebody was like, look, man, you're right about it. You're right. Like, your idea is right about, like, people get stuck on these, like, doctrines of the, you know, like, this is the way it's got to be done. But, like, finger off the trigger until you're, like, that's pretty set in stone, guy. You know? Dude, what are you talking about, dude? Anyway, it was a good episode. But, yeah, I don't know what Sean was talking about, dude. Like, finger off the trigger. He's like, people get caught up on, like, keeping your finger off the trigger, keeping your finger. And he was going on. It would just come back to it, like, 10 minutes later, he'd bring it up again. And maybe he did a video or something. No. I think he must have recently had a video or something where someone was telling him, dude, you know, your finger was on the fucking trigger. You know, something.
And he's trying to, like, justify it or something.
Yeah. And it was funny because they were talking about.
The reason. Okay, go ahead.
No, they were just talking about what you were talking about earlier. It's like people saying, this is my way, and this is the way it's going to be done, and this is the way it's got to be, and the gun and the gun culture and the training community, and, like, people are like that. And he kept coming back to the trigger on the finger on the trigger. It was like the total wrong example because, like,
was this like a 20-minute thing or like an hour thing?
It was a 3-hour fucking show. I only listened to, like, maybe an hour of it, or maybe it was 2 hours or something. I mean, those shows are long. Like, when they do a modcast or whatever the fuck it is, you know, they'll do 2 or 3 hours. But I just listened to it.
Oh, I got the impression those were like 20-minute spur of the moment things.
Oh, fuck no. Some of those shows are 5 hours. Then what he'll do is he'll cut them up. Like, so they'll do a 3-hour show and then they'll put out like 3 or 4 different 20-minute. He does his own highlight reels, you know, whatever he feels like is the most important thing about the show or whatever.
So then
he's all about knowledge, you know, like pushing out quality knowledge to the people. If you ever listen to that guy talking about, like, he sounds like he's like Blues Brother, like, I'm on a mission from God, you know, like, to get the information out to the people, and it's good information and not derp, you know, not internet bullshit where people can't explain why they're doing it or why they like it, or like so and so said it, so it's got to be true, you know. And that's that whole primary and secondary's, like, mission statement.
I thought they were legit. They are legit.
They are very legit.
All right.
No, yeah,
So-
but if they have you on there as a, like, let's say, like, as a guest, they're gonna interview you and and I guess like he's very obsessed with like giving good information to the people, and not any bullshit coming out on that show where someone will say something like, I don't know, some bullshit. Just think of it, like some really dumb bullshit, like
some bullshit like 240 grain 300 blackout is ballistically equivalent to 9mm subsonic. Like that. No, that bullshit never got called out on your show.
Well, who said? Oh, that guy on Dugan, right? Or was it Carnicon?
No, I think it was like Ronald.
No, that guy Roland was talking about.
Way loud.
He was talking about an HK-MP suppressed shooting subsonic in a suppressed HK-MP5 being like shit one night. I listened to that. Like he was saying that was like the worst thing ever.
Well, he was saying. Well, he also said though that it was ballistically equivalent to 300 blackout, dude. And there's no way 200.
That's no way.
You know, like a 240 grain bullet is ballistically equivalent to 9mm, like going the same speed. It just. Like,
no, yeah. That guy's legit though. He's killed more people than the fucking plague. I mean, he's a soldier. So like when he starts rambling, his specialty is night vision.
Who are you talking about, Shrek or whatever?
No, they got a guy on there who's like a super soldier guy, Roland, and he talks a lot of shit, you know. But like one night he talked about subsonic 9mm in a suppressed gun that they were running that literally didn't kill people. I guess the suppressor would slow it down, and the shit was slow anyway, and it was the wrong ammo for the suppressor, and they were shooting people with it, and they were shaking off the bullets like ow. It looked like they were getting stung by bees, he said.
So I guess what I was asking though is like, is it worth a couple of things I was going to ask? Is it worth pursuing trying to get those guys onto gun channels? Do you think they would be interested in the extra chat features or whatever, and then the functionality of the channel format, and then do you think that having their people over here, wouldn't that enhance the place, make it a whole different place, having a bunch of people that were good to go, interacting with people, so that they?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure they would be open to it, because he's only got like 4,000 or 5,000 subs, and he's kind of like.
I've emailed the guy, but I don't know him, and I tried to kind of introduce myself via the people he might know that I know, but I didn't want to be a weirdo about it, so I haven't pursued it.
No, their thing is Facebook.
What?
They have way more people on Facebook. Like they have like 15,000 people on Facebook. It's a group, and then like their YouTube channel is not like they don't have a lot of people. So I don't see why he would turn it down. If like, can I host your but the other thing is their stuff is like they don't have a schedule, so it's not like we do Monday, Thursday, and Friday or something. They don't do it. They fucking do it when they do it. They'll go live. Like sometimes when he has guests, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm having a guest on Wednesday," and like he'll say that on Tuesday. So like he's not like, I don't know. They're all like they all got jobs and like schedules that are fucked up or whatever. So that's the other thing. Like. They just do it when they do it. So it'd be hard. Like they'd have to communicate with you, like, okay, we're going to do one tonight. But then maybe they won't. Like maybe that's their problem, is that they're just loosey goosey with their scheduling and shit. Where like we like shooting was every week, like at a one day, you know what I mean, or whatever the fuck it was. Are they 2 days a week now?
No, they're just the one, but every once in a while they'll switch the day because of their travel. They're doing something.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, those guys. So some of those guys love 300 blackout, man. I mean, their whole thing is. You saw. I mean, if you watch that one, I think keeping your finger off the trigger is it's a good one. It was a good episode. Maybe he'll cut that out and be like a highlight reel. He's like, people get so hung up on keeping your finger off the trigger. mean, they had a great episode the other night. I don't know if you don't watch them, right?
I
But
don't
they had like a guy called, his name was Varg. They all basically know each other through Pat Rogers, EAG. Like when Pat died, then I guess they did a big episode, and that's how I found out about him.
Yeah, same here.
But they all know each other from EAG. So there could be Marines, SEALs, SWAT, local cops, whatever, people who just fucking paid to go, civilian dudes, you know, whatever. That's how they know each other for the most part. The guys who were on there. Also, they were on Light Fighter, that forum, for years. So that's how they know each other. And then they'll have these guests on, but they had a guest on named Varg, and this guy was just a civilian, you know, normal dude who grew up in Youngstown, Ohio in the 90s. And it was like the most violent place in America. And like his whole family's dead from murder. He murdered people in not murder, but he killed people in self-defense and went to jail for it. And he got out, got his rights back. And then I think he took a fucking Pat Rogers class. So he hooked up with them. You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, it was a crazy, I think the subject was called like Primal Violence or something. It's like a 3-hour show interviewing this guy who's like had the craziest life, man. But he wound up going to jail for self-defense. And guys came to a house he was at, visiting his girlfriend, and admitted on the stand in the trial that one of the surviving guy, saying that they came there to kill him, and they were going to put him in the trunk and kill him, and he still did 6 years for self-defense because he used a knife. That's what he said. Like basically, he stabbed the one guy 27 times, like because he was fighting the guy. The guy was trying to drag him out of the house into the trunk of a car, where they pulled the car up and had the trunk open. And he was like, you know, he stabbed the guy 20-something times when it was said and done. And the police came and were like, okay, you're going to jail. And he was like, okay, well, you know, he just went through this whole fucking story. It was just fucking sick. And he did like 6 years in jail, got out and got his rights restored, I guess. They had the trial was overturned, maybe? An appeal? I don't know. Either way, it was super interesting shit. And that guy teaches classes. Not that I would take a class from that guy or anything like that or whatever, but it was just like super crazy stories about this guy's life. And then they had a whole bunch of guys on there that were like cops and military guys. And the host there kept saying, I want to remind everybody, because this guy would say some crazy shit. Like when I was 16, oh yeah, I got into a fight with I was in a gang and I did this and that. But the guy the host kept having to remind everybody, like, this guy is not a felon. Like, he's allowed to own guns. He is a certified NRA trainer, blah, blah, blah. He's that's whatever, mixed martial arts instructor and all this stuff. That was one of the better ones lately.
So what was Sean on there for?
That was about derp and internet bullshit and the end of the world or something. I don't know. I thought the title was something like social gun industry and social media bullshit and the end of the world or whatever. It was like they had Sean on there. They had some other guy, some internet, some YouTube guy, but like, and they were just talking about just internet bullshit, I guess, trolling and people on the internet, propagating. Is that a word? I don't even know. Just pumping bullshit out there. But We Like Shooting is good. Talking about we like having fun on their podcast, and like he was just there. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was just really just social media and guns or something. I don't know how popular they are, really. We Like Shooting. Like,
yeah, it's hard to say.
No clue, but they're probably more popular than them. than primary and secondary, you know what I mean? So it was probably a good look to have Sean on. And Sean comes off as like a guy who's like a civilian, just no law enforcement, no military, just a gun guy. He's an instructor, He's a gun enthusiast. He has a regular job somewhere or whatever he's doing, and he does this. And I guess they were really, the subject kept coming back to like bullshit you see on YouTube, bullshit you see on forums, bullshit, you know, internet bullshit, which there's a lot of. And groupthink, you know, where everyone's just, you know, one forum will just be like, everyone thinks the exact same, you know, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here type of deal. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. I only watched like maybe 20 or 30 minutes of it. But those guys are pretty good. I mean, they're good. They promote good stuff. Because even if he did say 9mm was the same as 300 blackout out of like whatever the fuck thing, you know, 7-inch barrel, I don't know what the fuck, even if he was wrong about that, that's not saying stuff like, you know, carry a fucking, I don't know, whatever the fuck. Something dumb, you know what I mean? Like something that's like retarded. Like 9mm doesn't kill people. You know, you need a 40. Or, you know, just regular bullshit you hear all the time. You know, like, but it's really passed off as like the truth. Whatever. I mean, I don't even see it anymore. They're all got their fucking panties in a twist about the guy in the wheelchair at the tactical response or whatever. You know what I mean?
The primary, secondary guys too.
No, the entire internet does. You know what I mean? Like YouTube is, there's people doing
What
videos
did the
about
primary,
it.
secondary guys say about it, or do you know?
I don't think the host, I don't think talked about it. I think it was someone else talking about it. But that guy who's talked about it, like I think it was Scott, this guy's the Asian guy. He's taken tons of fucking classes from every single person you could take. He's complete, like, you know, Grandmaster, IDPA, IPSC. You know, he's a fucking shooter. You know, he's.
So what did he say?
I think he said at some point he didn't feel it was safe because like the guy, the wheelchair, the guy pushing the wheelchair wasn't even, you know, whatever. Like it just didn't seem right. You know, and that's fine. Because I wasn't there. You know, I could say it doesn't seem right. You know, dude, when I was at tactical response, someone pointed a loaded